Chapter 545. I'm sorry, sir. I accidentally summoned this demon. Brando turned his head back to the source of the weak voice. He couldn't help but praise the beautiful young man in his heart. The boy on the stairs, in his moon-white silk pajamas, had one hand on his chest, was moving up and down on the charred wall. The young man's face was slightly sharp and delicate. Under his black shoulder-length hair, his eyes were as bright as the stars. His skin was as white as snow and his thin lips were as bright as a rose. The young man pursed his lips. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled as if he was suspicious of the origin of Brando and the others. Brando couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the silver elf Nalathar who was sleeping in the Emerald Forest. But at this moment, he had to admit with jealousy that in this world, there were indeed some humans who were more beautiful than the elves. But soon he saw the young man's pointy ears. It turned out that he was a half-elf. Fortunately, Brando was relieved. At least the other party didn't destroy his last dignity as a human. Count, are you all right? Ronan bowed slightly behind Brando. The young man looked at his captain of the night and nodded. This action undoubtedly confirmed his identity. This 15 or 16-year-old young man was actually Count Yenbao. Brando couldn't help but raise his eyebrows suspiciously. He stared at the young man's face that was a little too young. The young man was also sizing up Brando. His starry eyes flashed with a slightly doubtful light. Most of the disguise spells in this world would be automatically dispelled once the target used force or any other skills. At this moment, Brando and the others were no longer a patrol knight. It was no longer the image of the patrolling knights, but an existence with a long cloak and black smoke lingering all over, looking similar to the sheephead disciple. But the sheephead cult and the demons were natural allies. They would never do such a thing. The young man didn't show any fear or uncertainty. But at this moment, there was a banging sound coming from the stairs. A female knight with long blonde hair rushed down like a bolt of lightning. When she saw Brando and the others beside Ronan, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression. She pulled out her sword and scolded angrily. "Ronan! Who are you people?" "Gold rank." Brando pursed his lips. It seemed that this young lady was the second gold-rank subordinate of the young count. However, he could not help but glance at her breasts. The female knight was wearing Erewhon's military uniform, and her breasts were simply too voluptuous. Her good upbringing was even a little exaggerated. One could not help but associate her with a cow. In fact, this female knight could also be considered a beauty. If beauty was justice, then this lady must be one of the best in the justice camp. She was at most 2. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. At this age, he could be considered a hero among the younger generation in Erewhon. The female knight had curly hair and her military uniform was messy. It seemed that she had just gotten out of bed. Noticing Brando's gaze, she couldn't help blushing as she covered her unbuttoned shirt with her left hand. "What are you looking at?" "Naya." At this time, the handsome young man, who was Count Yenbao, stopped the female knight. He then raised his head and looked at Brando. "Count Yenbao?" Brando asked. "My name is Dilfari de Audener. I am the only heir of the Egret family and the current Count Yenbao." The young man introduced himself with a gentle voice. Brando could not see any panic on his face. He only looked a little tired. The young man put his hand on his chest. He replied politely. "First of all, thank you for helping me restrain the demon." "You are welcome. However, as a noble, it is not very good to make a deal with the demon, right?" Brando narrowed his eyes and asked. The young man was slightly stunned. The female knight beside him had already angrily scolded Brando. She jumped up high and slashed her sword at him. Brando did not have a weapon in his hand at this moment. However, he opened his left thumb and index finger, and a vortex appeared in the middle of the magic triangle. He clenched his right hand, and the Halran Gaia, which was surrounded by black smoke, had already appeared in his hand. Brando pulled out the Halran Gaia and blocked the long sword in the female knight's hand. His strength was far superior to the other party. Suddenly, the cow knight was sent flying with her sword and crashed into the carbonized staircase. After a loud bang, the poor staircase stopped. She was reduced to ashes. However, Brando immediately scolded the freakishly strong woman. After activating Frenzy, his strength was close to 500, and he was standing at the peak of elemental awakening. He did not expect that his hand would be sore from the impact of a low gold level enemy. Because, if the female knight was in the game in the past, she would be a pure strength warrior. What a freak! The freakishly strong female knight quickly climbed out of the wreckage of the stairs with a dirty face. Looking at her gnashing teeth, she was ready to fight again. However, the young count stopped her. Dilfrey obviously had his own concerns. He looked at Brando. He already knew that his people were no match for the other party. He suddenly turned his head and stared outside the manor's walls that were already full of holes. "Sir, although I don't know where you came from, I hope you can do me a favor." Dilfrey looked in the direction of the forest in the distance of the manor and suddenly said. She said. At this time, Brando also heard the noise outside the manor. The sound of iron boots stepping on the muddy ground was mixed with the sound of horses neighing. The guards, he was all too familiar with this sound. Brendel also looked in that direction, and it did not take long. Not long after, the figure of the leading knight appeared in the direction of the manor's main gate. "It's the guards from the nearby town." Ronan immediately frowned. Brando turned his head and immediately understood what the young man meant. But he narrowed his eyes and replied, "I need a promise, Count." Dilfrey bit her lower lip. "What do you want?" "I can only agree to your request under the condition that it does not harm the interests of the family." "So you are the only successor of Yen Bao in this generation?" Brando suddenly asked. The knight passed through the courtyard and was already close to the manor, but was stopped by the manor's guards. Dilfrey looked over there and could not help but hold her breath. She looked at Brando hesitantly and finally nodded. Dilfrey could only bet that this strange person was not the enemy. For a moment, she could not help but feel uneasy in her heart. "Count," Ronan could not help but say. But the young man shook his head at him. Brendel knew what the young count was worried about. The Holy Cathedral of Fire's highest law clearly stated that if a noble colluded with a devil, they would be sentenced to death, and their family's glory would be stripped for 3 generations. Any noble who colluded with the devil would be punished. No one dared to bear such consequences. Although he did not know why the other party would summon demons, Brando saw Dilfrey's long eyelashes drooping and knew that the young man was panicking. It was a good time. Luck seemed to be unexpectedly good tonight. Brando looked up and saw a bright moon hanging high in the forest between the Anceli Mountains. "I hope you cannot attend the meeting in Ampere Seal." Brando pondered for a moment and made his request. "That's impossible. You want to replace me in the meeting of the nobles? How can I guarantee that you won't hurt Yen Bao during the meeting?" He furrowed his brows and glared angrily at Brendel. "You want to replace me in the meeting? How can I guarantee that you won't harm Yen Bao during the meeting? If you offend any of the Grand Dukes, it will be a disaster for my family." "I can swear in the name of Lady Martha and my honor," Brando replied. "Even the most loyal oath has a loophole." Dilfrey gritted his teeth and replied, "Sir, I have no other way out. I hope you don't force me to fight to the death." Brando and the young man looked at each other, but the young man's determination was beyond his expectations. The young man's eyes were as bright as the stars, without a trace of weakness or compromise. However, the Yen Bao family only had one heir left. Something must have happened. Brando thought hard but could not remember what happened to Yen Bao in the game. It was as if this area did not exist in Erewhon's history. The two of them faced each other, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. The night outside had broken through the blockade of the guards. They had obviously rushed over after hearing the explosion. Brando noticed that there was no fighting outside, which meant that the knight on guard did not find the Roman and the others hiding in the forest. Yes, this was a relief to him. However, the security forces in Ampere Seal were notoriously difficult to deal with. If he could not reach an agreement with the young earl, tonight's operation would be in vain. "You want to attend the meeting in Ampere Seal?" The night was getting closer and closer, and the young man finally could not hold back and spoke first. Brando nodded. "Can you promise not to offend any of the forces?" the young man asked. "I'm afraid I can't promise that." Brando spread his hands. He had no intention of lying. He could not drag innocent people down with him for his own selfish reasons. "However, I may be able to promise that at least I won't implicate you." The young man stared at him. The night was almost at the gate of the manor. They had already seen the huge hole, but there was no fire in the corridor. Brando and Dilfrey stood in the dark, so the knight did not notice the situation in the house. After a while, the young man finally spoke. "Then I can take you to the meeting as a follower." Dilfrey looked at Brando nervously. After all, this strange man did not seem like someone who liked to be under others. However, to her relief, Brando nodded. "Okay, deal." Brando took out a crystal ball from under his cloak and gestured to the young man. "Recording crystal. Despicable." The young man could not help but grit his teeth. Brando smiled helplessly. At this time, the knight finally entered the house. Brando had already pulled down his cloak and pretended to be Dilfrey's guards with the Night Song Tiger and the others. He stood behind the young man without saying a word. The young man took a deep breath and glanced at the corridor. Pharaoh was already there. He was slightly relieved when he saw that the hexagram array left by the demon was almost cleared. He walked down the stairs and faced the night guards. However, Brando immediately noticed that there were not only the night guards. He saw that there were also some well-equipped knights wearing silver armor and red battle robes mixed in with their dark blue uniforms. Ha! Brando was slightly surprised. "Royal Knight, why are they here?" He suddenly realized something and lowered his head to send a telepathic message to Medisa. "Medisa, ask Sue how far is this place from the Rye Manor? Count, may I know what happened here? Do you need our help?" At this time, a female royal knight with a good figure walked out of the crowd and looked up at Dilfrey, who was on the stairs. The knight's voice was soft and clear like a silver bell, but Brando could not help but feel his scalp tingle when he heard it. He raised his head and saw a face that he couldn't be more familiar with. The one wearing the royal knight's armor was a young girl with a brown ponytail who looked very innocent. She had a few strange swords hanging from her waist. At first glance, people would think that she was using some kind of strange swordsmanship. But Freya was definitely practicing the purest form of military swordsmanship. P.S. So today I went to the affiliated hospital of the Sanjun Medical University for a checkup. There are no structural problems with my heart. It's just a lack of blood, so I need to exercise more. By the way, my symptoms are much better today. If I can maintain it tomorrow, I can resume updating. The doctor asked me to do a 24-hour ECG on the 15th. Damn, it's the 15th, not the 14th, not the 13th, it's the 15th. Doctor, are you actually sent by my enemy to mess with me? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 546. Freya took a step forward. She was wearing the silver-plated armor of a knight of the Imperial Army. The golden edges of the armor reflected a hazy halo under the moonlight in the forest. After she got off her horse, her dark red knight's cloak hung on the ground. There were 2 silver tassels on the side of the cloak that represented her military rank. It seemed that she was the leader of this group of knights. She paused and looked at the manor that was about to turn into ruins. She identified herself and said, "We are the Knight of Her Royal Highness. Is there anything I can help you with?" No, it's nothing." The young count also recognized the identity of these knights. He did not want to complicate matters, so he quickly shook his head and replied. This made the night girl frown. After all, she was no longer the ignorant country girl of the past. The future goddess of war raised her head and looked suspiciously at Count Yenbao and his party. The moonlight was moving above the clouds, and at this moment, it just so happened to penetrate the hole in the roof and sprinkle a cold silver light on the broken stairs, reflecting their figures. Freya could not help but be startled. She was surprised that there was such a beautiful and cute boy, but her sword-like eyebrows immediately furrowed. The 2 people behind Dilfrey had caught her attention. No matter how she looked at them, they looked very suspicious. Brando suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head. This girl from the countryside of Wuxia had become a lot more mature after studying at the Knights Academy for half a year. Her suspicious gaze gave him the illusion that he had been exposed. He knew that things were not going well. If he was called out at this time, he would really be done for. Freya did not know what they were doing. Kidnapping a noble was punishable by death. Of course, according to the words of the Shire, if his lord was to be hanged, the noose around his neck would probably be tied more than 10 times. But after all, Brando did not want his plan to fail. "My lord, do you think Miss Freya recognized us?" The Shire could not help but break out in a cold sweat and carefully ask through telepathy. Brando cursed the jinx in his heart. At this time, Count Yenbao finally reacted. The handsome young man from the north did not seem to want the knight of the royal family to stay here any longer. Dilfrey quickly found an excuse and said, "Madam, please don't worry. It's just that one of my subordinates had a little accident when he was experimenting with magic. I'll call someone to deal with it immediately. Please excuse me." As soon as he said that, Brando and the Shire both let out a long sigh. Most nobles had one or two adepts as their retainers. This was nothing strange. However, Freya still felt that this young noble was not telling the truth. She raised her head and looked at Brando and the Shire again, muttering in her heart, "Strange guys." During this period of time, Maynard had crammed her with a bunch of knowledge about nobles. Although she didn't remember most of it, she at least knew that the nobles more or less had their own secrets. She understood that she couldn't stay here and be an annoying person. In fact, she originally came over after hearing the explosion to see if there were any emergencies. Since the other party said that they didn't need their help, she thought about it and prepared to leave. However, at this time, the guards who had just been sent back to the gate by Dilfrey were escorted back. Brando looked up and suddenly cried out. It turned out that there was another team of knights at the gate of the manor. The style of their armor was similar to Freya's, but there were a few more tassels on their cloaks. These were the knights of the royal family. These people were much more difficult to deal with than the Knight Academy students. Brando immediately lowered his head. They should be the direct officers of this group of students. But I don't know which one of the knight captains is by the princess side at this time. Is it Deng Deng or Deus? Brando lowered his head and sorted out his thoughts. It was impossible for the students to act alone. There must be a knight captains patrolling with these young people. Now, it seemed that Freya was just a vanguard. The names of the two knight captains flashed through his mind. If he remembered correctly, the knight captains by the side of the half-fairy princess at this time of the year should be one of the two. Deng Deng and Deus were not famous NPCs in the Amber Sword, but they used to be supporters of the royal family. Brando also took on their missions. If he remembered correctly, the strength of these two people was only at the pinnacle of silver. They were not even the top figures in the royal faction. He lowered his head and secretly guessed, but he did not expect that his usually accurate prediction would miss this time. The knights quickly came to the front. The leader of the knights spoke with a female voice. What happened? His voice was low and calm, and his tone was filled with unquestionable seriousness. When Brendel heard this voice, it was as if he was struck by lightning from the sky. His whole body froze. He looked up as if he had seen a ghost, just in time to see the female knight's calm and indifferent expression. This voice. Who is this woman? He saw the golden tassel on the side of Maynard's cloak. It was the captain of the knight. However, Brando could swear on his honor as a veteran player who had experienced almost all the changes in Erewhon's history. From the year of blooming to the year of the sword, there was not a single female in the royal knight's ranks. Not to mention the royal knight rank, there were almost no females above the rank of Grand Knight. However, what really surprised him was the female knight's voice. There was no way he had heard it wrongly. Her voice was so clear even in his dreams. At that moment, he almost thought that he had returned to more than 10 years ago. His senior sister was standing in front of all of them, leading them with her sword. He closed his eyes, and it was as if time had turned back. That indifferent, calm, and warm face appeared in front of him again. Her smile was so warm that it made one's heart feel at peace. He almost blurted out that familiar name, but he held himself back. Maynard was born in Cipher. She inherited the snow-white skin of the people of Cipher. Her long black hair was like an obsidian against her fair skin. She was born to be a stunning beauty. She was known as the cold beauty among the knight. But from Brando's point of view, even though this female knight had a unique temperament that was similar to his senior, they were not the same person. He could not help but take a deep breath. His heart was filled with uncertainty. But in the end, he returned to his original question. Who is this woman? Brando was certain that he did not remember wrongly. Unless history had changed, there would not be a female knight in the royal faction. Even though he knew that history would change sooner or later because of him, the butterfly, but he did not expect the change to be reflected in such a small detail. It did not make any sense at all. He heard Freya call the female knight Maynard. Brando swore that he had never heard of such a name before. Even though it was impossible for him to know the background of all the nobles and socialites in Erewhon, Brando was confident that he would not miss out on some well-known NPCs. The fact that she was able to become a knight captain at such a young age meant that she was not an ordinary person. But unfortunately, Brando could not think of such a person even after racking his brain. There were two possibilities in front of him. The first possibility was that Maynard was just an alias, and there might be a famous person behind this name that he knew. However, Brando could not connect the female knight in front of him with the famous people in his memory. This woman seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Then there was the second possibility. History might really have changed because of his arrival, and this change might not only affect Owen's history after his arrival, but even the history before his arrival might have changed as well. This change was completely unpredictable. In other words, if this possibility existed, Brando would not have been surprised when he found out that the princess was actually a cute boy. Brando frowned deeply as he stared at Maynard, who had suddenly appeared. At this time, the female knight had already turned her head sideways to listen to Freya's words. She raised her head, and as if she had noticed Brando's gaze, she looked in his direction. The female knight had a pair of deep black eyes, and her eyelids reflected a faint silver glow. Her gaze met Brando's, and both of them were slightly startled. Brando was not sure if the female knight had noticed him, because Maynard quickly turned her head away as if nothing had happened. She did not even intend to dismount from her horse. She simply greeted Dilfari on the horse. The Yenbao family had never had any contact with Erwin's circle of nobles, so it seemed that the royal faction did not have any plans to attack this ancient family. Maynard's etiquette was meticulous, but that was all. Brando saw her looking at Dilfari strangely twice in a row, but in the end, she did not say anything and quickly left with the knight. What did she notice? Brando stared in that direction and thought. When the female knight walked to the gate of the manor, she turned her head back for the first time. Her glance from afar was immediately caught by Brando. This confirmed his previous feeling. Both of them seemed to feel that something was wrong with each other. At this time, Brando had already thrown away his previous messy thoughts. He suddenly felt a little worried. Did this woman see through their identities? Obviously, she did not listen to Dilfari's words earlier. This is a difficult character to deal with. He let out a sigh of relief, but he still thought that no matter what, she would not be able to guess his identity. Disguising himself as an envoy of a noble to participate in a meeting that would decide the future of the kingdom. Perhaps no one in this world would think of such a bold thing, except for him. But similar to Brando's guess, when Maynard turned around in the thick twilight outside the gate of the manor, the only thing that puzzled her was Brando's strange look. Her strength was not prominent in the knight regiment. She was famous for her swordsmanship. Most people only knew that she was a close friend of the princess and the #1 swordsman among the princess's left and right attendants. However, Maynard had already reached the early stage of gold. Naturally, she felt Brando's gaze. She lowered her head. Freya, who was beside her, immediately noticed the confusion in her heart. She could not help but ask, "What's wrong, Knight Commander? You also noticed those two suspicious fellows?" It seemed that the young girl had been holding a grudge against Brando and the Shire. Especially after leaving the manor, she felt that the two people were more and more familiar, but she could not think of Brando at the moment. Come to think of it, how could Brando appear here? Freya subconsciously came to this conclusion. Maynard looked at the young girl who was recently selected as a reserve knight. She was puzzled and asked, "Two?" "Yes, two. Senior, weren't you looking over there just now?" Freya asked. "I always felt that they were familiar. I was wondering if they were fugitives on the wanted list." "Unfortunately, I can't remember at the moment. Look at their sneaky appearance. When I was still in Buchi, I often saw these guys crossing the border." She was talking about the fugitives and fugitives. Madara was a paradise for these people. Yes. However, Maynard only responded, "Forget it. It's better to have less trouble." Freya looked at her female commander. She obviously did not want to talk about it anymore. She could only sigh and keep quiet. Author's note. Sigh, after 2 sad weeks, I can finally get back to work. I went out to rest for 2 weeks. After 2 long trips, my body has somewhat recovered, but it doesn't seem to be completely recovered. Another thing is that I have finalized the release of the traditional version of the book with the Taiwanese side. It is said to be in July. In short, you don't have to worry about the book being out of print. Well, you can expect the problem of rushing the manuscript. Finally, today is May 14th. There are still 8 hours before the gates of hell open again after 10 years. Of course, I have to go to the hospital first tomorrow before I can come back to fight with Big Pineapple. Comrades, I hope the doctor will not ask for leave tomorrow. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 547. The sound of the Royal Knight's horses' hooves gradually faded away in the night, and the manor finally returned to its peaceful state. Brando saw the young Earl frowning slightly as he looked in that direction. The young man turned back and looked at him. The bright moonlight shone on his soft and beautiful face with a thoughtful look. Dilfrey asked pointedly, "You seem to know them?" Brando did not intend to be frank about his identity. He lifted the hood that previously covered his face and smiled mysteriously at the young man. "Humph," Dilfrey snorted softly. He glanced at the messy house that only had the structure left. "Anyway, thank you for your help. The Lord of Yenbao will never go back on his word. But Martha will be watching everyone on the ground from the sky. I hope you gentlemen will remember your promise." "I will not implicate you. Please rest assured," Brando assured the young man. Dilfrey looked at them suspiciously. "Who are you going to deal with?" Brando smiled but did not answer. "You make me feel uneasy, sir." Dilfrey bit his lips and said angrily, "Then we will separate after entering the venue. But the Holy Cathedral will eventually find out that you entered with us." This was a problem. Brando thought that the Earl was really meticulous. He looked back at the Shire, and the Shire also shrugged. Everyone knew that the Holy Cathedral was not a manor located in the countryside. No illusion could fool the eyes of the monks, unless Martha came personally. Brando was silent for a moment and replied, "Well, if it comes to that, you can say that you were coerced by us." Dilfrey was slightly startled. He looked at them curiously, almost unable to believe that this was something that a group of vicious infiltrators would say. "Kidnapping a noble, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have come." Brando smiled slightly. "But you can threaten me to keep my mouth shut. You have something on me." Dilfrey frowned and looked at them in confusion. "Isn't that right? Can I understand that you are teaching us how to coerce you, Earl?" Brando could not help but ask with some amusement. No. The young man blushed. "It's just that you don't understand?" Brando smiled. In fact, he did not think that there was anything to hide in his actions. He just did not want to complicate things. If the Holy Cathedral insisted on investigating, then let it. He dared to come to Ampere Seal to cause trouble. In fact, he had already prepared for the worst. The worst result was nothing more than going against the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It was not like Erwin had not done this before. The late King Eric had fought many battles with the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The legendary king had the Wind Elves as backup, and so did he. Brando believed that Orthlis would not leave him in the lurch. Besides, the Holy Cathedral of Wind would probably be happy to light a fire in the backyard of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but smile contemptuously. Whether it was Erwin of the Holy Cathedral of Fire or Erwin of the Holy Cathedral of Wind, Erwin was Erwin. He had made up his mind, and there was no need to change it. He waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether it is or not, it's settled. I just happen to not have the habit of taking advantage of others." "If that's the case." Dilfrey looked at Brendel's group with a complicated expression. She thought to herself, "Are they crazy? Don't they know how serious of a crime it is to kidnap a noble in the territory controlled by the Holy Cathedral?" He grew up in a noble family and received the best etiquette education. He was familiar with the gentle and elegant style of the nobles, but he had never seen or thought of such a crazy thing. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. "What do you think, Count?" "Okay. Dilfrey's palms were sweating, and he did not know why his heart was pounding. "I know. Let's make an agreement under the witness of Lady Martha. Please, don't worry, if, until the last moment, I will not give you up. You are the most gentlemanly robbers I have ever seen." Brendel laughed again, thinking that this young count was really interesting. "Could it be that you've seen a lot of bandits, my lord?" No, I've seen some at the border." Dilfrey realized that he had said something wrong and quickly replied with a red face. Brando smiled. Then it's a pleasure to work with you, Count. In the past 16 years of his life, Dilfrey had never thought that he would be able to cooperate with a group of uninvited guests, or rather, bandits in the forest. At least that was what he thought. But for some reason, he did not feel that he was unwilling to cooperate with them. He could not help but look at his two subordinates, the female knight Mia and the swordsman Ronan. The female knight looked unhappy, but Ronan just shrugged. Then, it's a pleasure to work with you. You are very good at bewitching people, my lord. On the way home, the Shire could not help but say so. It was hard to tell whether it was a compliment or a sincere admiration. On the way home, he told Amandina and the Roman the story of this trip. When he talked about the negotiation between his lord and the young Count of Yenbao, he could not help but mention this. I bewitched people? Brando rode on his horse, his hands circling around the merchant lady sitting in front of him. He could not help but tilt his head. When did I bewitch people? Are you talking about Andrique? Humph. The vampire lady who was riding on another horse not far away could not help but snort. She was riding on a tall pure black warhorse. This was the color she insisted on choosing. No, that's not what I meant. The Shire sat on a yellow-brown horse and hurriedly explained. I wanted to say that my lord took out the recording crystal at the right time and perfectly attacked the Count's last line of psychological defense. It reminded me of the wandering Noxians in the Highlands. You should have heard that the Noxians are famous for being unscrupulous merchants in Karsuk. The Noxians are synonymous with unscrupulous merchants everywhere, not just in Karsuk. Also, can't you compare something better? Brando replied in a bad mood. But then again, I remember that the recording crystals made in the fief are kept by Miss Amandina, right? The Night Song Tiger suddenly asked. My lord, how did you think of asking Miss Amandina for such a thing? Did you already know that the Count was studying occult magic? Recording crystal. Brando took out a crystal ball. Are you talking about this? He smiled and threw the crystal ball into the bushes by the side of the road. My lord? The Night Song Tiger was stunned. At this time, the little Roman girl sitting in front of Brando could not help but giggle. She leaned back slightly and leaned her head against Brendel's chest. That's not a recording crystal. It's a crystal ball that I bought last night. Damn it, that evil merchant actually used a crystal ball to swindle me. He has no professionalism at all. Brendel's eyes narrowed as he leaned on Brendel's chest. That's not a recording crystal. It's a crystal ball I bought last night. Ah! The Night Song Tiger was stunned. No, the Shire shook his head. As an unscrupulous merchant, that guy is still very professional. That's true. The Roman immediately agreed. But I didn't expect the Yenbao family to fall to such a state. The Shire shrugged and became serious. They can't even find a decent successor. If there's an old man who can hold the fort, he wouldn't let such a naive little princess come to Ampere Seal alone, right? Little princess? Amandina did not understand. It's the Countess. Brando shook his head. His willpower was too high, and simple illusions could not affect his mind at all. He and the Shire actually saw through Dilfrey's disguise at a glance. Perhaps only the young Countess did not know. But as the Shire said, if the Yenbao family sent such a young lady to Ampere Seal to participate in the meeting between the nobles, they must have met with some trouble. It was not difficult to come to this conclusion when he linked it to Dilfrey's series of actions. But now was not the time to be nosy. No matter who the other party was, as long as they could bring them into the meeting of the nobles, it was fine. Thinking of this, he turned to Falerne and asked, Where did you find the demon's relics? What did you find? Falerne glanced at him, then took out a huge yellow metal armband. It was as thick as a thumb, engraved with strange flame-like patterns. Anyone who could recognize these patterns would be able to tell at a glance that it was actually a type of Hell's language. It recorded the full text of the Devil's contract that was engraved on the sulfur slate of the 11th layer of the scorching hell. The Devil's armband. As soon as Brando saw the yellow metal armband, he could not help but curse in his heart. The Devil's armband was said to be an item used by high-level demons to control lower demons in hell. This rumor was passed down by the Bunasan witches, although no one had ever verified its authenticity. However, with this golden armband as a medium, players who were good at necromancy could indeed sign a contract with certain beings in the lower world. This was a very rare item in the game, and it was extremely valuable. But the key was that this item was a hot potato in the amber sword. There were no auction sites here, and even if it was placed in the underground black market, who would dare to buy such an item openly? Although Brando knew in his heart that this item was valuable, he could not think of a better way to sell this item. He could not possibly do business with the cultists, right? Brando felt that he was not that crazy yet. He held the item and looked at it several times. It was not that he could not use the devil's armband, as long as he changed his profession to a summoner. But there was another problem here. The demons summoned by the devil's armband were not servants in the usual sense, but the owner of the armband. Although Brando knew that many devil lords in the scorching hell would use this devil's armband, from the lowest level devil lord to the top 12 devil lords, no one knew what the hell this item would summon. If it summoned existences like the Lord of Greed, the Trickster, or the Witch Lord, it would probably be possible to make a deal. But if it summoned the King of Purgatory, Akentu, or the Lord of Broken Sword, the most terrifying existence in the scorching hell, the summoner himself would definitely be reduced to ashes, and it would even immediately cause a war between Purgatory and the mortal world. Brando remembered that there were players who had created this kind of plane in the past, which resulted in a huge storyline chain. He looked at the item in his hand for a long time, and it was not easy to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Curiosity killed the cat. Brando was very clear about this point. He carefully put the item in the dimensional space, and decided to leave it alone for the time being. After all, he felt that with how unlucky he was, he might really summon the King of Purgatory, Akentu. However, when Falerne saw his strange behavior, she could not help but ask, "What is this?" "A ticking time bomb." Brando answered somewhat helplessly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 548. The gray sky seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Marquis Yoakum exhaled white air from his mouth as he looked away from the magnificent railings of the manor. There was a faint smile on his thin and pale face. "What a terrible weather, my lord." The attendant behind him could not help but complain. Marquis Yoakum had been wearing a mink coat. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Although the temperature is lower than the winter when the ice melts, no matter how cold it is, it can't stop our hearts from burning." "It's ambition, isn't it?" Marquis Yoakum smiled but did not answer. He put his hands back on the railings and silently watched the two carriages led by the knight pass through the bare avenue and stop in front of the manor's gate one after the other. At this time, there were many well-dressed nobles gathered in the hall. Although most of these people were famous local merchants and gentry, the meeting had almost nothing to do with them. In this game that decided the fate of the kingdom, as insignificant people, they only had the right to applaud. However, the carriage brought the real important people. When the carriage slowly stopped, the whole hall became quiet. The loud chatter turned into whispers. The guests in the hall could clearly see the coat of arms on the black carriages through the tall arched windows. There was a crescent moon, a crisscrossed scepter, a crown, and a unique winged serpent seal. The identity of the carriage's owner was obvious. The last bloodline of the House of Covardo, the Princess of Erewhon and her brother. However, compared to the declining royal family, the other carriage only had a simple seal of a ferocious eagle. The coat of arms was like a dark cloud that pressed down on people's hearts. If there was one of the 6 dukes of Erewhon who was powerful, the answer would be a wreck. The knight first opened the door for the princess. Griffine's light purple dress was like a sudden rolling cloud. She slowly walked out of the carriage. She slightly raised her head. Her light silver eyes were like autumn water, faintly shining with a clear and restrained brilliance. Soft silver hair hung over her slender shoulders, and a layer of fur shawl was draped over her shoulders, but it set off the half-elf girl's fragility. But now, this fragility supported a kind of innate unyielding and pride. Everyone present subconsciously held their breath. They had heard that the princess of the kingdom was the brightest pearl on Erewhon's crown, but only when they saw it in person did they understand that the rumors were true. That old guy a wreck, this was the thought in the hearts of most of the people present. But Marquis Yoakum, who was on the balcony, only showed a profound smile. He lowered his head and sniffed the musk on the mink gloves. He thought to himself, Duke Arek actually appeared with Her Royal Highness. What a cunning guy. Is this a footnote for the frequent contact between the two sides? But in his opinion, what kind of price this little girl from Kurt sold herself to was the most interesting thing. The door of the second carriage opened, and the people present inevitably felt suffocated. Even Yoakum on the balcony could not help but frown. Duke Arek under the handrail did not look as old as the rumors said. His hair was gray, his eyes were like an eagle, and his serious face was full of dignity. His lips were thin, and even the beard on his chin was meticulously groomed. It could be said that compared to most of the nobles, the Duke looked more dignified. He was wearing a black sable robe, under which a light silver breastplate was faintly discernible. However, no one would think that this Grand Duke was a coward. The Highlanders valued martial arts, and Grand Duke Arek had also been on the battlefield all his life. He attended every occasion in a military uniform, which had long been a scene in the noble circle of Erewhon. Yoakum did not even need to look to know that there must be a heavy sword under the belt under the robe. This sword was not used by most nobles for decoration. In his life, Arek had cut down no less than double digits of enemies with it. As for the flowers in the greenhouse, they would probably vomit when they saw the corpses. But Yoakum was somewhat jealous. Ordinary people were not allowed to carry weapons when they entered the venue, but Duke Arek was obviously not in the category of ordinary people. This was a privilege that only the Duke could enjoy. Although his identity was special, compared to many of the important people presiding over this meeting, he was only a little better than the people in the hall below. Duke Arek slowly walked out of the carriage with a silver cane in his hand. His pair of eagle eyes looked around, and when he saw the princess, his serious expression eased slightly. He brushed his robe with his hand and walked over with a smile. Very gracefully, he extended his right hand to Princess Griffine. "Today, you are the most beautiful princess in all of Wonde." Griffine's expression was as usual. She raised her hand to let the powerful Duke support her. "Thank you. It is my honor to have a wife like you. According to the agreement, when Haruz ascends to the throne, I will naturally become your wife, your grace." The half-elf girl replied faintly. Duke Arek smiled and did not say anything. Behind them were Duke Arek's close vassals and the royal factions Oberway, Makarov, Fleetwood, and others. These people looked at each other face to face, and on the surface, they seemed to be harmonious. However, this kind of harmony expressed a fixed meaning within the rules of the aristocratic game. When it fell into the eyes of those who were interested, it naturally had a different meaning. Of course, for most of the mediocre people, among the group of people, Devard, who still had a bandage on his hand, was the most eye-catching one. This most outstanding swordsman of the Highlands was lucky enough to save his right hand in the previous duel, but the wound on his arm was not something that could be healed in a short time. The guests in the hall could not help but whisper when they saw this person who was in the news a while ago. The news of Devard's duel in the Anderla Cathedral had already spread throughout Ampere Seal. As for the two parties involved in the duel, it was naturally the center of the discussion. It was a pity that this special honor did not bring glory, but shame. Devard's face was ashen. This proud eagle of the Highlands could not be proud now. Marquis Yoakum was also one of the people who witnessed the duel. He stood on the balcony with a smile and greeted Duke Arek, thanking the Duke for lending him his guard that day and apologizing for his recklessness. However, when he saw Devard and the others enter the hall, he could not help but think of what happened that day. Who is that young man? The Holy Cathedral was tight-lipped. It seemed that other than the Archbishop, no one knew the origin of the other party. It seemed that he came out of nowhere. But came out of nowhere? Is that possible? He thought that he had already known the various families of Erewhon, but now it seemed that the pool of water in the kingdom was still very deep. Marquis Yoakum rubbed his eyebrows. Wood was from the Cruz Empire. He had long known that the Cruz Empire had bought many secret forces in the kingdom, but as for the purpose of making a move at this time, it was hard to say. Or was it Wood's chess piece? It doesn't matter, anyway, the one who has a headache is not me, Marquis Yoakum thought. Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind. At this moment, the big shots representing the various forces of Erewhon had arrived one after another. Luxurious carriages stopped one after another in the forest outside the manor. First was Duke Cypher's carriage. As the Queen's brother and the uncle of the future king, Duke Cypher would naturally side with the North group. Following closely behind was Marquis Balta. Marquis Balta came from the Sword Castle. This family had long controlled the White Lion Legion for the Covardo royal family. The enemy of the White Lion Legion was the Cruz Empire, but it was hard to say who the enemy of the Sword Castle family was. Marquis Yoakum was surprised, but the next carriage startled him slightly. This dark carriage was like a ghost that slid into the forest. The emblem on the carriage was so unfamiliar. On the crimson background was a broken sword that seemed to remind the world of its unique pride. Marquis Yoakum hesitated for a few seconds before he reacted. The Yenbao family, a lonely soul that drifted away from the noble circle of Erewhon, had actually come to Ampere Seal. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not only the Marquis, but the entire hall of the manor quieted down, just like when Erek and Her Royal Highness had arrived together. Perhaps not many people knew what the Yenbao family meant to Erewhon, but in terms of the degree of mystery, this family might be ranked in the top 3 in this ancient kingdom. The last time Count Yenbao met the king of Erewhon was 30 years ago. There seemed to be some kind of tacit agreement between the kingdom and this ancient family, which allowed the king of this land to ignore one of his subordinates. Even Brando did not know the reason for this, because this secret was also lost in another period of history with the fall of Erewhon. But this did not prevent him from sitting in this mysterious carriage with a clear conscience. In contrast, the count or countess, who was sitting opposite Brando, was slightly nervous. Dilfrey had never had the experience of sharing a carriage with a strange man in her life. Usually, it was the female knight, Nia, who accompanied her, but today Brando was playing the role of her aide and vassal. It was natural for an aide to share a carriage with the lord. When the carriage stopped, Brando lifted the curtain and looked out. He saw the royal carriage and Erek's carriage parked in the most eye-catching position, as well as Freya and Maynard beside the carriage. The future goddess of war was actually dozing off. Brando could not help but feel a little funny, but his heart was warm. Everything familiar with the past was still there, and Erewhon had not completely slipped into the abyss of destruction. Everything seemed to be turning around. Sometimes he was really worried that this was just an unreal dream. But only when he saw Freya's face, which still had some of the youthful face of a young girl from Bucci, the face that belonged to the future goddess of war, did he feel that everything had become real again, as if he could touch it with his hands. Then he withdrew his gaze. At this time, the knight outside the carriage had already opened the door. The one who opened the door was Nia, and the female knight glared at him unhappily. Brando did not care. He got out of the carriage first, and then extended his hand to the countess. Dilfrey hesitated for a moment, then took his hand and jumped out of the carriage. As soon as the two got out of the carriage, they attracted a lot of attention. Of course, Brando did not think that these gazes were directed at him. In fact, they were. Everyone in the manor was surprised by Dilfrey's age. She was wearing a countess robe, and the 3 silver lines on the fur robe proved her identity. Yenbao had a new heir. But among all the people present, at least one gaze fell on Brando. "It's you!" Devard, the eagle of the Highlanders, who had been silent all this time, suddenly let out a roar. The roar was so loud that it made people wonder if it was made by the thin body of the swordsman. The roar penetrated the hall of the manor, and even the floor shook as if it reflected the anger of the owner of the voice. Everyone was startled. Dilfrey was no exception. She had already thought that Brando and the others were here to cause trouble, but she did not expect that trouble would come knocking on her door as soon as she got out of the carriage. This was not what they had agreed on. The countess could not help but frown and look at Brando with a questioning look. The focus of her gaze had now shifted from the countess to Brando, but Brando only felt a little embarrassed. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that this guy would come with him even though he was injured. Note 1. Kurt is the hometown of Grafine, in the province of Corcova. P.S. Miss, I was wrong again. 55555. We had originally agreed on 2 chapters, but the editor of Qijian had something to do with me today, so I filled in some forms and delayed it. Leave it for tomorrow, I will hurry up when I come back tonight. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 549. Brando raised his head and showed the most charming smile to the people present. Even the harshest etiquette officer could not find any fault with this aristocratic smile. In terms of hypocrisy, he could be said to be the model of all the nobles in Erewhon. This was his only response to Devard. He was not afraid that Devard or Erek would find trouble with him here. He had defeated Devard in a fair duel. At the time of the duel, there were at least 3 famous witnesses, including Marquis Yoakum. He could be praised for being merciful by not killing Devard at that time. Those who could make it to this venue were not stupid. Everyone immediately reacted. "It's him! He cut off Devard's hand with a sword. The hall was in an uproar. So young. How is it possible? Martha above, I have heard in my early years that the Highlander's eagle has the strength of elemental awakening. This young man can defeat Devard? It can't be. He is not even 20 years old. The guests were discussing. The whispers were like a whirlwind that quickly spread among the crowd. The emotions of surprise spread, and even the noble Princess Griffine could not help but cast a surprised glance at Brando. Grand Duke Arek raised his eyebrows and did not hide the gloominess between his eyes. On the other hand, Duke Cypher's fox-like face showed a playful smile. Devard's face was as gloomy as a lead sheet. He was just speechless for a moment when he saw the enemy he had been searching for appear here, but he had forgotten the situation he was in. As the loser of the duel, his private revenge here would only make him a laughingstock in the noble circle. The key was that Grand Duke Arek absolutely would not allow him to lose face. That's right, I also heard that Archbishop Wood personally baptized him. When the Highlander's eagle clenched the hilt of his sword, someone dropped a heavy bomb in the crowd. This dose of medicine was even more shocking than the first dose, and the hall fell silent. The person who spoke was a gentleman. He was stunned to find that the hall had quieted down as soon as he spoke. How many years had it been since the Archbishop of Ampere Seal personally baptized someone? What kind of honor was that? The last baptized person was no longer alive, but there was still this person's son in the hall. The eldest son of the Count of Grey Mountain could not help but take a step forward. The last time the Archbishop made an exception, it was the Holy Cathedral of Fire that compromised with the king. What was the reason this time? Baptism. Could it be that he is already a knight of the temple? After a long while, someone shouted in disbelief. Brendel was slightly taken aback. Even in his dreams, he did not expect these nosy guests to guess in this direction. The Holy Sanctum had 2 honorary titles. The title of Knight of the Holy Sanctum was only given to those who had contributed to the Holy Sanctum and had reached the elemental realm. However, Brando was a Knight of the Templar. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between the Templar and the Templar, the difference in strength was huge. That's right. Without the strength of a Temple Knight, how could he defeat Devard? Exactly. Almost everyone agreed with this outrageous guess. The development of the matter was like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. Even the Countess looked at him with some surprise, and there was even some disbelief in her eyes. You are the mysterious swordsman who defeated Devard in 1 move? Wait, what's with this defeated Devard in 1 move? Where did such a ridiculous rumor come from? Brando obviously underestimated the power of rumors. In fact, from the day the rumor came out, it became him nailing Devard to the wall of Anderla with 1 sword and punching a hole in this historical monument. The world loved bizarre stories, but he did not expect to become the main character of the story. He quickly gave Dilfrey a look, in case the young lady screwed up her act. Now everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. Everyone present was smart, especially the few priests of the Holy Sanctum. As long as there was a slight difference, they might be able to see through it. However, Dilfrey was also caught off guard by Brando's identity. She could not help but ask softly, "What do we do now?" "Of course we just walk in like this. Don't worry, just treat me as your retainer and aide." Brando grinned. "I can't afford to have such a powerful retainer like you." The Countess rolled her eyes at him. Brando suddenly wailed in his heart. "Young lady, you are now playing the role of a man. Can't you have some self-discipline as an actor?" However, he kept his mouth shut and only smiled helplessly. The 2 of them slowly walked into the hall, attracting almost everyone's attention. The attendants followed behind them. Naya and Ronan were among them, as well as the Shire in disguise. The 3 of them were gold rankers and could not hide from the eyes of most of the masters present. The powerful strength of the Yenbao family immediately caused a round of discussion. However, the focus of the discussion this time was whether it was a blessing or a curse for this mysterious and powerful family to return to Erwin's circle of nobles. "I didn't expect them to be from the Yenbao family." Marquis Yoakum watched Brando and Dilfrey's figures disappear under the railing with a thoughtful look. No wonder he could not find out their origin. He suddenly connected the dots in his heart. The Yenbao family was outside the influence of Erwin's nobles. It was a secret to most people, but as a member of Erwin's royal family, he had heard some rumors about this mysterious family. Back then, Erewhon and Cruz were at odds with each other. Under the leadership of King Eric, they fought for decades. The Holy Cathedral of Wind and the Holy Cathedral of Fire were involved one after another, and then it turned into a great war. The result of the war was unexpected, but it was also remembered by Erewhon's people for generations. Erewhon existed because of the compromise between the two holy cathedrals. The Holy Cathedral sealed the secret, and then Yanbao became a buffer zone between the Empire and Erewhon. The successor of Yanbao was never Erewhon's, nor was it Cruz's. This neutral person was only favored and conferred by the two holy cathedrals. Even Marquis Yoakum did not know the reason for this, but it did not prevent him from guessing. The Holy Cathedral did make a move. Marquis Yoakum instantly connected the conferment of Brando with the whole thing and came to a wrong inference. However, he did not realize that he had walked into a dead end. Instead, he thought that he had grasped the context of the whole thing. The Marquis thought of another person and could not help but show a smug smile. He knocked on the railing and said to his attendants, "Let's go down and meet this count." "My lord?" "I heard his men call him lord that day. If I'm not wrong, he must be the real successor of the Egret family." Marquis Yoakum smiled. "He must not have thought that I would be here. I really want to see his expression when he sees me." Although Marquis Yoakum had always been known for being unruly in the noble circle, his men still felt a little confused at the moment. Their master actually just wanted to see the other party's expression, and rashly offended a mysterious and powerful family. Moreover, he knew that the other party might be the mysterious lord. What kind of spirit was this? However, to Marquis Yoakum's disappointment, Brando did not show any surprise when he saw him. It was as if he had expected. In fact, he already knew that he was here. Brando faced his outstretched hand and said an old saying of the Nine Phoenix people: "No discord, no concord, Marquis Yoakum." Fortunately, although Marquis Yoakum was unruly, he was still the successor of the Cavardo family and had always been knowledgeable. He was stunned for a moment before he understood the meaning of the sentence, and then he smiled. "The Count is really a wonderful person." Brando corrected him with a serious face. "No, you're mistaken. This is my lord." He led Dilfrey to the front, and the Countess blushed a little because Brando pulled her hand. She secretly clenched her teeth, thinking that she had to teach this self-righteous guy a lesson. But after thinking about it, she felt somewhat discouraged, because she couldn't think of any way to teach a temple knight a lesson. No wonder he was not afraid of me exposing him. He is in cahoots with the Holy Cathedral. Dilfrey was glad that she did not act rashly. Marquis Yoakum did not expect Brando to play it down and not admit it at all. In fact, Brando could not admit it because he had no relationship with the Yanbao family. However, Marquis Yoakum did not think so. He looked at the Countess, whose face kept changing, and his heart further confirmed his guess. But even so, he still smiled and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Count." He was very different from when he was in the Holy Cathedral. It was a pity that the Countess was thinking about her own things and did not even know how to answer. After Marquis Yoakum, the nobles came up one by one to meet the mysterious and ancient heir of the family. Of course, most of them just greeted him casually. However, to Brando's surprise, even Duke Arek and Duke Cypher came up to greet him. He could not help but think that this mysterious family was really charming. Martha above, these two Grand Dukes almost represented the pinnacle of power in Erewhon. It was reasonable to say that they could ignore a special count and maintain their nobility. But what really made Brando's heart beat faster was that he saw the royal faction coming over. But that was not the point. The point was that the ministers of the royal faction were surrounding the jewel of the kingdom's crown, Princess Griffine. Damn it! Brando's heart suddenly beat faster. Her Royal Highness used to be the spiritual pillar of all Erewhon players. This kind of worship and fanaticism even exceeded the reverence for the Valkyrie. Because Her Royal Highness was the one who had always inherited the will of Erewhon. It could be said that without her, there would be no new Erewhon in the future. Although history had already passed, that meaningful memory would always be eternal. In the Amber Sword, Brando had only seen Her Royal Highness a few times in public places. He was a player and always had the perspective of a bystander, but he still remembered the scene of the tsunami of cheers. It could be said that every Erewhon player had a special feeling for the princess, and he was no exception. Brando's trip was to meet the princess, but he did not expect it to come so soon. I'm not ready yet. Brando could not help but want to wipe the sweat off his forehead, if there was any. Princess Griffine was approaching. The whole of the manor had never been as quiet as it was now. This strange silence finally made Freya, who was dozing off by the carriage, feel that something was wrong. She shook her head and blinked her eyes to wake up. "You're awake." Maynard turned her head. The female knight's dark eyes had a rare kind of warmth. She smiled tolerantly. "Ah, I'm sorry." Freya was startled. "I accidentally—" "Don't worry," Maynard replied. "You'll get tired if you're too nervous. You'll get used to it." Even so. Freya looked depressed. She frowned, ran her hand through her long brown ponytail, and then buried her head to check her sword. "I'll be careful, senior." Maynard nodded and then looked at the manor. "What happened?" Freya could not help but ask. "The young count from last night. They're here too?" Freya could not help but look up curiously, but her eyes immediately widened. "Ah, boo, boo, boo." She trembled as she pointed at Brendel. She could not believe her eyes. The face that she had seen countless times in her dreams appeared so clearly in front of her at this moment. She almost thought that she was still in a dream. Maynard immediately sensed that something was wrong. She turned her head and frowned. "Do you recognize who it is?" "Ah, no." Freya did not know how to answer. It was too much. She felt that Brando was too despicable. Whether it was in Bucci, Fortress Reden, or this time, he always caused trouble for her. How should she answer? Should she tell Maynard that it was Brando? It was a pity that she could not even confirm whether it was Brando or not. She only felt a flash of light in her head. She suddenly remembered that the two sneaky fellows she saw last night were Brando and the Shire. So that's why. The future Valkyrie's expression kept changing, but with Maynard's keen senses, she could already smell that something was amiss. She suddenly woke up and asked, "Is it the two people from last night? You recognize them? Aren't they from the Yenbao family?" "Ah." Freya stared at Maynard. She did not say anything. The knight captain had already gotten the answer from Freya's reaction. She immediately held her sword and whispered to everyone, "There's something wrong with those people. Follow me and protect the princess." Wait. Freya's heart was in a mess as she looked at the scene. How did things turn out like this? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 550. Maynard and her knight were at each other's throats, but no one in the hall noticed. The Princess of Erewhon had arrived in front of the Countess and smiled at Dilferi. The latter looked at the most beautiful Princess of Erewhon with a slight frown and a slight nod, but no one noticed the slight loneliness hidden in her eyes. Princess Griffine and Dilferi obviously knew each other, and there was a small whisper in the hall. Yenbao was a family as ancient as the royal family of Cavardo, and the history of both families had lasted from the birth of the kingdom to the present day. It was not surprising that its members knew the heir of the royal family. It was rumored that the royal family maintained a mysterious relationship with some ancient traditional families, and now it was confirmed. Her Royal Highness's actions immediately attracted the attention of several powerful figures present. Only Marquis Joachim looked at this scene with a smile that did not look like a smile. He stood at the side, raised his wine glass filled with blood-like liquid, and said softly, "Viruisat." But at this time, the commotion outside the manor finally reached his ears. He had been standing alone by the window after greeting Brendel earlier, so he was the first to notice the commotion outside. He turned around and saw the movements of the royal knights, and his expression changed drastically. Griffine turned her gaze to Brendel. "Looks like Yenbao's former glory can be further enhanced. I'm really envious of your luck. Also, Dilferi." "Oh, Dilferi, is this your knight? Why didn't I see him last time?" Her silver eyes had a trace of envy and regret, but her voice was calm and full of sincere blessings. Everyone present knew why the princess had said that. A young man who entered the Gold Realm at the age of 20 could be regarded as an elemental awakener, because such a genius would eventually reach that level. And an elemental awakener was a powerful existence that could change the balance of power in any country. The royal family of Cavardo originally had more power than many nobles under the rule of the dynasty, but after the separation of the north and south, Griffine knew very well that the power in her hands was not necessarily more than that of the dukes. In fact, if Buga the Cross had not joined, her situation would have been even worse. But Buga did not serve the royal family, and the Princess of Erewhon knew this better than anyone else. She looked at Brando, and for a moment, she could not help but feel sad and jealous. Why was God always unwilling to bless the royal family of Cavardo, even at a time when the dynasty was on the verge of collapse? She could sacrifice everything, including her life and her body, for the future of this country and her brother's future. Gods will even disdain? But Dilfri's face darkened, she nodded. Because of that, she did not see him. Brendel could not help but look at the Countess. He probably did not expect her to lie without batting an eyelid. I see. Griffin seemed to have noticed something. She looked up and squinted her eyes at Brando. I don't know why, but even though I have never seen you before, I feel that you look very familiar. That's strange. Brando immediately felt two sharp gazes on him, and his body tensed up. But when he followed the gaze, he saw Makarov and Fleetwood standing behind the princess. The two sly old foxes obviously recognized him. But Brando was not nervous. Instead, he relaxed. He did not put on any makeup today because he wanted Makarov and Fleetwood to create an opportunity for him to meet the princess. Brando knew that neither Cypher nor Cavardo would give up on the Lionheart. When he triggered the Divine Relics reaction, Fleetwood and Makarov were there. He believed that Fleetwood would be able to tell that the reaction had something to do with the Lionheart. In fact, when Erewhon's envoy appeared at the Green Tower, it meant that Oberg VII was aware of it. As his only beloved daughter, Brando did not believe that Princess Griffin did not know anything about it. Now that the person involved was right in front of them, he believed that the royal faction would make a move. However, Brando did not know that the Lionheart had already appeared in the world and was in Freya's hands. Otherwise, he would not have thought of such an idea. It was just that the royal faction had sealed off the news too well, and not many people knew about the Lionheart. Freya's performance at the Knights' Conference had attracted attention instead of the sword in her hands. It was because of these reasons that Brando had misunderstood her today. Brando did not intend to answer the princess question. He was now playing the role of Dilfri's retainer. Although the princess question was directed at him, he did not have the right to speak here. He looked at Dilfri, and the latter replied awkwardly, Your Highness, Griffin smiled. Dilfri, are you worried that I will steal your man? Of course not. In fact, the Countess did not know that House Yenbao and House Cavardo had a close relationship. This was one of the biggest secrets of the royal family. She had known Griffin since she was young, and she knew how competitive the princess was. However, if Brando was really her subordinate, she would not be at ease with this sister of hers. But since she knew that Brando had no relationship with her, she did not say anything. At this time, a slender figure parted the crowd and came in front of the princess. Brando saw that it was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit. His face was slightly long and his eyes were sharp. He must have a high status to be able to come in and out of this place. But what made him feel strange was that the man looked familiar, so he could not help but take a second look. His attention attracted the man's attention. Oberwei turned his head and was slightly startled. Brando did not recognize him, but he recognized Brando. He was the wolf knight Oberwei that Brando had met once in Fortress Rieden. He had also praised Brando's talent in front of Griffin, but he could not help but be stunned when he saw Brando here today. Why is this guy here? The noble who was known for his shrewdness frowned. The first thing that came to his mind was Brando's identity as a knight of the Highland. Lord Oberwei, what happened? The princess noticed Oberwei's expression and couldn't help but remind him. The wolf knight looked deeply at Brando. A wolf would always remember its prey. Oberwei's gaze made Brando frown. He did not know where he had met this guy before, but he obviously recognized him. But he still wanted to confirm, but Oberwei had already turned his head. Brando only saw him give the princess a look. Something has happened outside. Ask everyone to leave. Oberwei's voice was not loud, but it unexpectedly covered the whispers in the hall. Everyone quieted down. What happened? Griffin's beautiful eyebrows knitted together. This was the territory of the Holy Cathedral. If something happened, it would not be a small matter. There are heretics outside. Oberwei replied. Heretics? With a boom, the whole hall seemed to be ignited. The Holy Cathedral of Fire was not xenophobic. Other than the 5 holy cathedrals that did not interfere with each other, Some small sects or mystical cults were mostly allowed to spread between various countries. But the 5 holy cathedrals only mentioned one heretic, and that was the cultists who followed the Twilight or the Dark Dragon. Regardless of how the cultists appeared in the central area under the jurisdiction of the Holy Cathedral, it was rumored that the cultists were mostly cruel, evil, and crazy. Of course, most of the nobles present were unwilling to be buried with these lunatics. So for a moment, some noblewomen even screamed. Not to mention these ordinary nobles, even Griffine and Brando could not help but be shocked. Erwin's princess was shocked that the cultists had sneaked into the hall, but Brando was shocked that such a thing had never happened in history. So in comparison, the latter was more shocked. What is going on? Griffine saw that the monks of the Holy Cathedral had begun to maintain order. Several of them were at the center of the hall. Even if they wanted to look outside, they could not see the situation outside the manor. She was very clear about this, so she asked directly. But this time, the usually shrewd lone wolf shook his head. In fact, even Maynard, who first discovered the cultists, did not know what was going on. Initially, she deduced from Freya's information that Brando and the rest were harboring evil intentions toward the princess. So she immediately ordered her knights to prepare to protect the royal faction in the hall. But she did not expect that the moment she gave the order, the entire manor would be in chaos as soon as the knights drew their swords. The cultists seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They had disguised themselves as all kinds of people. Some were the attendants of the nobles, and some were even the guards of the manor. When they saw the knights of the princess draw their swords, they immediately drew their swords as well. Then, as if premeditated, they split into 2 groups. One group charged at the knights of the royal family, while the other group charged straight into the manor. The guards in charge of the manor did not expect the guards brought by the nobles to be enemies, so they suffered heavy casualties as soon as they met. When this happened, everyone could not help but be shocked. Only Maynard was certain that Brendel's plan had been exposed, and she was desperate. She was a qualified soldier, and at this moment, she did not panic at all. She immediately drew her long sword and ordered everyone around her, "Don't tangle with these people. Their target is the nobles in the hall. All knights, listen up, immediately open a path and follow me." After that, she stabbed her sword into the heart of one of the cultists who pounced on her. Then, she pulled her sword back without a trace of blood on it. Her movements were so fast that the people around her did not even have time to see it clearly. At this moment, there were quite a number of noble guards present. They were just momentarily stunned by the scene in front of them. When they heard such a calm and firm command coming from the hall, they immediately reacted and pulled out their weapons to attack. It wasn't that Maynard could command these guards with the prestige of the royal family, but it was entirely because most of the nobles who were able to participate in a Rex conference were of extraordinary status. Even if one of the nobles in the hall was injured, it was a price that the servants couldn't afford to pay. After all, the cultists who stayed outside were in the minority. As more and more noble guards joined the battle, the temporary line of defense that they had built at the periphery suddenly opened up a few long gaps. But the noble guards were not happy at all. These cultists lived up to their reputation of being fierce. They would often fight back at the last moment, but not one of them fled. When they thought of how many of these fierce people had killed their way into the manor, everyone present could not help but feel depressed. Due to the strength of the Holy Cathedral, the nobles were ordered to leave most of the guards outside the manor. Now that the accident had happened, everyone present could not help but curse the Holy Cathedral of Fire's despicable actions. Maynard was no exception. She frowned. Although Fleetwood was by the side of the princess, a wizard was still inferior to a warrior in close combat. Especially when the young man was a gold ranker, or even had the strength of an elemental awakener. If he was close enough to the princess, Fleetwood would not be able to stop him in time. Maynard's hand gripped her long sword, and even her knuckles turned white. She just had to wait for the royal knight to break through the cultist's direction, and immediately attack the manor. The black-haired female knight could not help but look around anxiously. At this time, she found Freya in a daze. Freya! Maynard seemed to have found a place to vent her anger. She was one of the few people in the royal faction who knew the true identity of the girl from Wuxia. Scepter of Fire, Everton was one of the true pride of the royal faction. It could be said that without Everton, the royal faction would not exist today. As for Everton's only blood relative, Maynard's feelings were somewhat complicated. Freya was not always able to satisfy her. Even though she admired her hard work, But being overcautious and hesitant was not a quality that a general should have. How could such a person bear the honor of scepter of fire? Moreover, there was also that dream. Maynard shook her head and tossed her nervous thoughts out of her head. She looked at Freya sternly, and the latter seemed to have just reacted to the situation. You would have died 10,000 times if you were to be in a daze on the battlefield. Her tone could not help but become colder. I'm sorry, Senior Maynard, Freya was startled and quickly replied. I was distracted by something else. Your explanation better be convincing. Maynard replied. Duke Rex guards. Freya frowned as she looked at the side of the carriage and whispered. Senior Maynard, although they are attacking, but they are scattered around the carriage. It is clearly more of a defensive orientation than what we learned in the tactical class. This is the basics of the basics of the basics in Erwin's infantry drill manual. Duke Rex guards should be soldiers, they should know this, right? Maynard's eyes brightened slightly. She could hear the hidden meaning in Freya's words and immediately reacted. It was impossible for so many cultists to appear in the area controlled by the Holy Cathedral, especially when these cultists had infiltrated the guards. They must have made a deal with someone powerful behind them. The guards of nobles were not so easily replaced, and there was a strong stench of conspiracy behind this. Be careful of them, Maynard replied coldly, but she was frowning inwardly. Her Royal Highness was negotiating with Duke Arek, and what was the other party's intention with this move? Or was he trying to frame her? She did not say anything when she thought of this, but she did not know that Freya, who was beside her, was greatly relieved. This young girl from the countryside of Bucci was overjoyed, thinking that Brando would not harm her Royal Highness after all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 551. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the arched windows shattered like butterflies. The cultists swarmed into the hall. Some of them were wearing the robes of monk soldiers, while others were wearing the clothes of the nobles. Their faces were cold as steel, and the swords in their hands glinted coldly. 200 years ago, during the Age of Glory, the nobles of Aween had followed King Eric through fire and water, and all of them were skilled in archery and horse riding. But now, most of the nobles in the kingdom were living like a drunken stupor. Facing such a vicious person, they were like a collapsing wall that retreated, and for a moment, screams and roars of fear filled the air. Among the crowd, only the princess and her entourage stood firm, like a reef in the ebbing tide. The nobles still remembered the majesty of the royal family. Even if they wanted to retreat, they still avoided Princess Griffine. Arek and the other archdukes were in a similar situation, but because of this, they were particularly eye-catching in the hall. The cultists were like tigers in a flock of sheep, cutting a path through the crowd with their swords. It was as if they were cutting off thorns instead of human limbs. Blood flowed like a river, and the screams of fear finally turned into mournful howls. Griffine's face was as cold as steel. No matter what, everyone present was once her father's subjects. Now that they were dead under the swords of these cultists, she was angry at the Holy Cathedral for not doing anything. On the other hand, she gently held the hand of Wolf Knight beside her. Ober Wei. Your Highness. The great Taoist master of the palace raised his snow-white eyebrows and shouted before she could. I know what order you want to give, but please take back your order and quickly hide in a safe place. It's not good to stay here for long. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Cathedral. The Archbishop will naturally give us an explanation. We don't have to overstep our boundaries. The kingdom's subjects are bleeding and sacrificing their lives. Since when did crews have the right to interfere in Erwin's internal affairs? Princess Griffine turned her head and asked coldly. At this moment, her aura was like an unsheathed sword. Her aura was so oppressive that Makarov, who was about to speak, stopped talking. Slyfox's face instantly changed. He couldn't help but muse to himself that this princess truly lived up to her reputation. Just by looking at her outward appearance, one would often be fooled by her soft, gentle side. Lord Oberway, separate the crowd. Griffine's expression did not change. She took the sword from her guard's hand and tied up her long silver hair with one hand. Her movements were neat and tidy. The nobles were eager to make way, but once they did, the ferocious cultists behind them would be exposed. Makarov, who was unarmed, couldn't help but realize that the cultists were at least at the pinnacle of silver rank, and a few of them were even at the gold rank. However, it was unrealistic to retreat now. Erwin's cunning fox reacted quickly and immediately roared, "Oberwei, take the princess away. Leave this to us." Before he could finish his words, a pitch-black, slender, and broad-bladed long sword entered his sight. "Ah, where did you get that sword from?" Everyone was shocked when they saw Brando pull out a sword that was half a man's height from under his cloak. Even Fleetwood, Oberwei, and Makarov were not allowed to carry weapons. Yet, this guy was able to pull out such a weapon without batting an eyelid. They couldn't help but curse the security of the Holy Cathedral. Of course, they were wrong about the Holy Cathedral. Brando had inherited the dimensional space from Dark Bishop Amon. Let alone a small Halran Gaia, he could even fit a ballista into it. Brando couldn't be bothered with them. There was a familiar scent in the air. He subconsciously stood in front of Griffin and swung his sword forward. Everyone was stunned. Brando's attack was clearly aimed at the air, but before they could react, a thin metallic sound pierced through the air. The space in front of Brando suddenly distorted and turned into an assassin wearing a grey robe and holding a long sword. The assassin was also stunned. He didn't understand how he was discovered. Invisibility. Makarov's expression changed. Fleetwood remained silent. It was obvious that this wasn't an invisibility spell, but some kind of special ability. As an archmage who had stepped into the realm of elemental mastery, he had a number of detection spells. A mere invisibility spell was not enough to fool his eyes. But just now, even he didn't notice the assassin's existence. But how did this guy find out? He looked at Brando, his deep eyes filled with doubt. Of course, Brando wouldn't say that he had dealt with the assassins of the cross before. He frowned because these assassins weren't cultists, but special forces produced by a duchy near Erewhon. That duchy was Cruz's vassal state. If there was anyone here who could mobilize these assassins, the biggest suspect would be the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But at the same time, his hands didn't slow down. He used both hands to deflect the assassin's weapon and swung downwards without any fancy moves. This kind of fighting style was very different from normal swordsmanship. The assassin obviously didn't expect Brando's swordsmanship to be so lacking in beauty. He didn't even have time to raise his sword and was cut in half. With a loud crash, blood and organs splattered all over the ground. The assassin's long sword also fell to the ground. It was only then that the crowd reacted. Oberwei stared at Brando with sparkling eyes, while Makarov and Fleetwood gasped at the same time. They had more or less seen the improved military swordsmanship from Maynard and Freya, but it was the first time they saw such a sharp and direct swordsmanship. "You are Brando, the Brando of Tonagel, right?" Her Royal Highness was extremely intelligent. She had already seen the characteristics of Halran Gaia in Brendel's hand, and now that she saw his swordsmanship, she immediately frowned and asked. Brando was stunned and turned to look at the future ruler of Erewhon. Griffin's beautiful face had some kind of expectation. Thinking about the future of the princess, his heart softened and he nodded. The half-elf girl was stunned for a moment. In her letter, the knight had jokingly said that he would come to Ampere Seal to protect her. She thought that it was just a compliment, but she did not expect that the knight she had never met before would actually come. "I didn't expect you to really come. Of course, I'm a man of my word." Brando turned to face the assassin and replied. "Then are you here for me?" Princess Griffin asked softly. There was nothing to be shy about. A knight fighting for a beautiful princess was the most romantic thing in the world. Whether it was Erewhon or Cruz, commoners or nobles, this was a legendary story that everyone loved to talk about. Besides, Griffin had never doubted her charm. However, Makarov and Fleetwood frowned behind her back. "Maybe that's the reason." Brando hesitated for a moment, but did not hide it. "But this time I'm here for Erewhon." "For Erewhon?" Griffin was stunned. "I don't believe anyone else," Brando raised his sword and replied, "can pick up the flag of the late King Eric because it's too glorious. How can a person who hides in filth tolerate it?" The half-elf princess smiled and could not help but nod. Her eyes lit up. "We'll talk about it later." Brando looked straight ahead, his expression unchanged. Multiple cultists were rushing in through the gap in the crowd. At this time, he had already noticed that there were fewer cultists attacking Duke Cypher and Arek from other directions. More than half of the cultists that rushed into the hall were coming straight for them. Brando knew exactly what was going on. He could not help but sneer. Luckily he was here. If he was not, the future princess regent might really be in danger. Everyone knew that a royal mage's strength was weaker than a warrior's when they were not prepared. Makarov and Fleetwood were obviously not a match for these assassins with their bare hands. The enemy must have predicted that the princess would stay behind, and with today's situation, this was clearly an assassination that had been planned for a long time. Brendel's brows furrowed, and he even suspected Archbishop would as well. Brando only knew that this did not happen in the Ampere Seal Conference in history. History had changed, but he had no idea where it came from. However, he was not nervous. These cultists wanted to win with numbers, but they did not know that he was not afraid of group battles. Thinking of this, he looked at Duke Cypher and Duke Arek who were not far away. Although he did not know what was going on, it seemed that these two guys were the masterminds. Brando smiled disdainfully. Since you want to play, I'll give you a gift. At this time, there were already 8 gold rankers among the cultists. This number was quite impressive in Erwin's eyes. It was almost equal to half of the forces fighting for the throne. Including Oberwei, no one believed that they could win. Even if Brando was included, the princess only had 3 gold rankers. Brando, can you buy me some time? I can summon those things from that night. At this time, the countess pulled Brando's sleeve and whispered. Brando looked at the pale Dilferi and suddenly felt a little apologetic. If you summon those things, the Holy Cathedral will find trouble with you. It's okay, I can still summon some other creatures. Dilferi replied softly. If I don't summon them, we will all die here. It's a pity that I don't have a wand. Fleetwood could not help but feel annoyed. Otherwise it would be too easy to deal with these guys. But it's the same now. If you can buy me a few minutes, I can easily take care of them all. The old man could not help but secretly blame the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If it were not for the Holy Cathedral's reputation, he would not be in such a sorry state even if he did not have a wand. A few minutes is impossible. Makarov shook his head. Unless you have a weapon. He looked at Brando. Just when Brando thought that this guy was going to betray him again, the cunning fox that Erwin used to be sighed and asked, Brando, how is Scarlet? She's fine. She came this time. Brando was stunned for a moment before answering. You shouldn't have brought her here. Makarov shook his head. Forget it. I have no right to lecture you. Although we only met once, I'll leave the princess to you. Please send the princess and the countess out safely. Leave this place to me. Brando was stunned for a moment, but he suddenly understood. Makarov had his eyes on his talent. He obviously had a good impression of the royal faction, and he was also a genius who reached the Gold Realm before the age of 20. The cunning fox thought highly of his future potential and the power behind him, so he was willing to sacrifice himself to send him away. Brando did not doubt that if his talent was average, Makarov would not hesitate to use him as a scapegoat. But even so, Makarov's actions still touched him. No matter what, people with perseverance were worthy of respect. There were no cowards in the royal faction. For some reason, Brando felt like he had returned to the days when he and his friends fought side by side for Erwin. He felt his blood boiling as he smiled. Actually, you don't have to do this, Mr. Cunning Fox. Ha! Makarov was stunned. He turned around and saw 2 doors of light open beside Brando. Andrik, Mephistopheles, kill these guys. Brando swung Halran Gaia forward, and a transparent ripple appeared in the air. It was the power of elemental energy. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Reaching the gold rank and touching the wall of elemental energy were 2 different concepts. In this world, only those with great talent had the opportunity to touch the elemental energy. Some people could reach the peak of the gold rank for their entire lives, but they could not even touch the slightest bit of elemental energy. However, Brando was clearly one of the few who could do it. At the same time, 2 silver figures stepped out from the door of light. The situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 552. Chaig walked through the broken window with his arms around his waist. Together with him, 7 pairs of iron-soled riding boots stepped on the broken glass and entered the hall. The 8 of them stood up and drew their swords at the same time. The hall was a mess. Corpses were scattered all over the place, and blood flowed like a river. The cultists were everywhere, but the bodyguards of the important figures had already stabilized themselves. Among them, the princess and her entourage were particularly eye-catching. The young man beside Count Yenbao held a great sword in his hand. Chaig's gaze locked onto him. He squinted his remaining eye, and the muscles on his face twitched. Chaig had been famous among the mercenaries for a long time, but he was known for his ferocity. He turned around and saw that most of the other 7 people were similar to him. Regardless of background or strength, the strength of a gold ranker was enough to shock anyone. Everyone nodded silently. Since they had already come here, there was only one possibility left in their hearts. There was no turning back. The 8 high-ranking warriors took a step forward, and an invisible aura hit them in the face. The bodyguards beside the dukes were stunned. They stopped and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Although there were no less than 20 gold rankers under any of the powerful figures present, most of the gold rankers were talents who could hold their own. The dukes ruled over vast territories, and their gold rankers rarely gathered together. At this moment, Griffin seemed to have noticed something. She turned around and saw Duke Cypher smiling. His bodyguards had already stopped fighting. Duke Arek's face was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in his deep, indifferent eyes. One of his hands was habitually pressed on the hilt of his sword, as if there was only air in front of him. The other nobles were scared out of their wits. Marquis Balta of the Sword Castle seemed a little nervous. He could not help but lower his head when his eyes met with the beautiful half-elf girls. Suddenly, Griffin understood. Vero, Karsuk, Count Grey Mountain, and Count Vitokin had not appeared at the meeting. Their attitude was obvious. Griffin clenched her teeth, lowered her eyelids, and moved. When she raised her head again, Griffin coldly glanced at the only 2 priests from the Holy Cathedral. The head of the Holy Cathedral did not appear at all, and these 2 priests would not be able to bear any responsibility. Chaig frowned. There was no time to waste. He pointed at Fleetwood with bloodthirsty eyes and said, "That old man is a court mage. We can't let him finish his preparations." The 8 of them nodded at the same time and bent down to attack the royal faction. At this moment, the surrounding nobles finally realized that the target of these vicious people was the princess. At this moment, they no longer cared about the dignity of the royal family and quickly moved aside. At this moment, the flower of the royal family was no longer dazzling. The last of the colors on Aween's flag gradually faded away. The 8 famous experts simultaneously assumed an attacking posture. The atmosphere on the field changed, causing everyone's expression to change. However, the princess did not say a word. She did not say a word as she watched the scene coldly. She did not take a single step back. The unyielding strength that was nurtured in her bones seemed to have burst out at this moment, forming a towering banner. Even Brando could feel the hidden strength behind him. He sighed slightly. This was the belief in the glorious flag. When did the country of Erewhon and its nobles reach this step? There was no turning back. Brando raised his sword. "Haha, a genius." Chaig's eyes lit up. He only just realized that Brando had touched the elemental wall. Geniuses were all proud, and Chaig's greatest hobby was to stifle this pride. He could not help but laugh cruelly. Although Brando was strong, he was still slightly weaker than him. Furthermore, he believed that with his battle experience, these hotheads could not compare to him. Geniuses also needed time to cultivate, but they were often too young to have the time. Chaig licked his lips as if he had tasted the sweet taste of victory and blood that he had been longing for. It was like a bloody wine flowing down a throat that had been dry for a long time. The carefree taste was enough to make one's every pore tremble in excitement. Every sword strike of Chai Ji's was perfect. It was because of this that he could enjoy the battle to his heart's content. It was a stunning move. Even the most picky swordmaster would not be able to find a single flaw in it. Princess Griffin's expression changed when she saw this move. She was a famous swordswoman in the royal family, but after seeing the real battle, she realized how naive she was. She may have excellent swordsmanship, but only now did she understand why her swordsmanship teacher told her that she might need to experience 1 or 2 real battles to truly stand out. That was the reason. The antelope's antlers were untraceable. Griffin's lips moved, but she did not remind Brando, because that meant that she did not trust him. "Ah, be careful." Count Yenbao, who was standing at the side, called out softly. Griffin turned her head and glanced at her former close friend. She suddenly felt a little sad. As a member of the royal family, she was destined to have no freedom at all. This was the so-called responsibility of the royal family. Chaig's sword was already in front of Brando's eyes. The tip of the sword flashed with a cold light, bringing with it a cold aura of death. But Brando was expressionless. He was unmoved. He raised his sword and parried the sword with the most standard move in the textbook. So rigid? When the sound of metal clashing pierced through the air, it shook everyone's eardrums. But the first thing that came to everyone's mind was this. Everyone saw clearly that the young man beside Count Yenbao had used the most basic move of Erewhon's military swordsmanship. Raising the sword horizontally was the first thing that every soldier learned to protect themselves. But it was just the basics. It was like a clumsy instinctive reaction. In everyone's eyes, it was the worst response. Some people could not help but have the strange thought that this move was not worthy of Chaig's sword at all. But it did not matter. Anyone who knew a little about swordsmanship would understand that such a rigid response would at most force oneself into a dead end. A master swordsman's sword would never only have one move. Scared out of his wits? A trace of vigilance flashed in Chaig's remaining eye. Some people were called geniuses, so there must be a reason for them to be proud of them. Chaig was never careless, because his blind eye was used to prove this point. Brando's unexpected move, which looked like a desperate dog jumping over a wall, aroused a deep sense of vigilance in his heart. He felt his heart palpitate, and instinctively wanted to withdraw his sword and retreat. But it was too late. A sword suddenly appeared on his neck, and then it pierced through his neck. The dark blade tore through his flesh, and the scarlet liquid like a line cut through the air, and then turned into a bloody mist. The Halran Gaia broke his cervical vertebra, and let Chaig's last vision look around the hall. His unwilling gaze revealed the last thought of his glorious life. How can he be so fast? There were 2 Brando in the hall. Then they disappeared one by one. Only the young man and his raised sword were left. The blade was flat and smooth, as black as ink, and the blade was shining. The whole manor was dead silent, as if the world had stopped at this moment. It made people see double, but all the fantasies eventually turned into nothingness. The soft breathing in the crowd was like ripples. Divad the eagle widened his eyes. He would always remember the sword technique that cut off his arm. Ah! What sword technique is that? Brando retracted his sword and turned around. No one dared to look at him. The Moon Inheritance, the head of the 3 swords, returned to the world after thousands of years. With just one look, it made people remember its shining pride forever. There were only 7 people left, and with one face, the gold rank was destined to fall. Such a scene was destined to only happen in the terrible war decades ago, and hundreds and thousands of years later. Every war that shook people's hearts, the atmosphere of the fierce battle seemed to be directed at people's hearts. People's hearts were shaken. The 7 gold rank warriors felt a chill run down their spines. They did not know how many years they had not experienced this feeling. In their eyes, Brando had turned into an ancient beast, and had coldly bared his white teeth. The battle instincts accumulated over the years made them react. The 7 of them raised their swords, and the 7 of them took a step forward. Kill him. There was no one else in the hall. They knew that this was a life-and-death battle, and there was only a thin line between victory and defeat. The warriors united, and there was no longer a predetermined path on the battlefield. Brando turned his head, and the 3 of them went straight behind him. On the other side, the assassins formed a concentric circle on the battlefield. Brando could no longer see the figure behind him, and for some reason, Dilfrey could not help but clench her hands nervously. Those were clearly the bandits who threatened her. Be careful behind you. But the fate of victory and defeat tied them together, and Count Yenbao finally could not help but remind them. But the assassins might have forgotten that Brando was never alone. The light door had already opened. The snow-white slender hand grabbed the blade of his sword, and the magic sword seemed to be sucked into the metal, making a sad sound that made people's hearts ache. The Mephistopheles' eyes were shining with the light of battle. Your opponent is me. Don't be rude to my master. It was only in front of Brendel that the vampire trap would show his docile side, while his wild side was like a raging river of blood. The assassin's expression changed. He found that his sword had turned into a pile of scrap metal in the opponent's fair and weak hand. What kind of power was this? On the other side, the vampire princess did not say a word. As soon as she appeared, she used the blood as a sword, and the bright red liquid on the battlefield that was full of corpses and flowing into a river seemed to be given a new life. The girl's face was cold as she gently raised her hand. Like a blood-red rainbow, a splash of blood rose from the ground and gathered into a machete in her hand. One on the left and one on the right, a pair of wings spread out in the blood pool. With a dragon's roar, two blood-red dragons pulled out a huge body from the blood pool. They raised their heads and stared coldly at the pitiful insects under their feet, the three assassins. Brando bounced off the sword in front of him with a clang, and still had the time to look back and see this scene. He suddenly felt a little pity for the assassins who were fighting against Andrique. Andrique was an expert in blood magic, and these pitiful insects had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river, turning the hall into her territory. She was now at her peak, and Brando knew that he might not be able to win against her, let alone at this moment. As the saying goes, the sins of heaven can be forgiven, but the sins brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. But he still turned back and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you really think I can fight against 7 of you?" At this time, Oberwei, Makarov, and the female knight beside Dilfari finally reacted. Brando's performance was too shocking, and they had forgotten that they were still in a battle of life and death. With the addition of 5 gold rankers and Brando's terrifying strength, the situation on the battlefield finally changed. Mephistopheles dealt with his opponent first. His opponent was a strength-type swordsman, but unfortunately, humans were too weak compared to blood descendants in terms of strength. Not to mention, the speed of the vampire trap was enough to make him die 1,000 times over. After the Mephistopheles figured out his opponent's attack pattern, he directly closed in and pierced his opponent's heart with his sword. The next one to retreat was Brando. The reason why he delayed for a while was because he wanted to see through his opponent's swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted, so he had no choice but to use the 9 luminary sword art to kill his opponent in one clean blow. But among the 3 of them, the one who had the easiest time was the vampire princess. Andrique did not even have to do anything. Dozens of people, including more than 10 silver pinnacle experts, formed a blood dragon that suppressed the 2 assassins. After she threw a few negative black magic spells, the 2 assassins died with hatred in their hearts. Out of the remaining 3, the one who ended the battle the fastest was the Wolf Knight. It had to be said that Oberwei was a true swordsman. Although his opponent was weaker, his flawless swordsmanship allowed his opponent to understand the origin of his title, Lone Wolf. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Once he succeeded, he would retreat thousands of miles away without hesitation. He used a rapier, and his opponent almost died from excessive blood loss. After Oberwei's battle, the Knight Nia and Makarov's battle also came to an end. To Brando's surprise, the Knight Nia was a Templar knight just like him. Her skills as a knight were superb. She was wearing heavy armor, and once she activated her conflicting halo, the assassin could not even get close to her. When the Mephistopheles joined the battle, the assassin could only admit defeat. Brando immediately understood why the Yenbao family chose her to be Dilfari's bodyguard. She was a super meat shield. The weakest among them was no doubt Makarov. Makarov's skills were something to be proud of among the Erewhon nobles, but he was a tactician after all. He was not good at fighting and was almost killed by his opponent. But at this time, Brando had already freed himself and blocked the opponent's attack with his sword. The assassin's expression changed as he realized that his companions were all dead. He was shocked, but he reacted quickly and retreated without hesitation. At this time, Fleetwood finally made his move. He shouted, "Freeze!" A ripple appeared in the air, and the assassin was nailed to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, the terrifying advantage of a wizard against a warrior was displayed. Although they were only 1 level lower, a fully prepared archmage could decide your life or death with a single word. It was completely different from a warrior's battle. A wizard's battle did not have a trace of fireworks, but victory and defeat were often decided in the blink of an eye. This was not the first time Brando cooperated with a wizard. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pierced his opponent's heart with his sword. Brando landed on the ground and stood up. He turned around and looked at Dukarek. Dukarek was slightly startled and slightly opened his squinted eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 553. The ivy corridor in Roshbi Palace was as smooth as a mirror. From time to time, monks in red robes would walk past, and the sound of footsteps would fade away. Brando sat on a bench in the inner courtyard, fiddling with his attribute menu in boredom under a laurel leaf. The pale green screen stretched and shrank in front of him, and from time to time, new windows would pop up from the side. But other than him, no one else could see this strange scene. 3 hours had passed since the thrilling morning, and the dust had yet to settle. The massacre in the Sephora Manor had shaken the entire holy sanctum. It was said that the upper echelons of the holy sanctum had launched an investigation, but there would not be any results in a short time. What surprised Brando was that after killing 2 gold and a few silver monsters, the EXP he gained was just enough for him to level up once. Now, he was a level 16 Templar Knight. As a Templar Knight was an advanced profession, the EXP required to level up was much higher than the basic professions. The EXP required to level up a level 16 Templar Knight was almost the same as a level 25 warrior. However, when calculating the number of advanced professions, the basic professions would be treated as one, and the attribute points gained with each level would be much higher than the basic professions, so overall, it was still a strengthening of the character. In the past, in the Amber Sword, the first advanced profession was considered a beginner. Back then, the game only had its first veteran profession after 2 years. But now, Brando was a full year ahead of them. This was all thanks to the Book of Mavakart. But now, the 9 luminary sword art was just like a black hole, sucking in EXP. While checking his new attributes, Brando seized the time to absorb the EXP from the Book of Mavakart. After leveling up, he was 1 step closer to the peak of gold. Excluding his levels in Militia, Scholar, and Elementalist, Brando estimated that he would enter the elemental realm around level 60. But unlocking the elemental realm was a long chain of quests, and now that he had chores to do, it was really troublesome. If I don't reach the elemental realm as soon as possible, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect myself in the coming demonic wave. Brando suddenly shook his head. No, the demonic wave had already arrived. The storm in the loop of trade winds was just the beginning. Although it had not yet affected most areas of Wonde, it was inevitable. Recently, there had been news from various places that the activities of the monsters had become more frequent. In the south of Erewhon, the astrologers believed that this was the aftereffect of the loop of trade winds. They had guessed half of it right, but this was not the aftereffects but the beginning. As someone who had experienced everything again, Brando knew this very well. He used his finger to fiddle with the B+ symbol in the skill bar, and confirmation messages kept popping up on the window. The Templar Knight's Blood of the Sun and Crown of Thorns were also upgraded to LV10. Middle grade skills required the profession level, and after that, he would have to wait until the Templar Knight reached LV30 to unlock them. However, the LV10 Blood of the Sun could reflect 50% of the damage. The conflicting aura that had been upgraded to LV11 also increased his defense by 11 points. Until now, his defense could barely be considered as that of a warrior. His whole body was almost as strong as a full body armor that had been strengthened by magic. Before this, he was more like a nightingale or a ranger. Brando could not help but feel a little dumbfounded. Although he leveled up quickly in this life, his equipment could not keep up with the pace. Although he had good items such as the Crimson Blessing, the Ghost Knight's Crystal, the Warrior's Ring, and the Halran Gaia, the other parts of his body would have looked like beggars in his previous life. He even had items such as the Elemental Bracelet and the Ring of Flame. Although these items were around LV20, they were not as good as his current level. Although the flesh armor was good, it could not keep up with the pace of his leveling. Not to mention, he still did not have a decent armor. This was all because he was busy with mundane matters and did not have time to clear dungeons. Ever since he left Fortress Reden, his original plans were all messed up because of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenaries. Although he had Tonagel, his personal strength was actually far below what Brando had expected. Fortunately, he was able to make it in time for the Ampere Seal Conference. Otherwise, he would have doubted the meaning of returning to this world again. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but frown slightly. History had finally changed. The Ampere Seal Conference that was supposed to be held in the morning was postponed to the afternoon by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the venue was also changed to the Anderla Cathedral's Roxby Palace. Just this point alone was completely different from the past. Brando could not help but raise his head. His gaze passed through the dark ivy in the inner courtyard. For the first time, he felt that his vision was covered by layers of fog. What was the reason for the assassination in the morning? When Brando's gaze met with Rex, he had already confirmed that the old fox was involved. But this was not normal. Wasn't it in his interest to help the royal faction behind the scenes? What exactly happened? It seemed like Duke Arek was on the same side as the Cypher royal family, and the nobles of Erewhon, big and small, seemed to have smelled something unusual. More than half of the nobles in the morning's conference were absent. Brando would never believe that they did not get wind of this beforehand. Even the thunderous anger of the holy cathedral on the surface aroused deep suspicion in his eyes. Ampere Seal was impregnable under the management of the holy cathedral. Even if Brando wanted to bring a group of people in to assassinate, he would have to rely on the power of the cards of fate. With so many cultists appearing under the nose of the holy cathedral, how could the deacons and priests not know? This was obviously impossible. But Brando was still not sure if the situation would be one-sided. In history, although the princess's side was weak, at least they had a lot of support. In the end, with the support of Duke Arek, they finally became the victorious side in the civil war. But now, these people who were supposed to be on the side of the royal faction seemed to have disappeared. Brando did not understand why this happened. He kept searching for every suspicious point in his mind, not letting go of any details. His advantage was that he was familiar with the future and everything that had happened recently. Although history had changed, the general trend was always moving forward. Brando believed that he could infer the result with just the clues, but it would take some time. He pursed his lips and his frown deepened. At this moment, a figure came in front of him and entered his field of vision. Brando felt his breath stop for a moment. Brando! Freya was wearing Erewhon's military uniform. Her long ponytail hung softly behind her head, looking valiant and formidable. But her expression was soft, like a little wife. Erewhon's future Valkyrie seemed to have realized that something was wrong. She blushed and said, "Long time no see." Freya. Brando could not help but smile happily. He did not know why, but when he saw this girl from Bucci, the darkness in his heart seemed to be swept away. "Did you only come to see me to say this?" he asked with a faint smile. The image of the strong and unyielding Valkyrie in his heart had unknowingly faded away and became blurred. On the contrary, his first meeting with Freya in Bucci became clearer and clearer. He still remembered Freya's anxious expression when she asked him to lie down and be careful of his wound. She was obviously angry, but it was especially cute. At that time, he thought that it was the Valkyrie, but now it seemed that it was Freya, and nothing more. "You." When Freya saw Brando's expression, she could not help but feel a little angry again, even though she was clearly looking forward to it. The princess sent her to see Brando to pass on a message, but Freya could also see that the princess obviously knew about her relationship with Brando. She was still a little nervous, and did not know how those important people saw through it. "Brando, why are you here?" "You forgot, Freya. I was the one who asked you to get close to Princess Griffine." Brando replied. "Yes." Freya remembered. Because she was angry, her nervousness subsided a little. "Because you said that only by going to the Royal Knight Academy can I help myself and everyone in Bucci. But Bucci has now been occupied by Madara. Brando, do you want to start a war?" Brando shook his head. He raised his head, his gaze still penetrating the ivy outside the courtyard, looking at the darkness behind him, and asked, "Freya, you are no longer the Freya of Bucci. What do you think of Erewhon? What do you think of the princess?" Freya was silent for a moment. She did not say a word, and quietly sat down beside Brando. She combed her long ponytail and replied softly, "To be honest, Brando, I never thought that our country would be in so much danger. When I was under Captain Marden, I always thought that the kingdom might have some problems, but it was still very strong. At that time, life was so peaceful, as if war was so far away. Do you think this country can still be saved?" Brando turned around and looked at the girl's beautiful face. "I don't know, but I will live and die with it." "Is this what you learned in the Royal Knight Academy?" "A little. But I feel that these feelings have always been hidden in my heart, just that I couldn't understand them before." "Brando, I actually want to thank you. It was you who made me decide to go to the Royal Knight Academy. Now I know that this is the most precious experience of my life. I feel that it may have changed my life. Freya thought for a moment, and replied seriously. Brando smiled. However, the feeling in her heart was indescribable. In the end, she still came to this point. The future goddess of war was sitting right beside her. She had already recognized her true nature. She was born to be that kind of person. She was like the sun, burning until the last ray of light was extinguished. Brando once hoped that he would not change this girl's future path, but today, he felt that the ordinary Freya of the past might be her true self. Who did this rotten kingdom change? And who did the war change? Brando's thoughts of playing games faded a little. He suddenly felt the voice of this world from another perspective. To everyone, history and the future were like a kind of unchanging fate. It was so heavy that it made people bear the burden of faith and glory, and bet their lives to change everything. What do you think of the princess? Brando asked again. Freya did not answer but asked back. Brando, can you tell me? How did you know that the princess would stand out from the nobles of Erewhon? So, you agree with the princess ideals? Sly, I asked first. Freya stared at Brando and asked angrily. Brando, are you a member of the royal faction? Brando was stunned, but he sighed in his heart. This girl from the countryside of Wuxia had already grown up. Although she was still the same Freya, she had gained a lot of knowledge, and even knew about the royal faction. But he shook his head. You know, I am a Highland Knight, and Highland Knights have never had any dealings with the royal faction. The girl was slightly stunned, and then nodded. She remembered that Brando used to talk to her like this, but at that time, she did not understand what he meant by royal faction, Highland Knight, and Wizard of the High Tower. Freya blushed a little, and at that time, she still foolishly thought that Brando was a noble. Although this despicable guy was indeed a noble. For a moment, the two of them were immersed in their memories. They remembered the starry sky of Wuxia, remembered Johnson who almost died in the hands of the Lich, remembered the mountain path, remembered the golden tree, remembered the prison in Fortress Reedon, remembered the battle under the night sky and the burning city. Fate was like a strange line, and because of a change in a certain point, there was an unimaginable twist. After a long time, Freya asked, Is the Roman all right? You didn't bully her, right? I'm fine as long as she doesn't bully me. Brando replied. The girl could not help but laugh, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Then she said, The princess wants to see you, Brando. Yes. Brando nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 554. Marquis Joachim stood in the dark, watching Brando and Freya leave the inner court in confusion. Who is that woman? She seems to be the knight of Her Royal Highness, my lord. So Yenbao intends to get close to the royal faction, or is this their hidden move? Marquis Joachim frowned. He believed that Brando was Count Yenbao, and this sudden move made him feel a little threatened. It's just Yenbao. It's not worth mentioning, my lord. A rough voice came from behind. Marquis Joachim turned around and saw a bearded military officer standing behind him. He recognized this man. It was Count Vitokin, who did not show up at the meeting. He was the Black Blade Squad's Legion commander. He was a soldier and one of Duke Cypher's loyal followers. Marquis Joachim. A young man with red lips and white teeth stood beside Count Vitokin and bowed slightly to the king's brother. Marquis Joachim noticed the young man. The young man had the aggressive aura of a young soldier. His eyes were astonishingly bright, like an eagle that was about to spread its wings. Marquis Joachim's eyebrows twitched as if he recognized the young man. However, he did not intend to answer the question of the head of the Black Blade Squad. Yenbao was naturally not a concern, but it was different with Archbishop Wood behind him. Marquis Joachim sneered in his heart. He did not intend to reveal this information to this vulgar country bumpkin. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised and greeted. Cecil? I thought you weren't coming. I will never forget the hunting ground in the Grey Mountain. The scenery is beautiful, the weather is pleasant, and it is much better than His Majesty's royal hunting ground. Why, do you still welcome me as a guest when you have time? Count Vitokin frowned. Cecil was his real name, but among the nobles, only enemies and close friends would call him by his name. Marquis Yoakum was obviously not his close friend, but he could not be considered an enemy. He also knew that the Marquis was famous. However, when Cecil mentioned the hunting ground in the Grey Mountain, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and change his expression. The last time Oberg 7 came to Vitogene for an inspection, the Marquis actually raped his sister. Of course, this wasn't a big deal, but the bad thing was that her fiancé was also in the castle at that time. Naturally, he did not dare to shame the king, so he could only let his sister bear the responsibility. That poor woman was still a nun in the convent. Thinking of this, Count Vitokin could not help but feel a little flustered. Fortunately, he also knew that it would be useless to vent his anger on Marquis Yoakum. Count Vitokin knew that his king's younger brother was petty and vengeful. No one would want to offend such a person. Not to mention, the other party had a big shot backing him up. Lord Marquis, you must be joking. Count Vitokin forced a smile. How would I dare to compare it to His Majesty's hunting ground? That young man should be the one you met a few days ago, right? Marquis Yoakum pretended to change his expression, and at the same time, he secretly cursed the old man for being well informed. Which one? He pretended to be puzzled. Lord Marquis, you don't have to hide it. This young man is a rare genius. Being defeated by him is not a shameful thing. Count Vitokin smiled and touched his chin with his hand. He did not mind that his beard was prickly. However, it is not a good thing for a young man to be arrogant. The elves have a saying, the strongest beast often becomes the hunter's prey. Hearing Count Vitokin's sarcastic consolation, Marquis Yoakum's face turned livid. He secretly cursed this guy for having bad intentions. However, he rolled his eyes and suddenly saw the young man beside Count Vitokin. He quickly pretended to be angry and said, "What bad luck? I thought he was just a country bumpkin. I don't know how he got the favor of the Archbishop. Presumably, in 10 or 20 years, this guy will be one of the top existences in Erewhon." As soon as he said this, Count Vitokin and the young man's faces changed. How could they not know the meaning of this sentence? The current Black Blade Squad commander, Count Vitokin, had been blessed by the previous Archbishop. That was why he had the status he had today. In fact, his ability was far inferior to Brando's. He was also aware of this. In this way, it could be imagined that in the future, Brando's achievements would be far greater than his. He frowned and thought that Yoakum was implying something. He could not help but secretly look at Yoakum. He found that Marquis Yoakum's face was livid. It did not seem like he was deliberately instigating discord. Vitokin was stunned for a moment, but then he felt relieved. He looked down on the king's younger brother from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would not suspect that Yoakum was scheming. At this time, the young man beside Vitokin smiled and said, "Indeed, in terms of individual strength, I am afraid that at this age, there is no one who is more talented than him in Erewhon. However, aristocratic politics was never based on personal strength. The aristocrats of the North would probably not give up the benefits that they had obtained for the sake of a genius. Powerful people like the Sword Saint can only show off their bravery on the battlefield." "Is that so?" Marquis Yoakum showed a disgusted expression and said, "I am afraid that there is no one who is more talented than him in Erewhon. I heard that there is a hero in Tonagel who stepped into the Gold Realm at the age of 20. He also showed extraordinary talent in military affairs. What do you think?" The young man's face turned red. Comparing him to a bandit was the biggest insult among the nobles. If Count Vitokin had not warned him in advance that Yoakum was always fearless with his words, and that the difference in status between the two was too great, there would have been an internal duel before Duke Cypher could even attack the royal faction. But even so, the young man was so angry that he could not say a word. He could not do anything to the king's brother, but in his heart, he hated Brando who started this topic. As for the hero in Tonagel that Marquis Yoakum mentioned, the young man was not willing to degrade himself to the point of arguing with a bandit. In his opinion, the difference in status between the two was too great to be measured. They were not people of the same world. At this time, Vitokin finally realized that something was wrong and could not help but curse Yoakum in his heart. However, he did not suspect him and quickly changed the topic. "All right, Tonagel is a matter for that bastard Ranner to worry about. It has nothing to do with us, right?" "Naturally." Marquis Yoakum shrugged and said, "This one is just mentioning it in passing." Count Vitokin finally could not stand Yokum's sloppy attitude. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Marquis Yokum. You know that I'm here to speak on behalf of that important person. Let's get back to the main topic. The scapegoat that you prepared made that important person very dissatisfied. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the flaw in it. Oberwei and Makarov are both shrewd people. Aren't you afraid that they will see through it and be alerted?" "So what if they are alerted?" Marquis Yokum smiled. "I didn't support this in the first place. I don't think that my cute niece can make any waves. Why don't you just let her abdicate the throne? She hasn't ascended the throne yet. Why should she abdicate? Besides, it's Haru's business if she wants to abdicate." Count Vitokin cursed in his heart, but he still reminded him in a low voice. "Do you want the people to have the impression that the nobles of Erewhon backed down under the threat of crews? So what? Isn't that the truth?" Marquis Yokum smiled slightly. "Do you think that I care about that little bit of reputation? In fact, I just want to drag you down with me. Since you want the throne, you naturally have to pay a price, right?" Count Vitokin was almost angered to death. "You're crazy. What did you say?" Marquis Yokum's face turned cold. Vitokin then remembered that he was facing a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He quickly replied, "Nothing, it's just that. This is too crazy. If the people think that the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Cruz can influence the opinions of the nobles of Erewhon, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the rule of House Cipher. At that time, Erewhon will only exist in name. Even if it's for the sake of your nephew's future, you should at least be more serious, right?" "What does that have to do with me?" Marquis Yokum sneered. "You want to reap the benefits without paying the price. You want me and Erek to take the blame? It's not that easy to be a bitch. To be honest, although the plan this morning was a little unexpected, I believe that old man Erek is not surprised at all. Do you really think that you can stop Fleetwood and Her Royal Highness with just 8 gold rankers? You underestimate the power of the royal family. Now there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to force my niece to abdicate with the help of Cruz, and the other is to return to the north to prepare for war. I think that old man Erek is waiting for you to choose the second path." Marquis Yokum replied with a smile, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Count Vitokin's face turned red and white. He couldn't even ignore the fact that Marquis Yokum had called him a bitch. His back was drenched in cold sweat. After a while, he raised his head and looked deeply at Marquis Yokum. "So that's what you think. Is this what you want to say to that big shot?" "I understand." Marquis Yokum shrugged. "Do you think that I'm as afraid of Cruz as you are? Like a mouse that sees a cat?" "That's true. Marquis Yokum is naturally not afraid of anything." Count Vitokin spat out these words and then left the inner court. But as soon as he turned around, the smile on Marquis Yokum's face turned cold. He rubbed his slender fingers, and the killing intent in his eyes was unrestrained. "Marquis Yokum, do you know that young man?" At this time, the attendant beside him whispered, "That should be Vitokin's designated successor. I happen to know him. He fought a few beautiful battles with the Lion Beast men. He is perfect and is also a genius. If there is no accident, the next leader of the Black Blade Corps will fall on his head." "What a lucky man." Marquis Yokum smiled. "If there is no accident." The black tea in the white porcelain teacup had completely cooled down and solidified into the color of agate. There were only a few people in the splendidly decorated study. Soft light shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto the carpet. The light separated the people in the room into 2 sides. One side was Brando and Freya, and the other side was the quiet princess. Beside her stood Maynard, Fleetwood, Makarov, Oberwei, and a balding middle-aged noble that Brando did not know the name of. Erewhon's future little king, the young man named Haruz, stood beside the middle-aged noble. It was the first time that Brando had time to carefully look at the princess since he came to this world. After the mysterious halo in his impression faded, the half-elf girl's beauty became clearer. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of beauties, so he had some resistance. He compared the beauties in his memory, and suddenly realized that the princess in his previous life did not leave much of an impression on him other than her strong, unyielding and shining faith. Instead, she was like a beautiful symbol. But the one in front of him was obviously much more genuine. If Brando had to give an evaluation, then she was just a beautiful half-elf girl. Her silver curly hair shone under the afternoon sun, and her slender shoulders seemed to be wrapped in a soft halo. But there was a trace of undetectable distress between her eyebrows. This girl who was supposed to be in the prime of her life was obviously carrying too many things. At least, as half of the soul of a modern person, Brando could not understand how a girl of her age could understand the dirtiest and darkest side of the political struggle and voluntarily participate in it. Brando had seen some analysis topics on the forum, and one of them was about the princess's memoirs. She saw herself as a commodity and accepted the high honor of being the princess of Erewhon. In the eyes of others, it was an honor, but in her eyes, it was a responsibility. Brando did not have close contact with the princess in his previous life. His senior once said that she was a silly child. He could not help but look curiously at the shrewd girl. Was she really stupid? In reality, Brando had always kept a respectful distance from such people. But here, he felt an inexplicable attraction, like a moth drawn to a flame. Fortunately, after experiencing so many things, Brando's temperament was no longer the same as before. He silently looked at the princess for a while and then withdrew his gaze. In fact, Brando did not think that the royal faction, including the current princess, had made the right choice. But it was true that there was no one more suitable than Erewhon for this position. Brando was a lazy person. In his opinion, as long as he helped Erewhon get through this difficult time and prevent history from repeating, there should be no problem for this country to continue for another 100 or 200 years. As for the future, he had never considered it. There was no dynasty in the world that lasted for thousands of years. He just wanted to make up for his regrets. In fact, he was more interested in exploring the world beyond the wilderness. First of all, I would like to thank you for saving us during the meeting, Mr. Brendel. The princess was the first to break the silence in the study. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. But I really can't bring myself to say thank you. The royal faction has never met you before, but you have given us a lot of help. I haven't even had the chance to thank you every single time. Speaking of which, it's really rude of me. Your Royal Highness. Brando habitually opened his mouth. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he noticed that Griffin's eyes lit up. Most of the other people's faces also changed. Brando paused for a moment before he realized that he had made a mistake. The royal princess was the king's sister. This title was only given to her after Haru's coronation, and Griffin became the regent princess. It was a slip of the tongue that he said that, which was really disgraceful. Fortunately, the royal faction did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In their opinion, Brando's words were an acknowledgement of Haru's position. This was an act of choosing a side. In politics, it was taboo to choose a side without knowing which side to take. Brando had made his stand clear from the start, which won him the favor of Fleetwood, Makarov, and the others. Even the old court mage who was prejudiced against Brando couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This young man was smart and steady, to be able to think of such a way to choose a side. As expected of the descendant of a great family, everyone thought so. Brando naturally did not know that his slip of the tongue had caused so many misunderstandings. He smiled bitterly and continued, "What happened in Tonajul was actually me using the royal princess. Your Royal Highness does not need to apologize." "Is that so?" Griffin was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "But then again, we haven't really met Mr. Brando yet. There are rumors that you are a Highland Knight. May I ask if this is true?" Brando nodded. Author's note: I made a few mistakes in yesterday's chapter. First, I added Crown of Thorns and Blood of the Scorching Sun, which were originally LV5, to LV10. I also added Conflict Aura into the list. Conflict Aura was added to LV10 in Chapter 274. Also, the unlocked level for mid-tier skills was LV30 instead of LV25. The second mistake was that I accidentally changed Jonathan from almost dying to a necromancer to Jonathan being killed by a necromancer. Damn, I can't believe Jonathan would come to me with a face full of blood and say that I died a horrible death. I immediately kneeled down to Jonathan. Also, there is a prerequisite for the experience gained from killing people. That is, these people are disguised as cultists. In fact, you should know from the previous chapters that cultists like the disciples of the Black Flames who believe in chaos are seen as monsters. In short, you can just treat them as if they are not humans. Instead of staying in the Order faction, they chose to join the Twilight Dragon. This is the worst kind of evil that can't be escaped from. As for the compensation for yesterday's mistake, this Can I roll around and act cute? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 555. What a young hero! Fleetwood exclaimed. Mr. Brando. Just call me Brando. Brando interrupted her. Brando, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the current situation. Is that all right? Princess Griffine placed her hands on the desk, gently holding the white porcelain teacup. The black tea rippled slightly, like ripples on the surface of the crystal. She looked up, her eyes bright, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light. Brando's gaze swept across everyone in the study. The royal faction was as calm as ever. The princess looked innocent but was actually very shrewd. Only the little prince seemed to be a little timid as he carefully observed Brando from behind the noble. Only one cold and sharp gaze was fixed on him. Brando looked at the black-haired female knight standing behind the princess. Her name seemed to be Maynard. Brando's heart palpitated every time he saw her. He looked away. Forgive me for being blunt, but for the royal faction, it's not much of a situation right now. Brando replied bluntly. The North has long since fallen to Duke Cypher's side. The White Lion Legion and the Black Blade Legion are in the hands of the nobles in the north. The Southern Legion was attacked by Madara, and its structure is still unclear. I'm afraid this is the reason why Count Randner has not signed an agreement with Insursta. He paused for a moment. Although there were still Duke Vero, Duke Karsuk, and Duke Grinoires in the south, they were all insignificant. The difference in power between the north and the south was too great. In fact, the princess was the only one who truly raised the flag of Corvado. The cold winter had stopped the Northern Legion from moving southward, but as long as the snow melted, the hope of the princess would also crumble. However, this was the reason why the royal faction chose to be in cahoots with Erek. The kingdom is surrounded by powerful enemies, and the situation is precarious. The conference in Ampere Seal does not belong to you. In fact, I'm afraid that you are here to persuade the Chamber of Commerce and the Holy Cathedral to remain neutral, and not to participate in the conference, right? Brando retorted. There was a moment of silence in the study. Everyone looked at Brando with a surprised gaze. Ever since Oberg VII's death, the situation in the kingdom had changed drastically. Everyone could see the weakness of the royal faction at a glance, but Brendel was able to guess their true intentions. Everyone thought that they wanted to use Erek's power to turn the tables in the Ampere Seal conference, but this young man in front of him saw through their intentions without any hesitation. Makarov and Fleetwood felt a chill in their hearts. If this young man was an enemy, he would be too terrifying. Only Oberway looked at Brando with admiration. After all, Brando was chosen by him from the refugees in Fortress Reden. The more outstanding Brando was, the better Brando was. Griffine's eyes were also filled with admiration. She looked at Brando as if he was the closest person to her. This was because no one knew that there was a secret between her and Brando. When the half-elf girl first replied to Brando's letter, she was influenced by the story Oberway told her. She also had a yearning for the romance of a knight. Coupled with the fact that the royal faction was in a precarious situation at the time, or perhaps it was because she wanted to use a lot of money to buy a horse's bones, she secretly appointed Brando as her knight. Her Highness was only 17 years old this year. She had not reached the age where she could attribute everything to luck. However, other than luck there was only fate. Thinking of this, the half-elf girl's heart was slightly moved. I have seen Princess Magadal before. I heard that she is a close friend of the princess. Brando replied. But in reality, he knew that the royal faction's true motive was not because of this. History was like an open book in front of him, and the greed of Aween's nobles in this era could not escape his eyes, let alone the schemes that the royal faction laid out on the table. The reason why he said this was because he did not want to be seen as a demon. Makarov, Fleetwood, and Oberway nodded slightly. With the relationship between the nun princess and the Holy Cathedral, as well as the Holy Cathedral's influence in the Merchant Guild, it was not difficult to guess the connection. However, when everyone's attention was on the meeting of the nobles, this young man's eyes did not miss out on the details around him. This calmness and sharpness could be considered as a first-rate talent among the nobles. You guessed correctly, Mr. Brando. Because of this, there are only two ways for my brother's army to enter the south from the north. If we obtain the support of the Holy Cathedral and the Merchant Guild, or at least make them remain neutral, then the nobles in the north will have no choice but to pass through Arek's mountains. So you intend to marry Arek? This way, no matter how aggressive the nobles in the north are, they will have to face reality. In the mountains, they were no match for Arek. As a result, Viro, Grinoires and Karsuk, whose safety was assured, would naturally be tied to the royal faction, or rather to Arek's chariot, when they were assured of their safety. In the long run, the royal family of Covardo will be able to rise again. Brando raised his head, but there was not a trace of joy in his eyes. Then I will congratulate the princess in advance. Do you think there is something wrong? Griffine's face turned pale. Brando's power was insignificant in the eyes of the royal faction, but in her heart, he was important. She vaguely felt that Brando might know the real her, the goal she had been holding on to since she was a child, even going against the royal faction. But in the whole of Erewhon, there was only one person who understood her. This person was right in front of her. She had thought that he could understand her sacrifice. But compared to this understanding, everything else was insignificant. She saw the shining light in Brando. She had been holding on to her beliefs independently, but it was like seeing another light in the storm. The surprise of finding a companion in the dark and lonely wilderness was indescribable. Whether it was in the letters or in his actions, it was not difficult for her to see that he had the same determination as her, but this person was looking at her with a cold expression. Griffine took a small breath. Can you tell me the reason? Her tone was very gentle, but it was not difficult to see a trace of dissatisfaction under her frowning eyebrows. Presumably, if Brendel could not give her a satisfactory answer, it would be in exchange for the princess's disappointment. She is as arrogant as the rumors say. Brando thought to himself. But if she did not have such a personality, she would not have been able to hold on to this step. There are a few problems, he replied. Oberway raised his head slightly. In fact, he was not very supportive of this plan either. But Fleetwood and Makarov agreed. Fleetwood had great influence in the royal faction, and was the only elemental ranker in the royal faction. On the other hand, Makarov also represented the opinion of his allies, and he could not object. First, the war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Earth is imminent. Cruz would not be happy to see Erewhon lose control at this time. Although the people of Erewhon are no longer under the control of Cruz after becoming independent, they have to admit that we are also part of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando replied, at this time, although the Holy Cathedral cannot openly interfere in the kingdom's internal affairs, they can still open the door for the nobles in the north. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the north is much stronger than the south, and the fastest way to end the war is to let the north win as soon as possible. It's impossible that we haven't considered this, young man, Fleetwood finally spoke. Brendel's suspicion towards him had completely erased his good impression of him. But if Duke Arek joins forces with the royal faction, it won't be easy for the northern barbarians to win. If the Holy Cathedral interferes, it will only lead to an even larger civil war. Furthermore, the Lion Beast men have yet to prepare their rations, and the war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Earth is even more ridiculous. Brando did not say anything because he knew that this was history. In history, the royal faction had turned the tables just like that. But he had a real reason, but it was difficult to say it out loud. Could he say that Arek was up to no good? The problem was that the royal faction was not stupid. They naturally knew that Arek was up to no good. The princess was trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. She thought that she could succeed. But history proved that she had failed. But Brando could not say that he was from the future and that he was a fraud, right? He was silent for a while, and the disappointment on the princess' face grew. She clenched her fists imperceptibly, and for a moment, she even hoped that Brendel could prove her wrong. The 17-year-old princess had been unable to sleep for the past few weeks. She knew that she was walking on a tightrope, but she convinced herself that she had to do it. The study fell into silence for a while. Freya was a little uneasy. Although she was much more knowledgeable than before, she still did not understand a single word of the debate between Brando and the royal faction. The girl from Butchie was even a little annoyed. She thought that this annoying guy only knew how to cause trouble. Even if he did not agree with her, he should not have said it in front of her. At the end of the day, she was still on Brando's side. Compared to the life and death of the royal faction, she was more concerned about Brando's safety. Oberwei and Makarov felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but they could not help but feel dissatisfied with Brando. They felt that this young man was exaggerating and was even being an alarmist. But there was only one strange gaze that stopped on Brando for a moment, and no one even noticed it. Maynard's expression quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. At this awkward moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's gaze shifted as a servant brought in a letter from outside the door. Her Royal Highness opened the letter and read it, then frowned. She paused for a moment and placed the letter on the table, and then broke the silence. The results from this morning are out. Everyone was shocked. They obviously knew that this was the result of the assassination in the morning, but they did not expect the Holy Cathedral to act so quickly and find the mastermind in just 2 to 3 hours. Only Makarov frowned, as if he thought of something. Brando could not help but listen. The assassination in the morning had changed history, and he wanted to know the reason behind it. The mastermind is called Xerxes. Oberwei frowned. I know this person. He is a small noble from Ampere Seal. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. To be able to order such an assassination, the mastermind behind it was definitely not simple. No one would believe that a small noble could cause such a huge commotion. This unlucky guy was obviously a scapegoat, but the fact that the investigation results were given by the Holy Cathedral meant that there was a big problem. For a moment, everyone's expression was a little ugly. Only Brando's expression was normal, as if he had expected this result. Although Brando did not know what went wrong, he saw the cross assassin in the morning and knew that the Holy Cathedral must have done something. The letter also mentioned Mr. Brando, Griffin continued. After a pause, she added, the letter said that Mr. Brando not only brought weapons into the Holy Cathedral, but also that 2 of his subordinates were blood descendants. The Holy Cathedral suspects that Mr. Brando is involved with the evil cult and hopes that we will hand him over for him to cooperate with the Holy Cathedral's investigation. After reading this paragraph, Aween's Princess Royal's face was already ashen. Brando's heart also tightened, but more than that, he was angry. He had not even gone to find trouble with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but he did not expect them to target him first. This was simply too much. However, he did not flare up, and was prepared to see the reaction of the royal faction. At this time, Oberwei sneered, the Holy Cathedral does not allow us to bring weapons, but they are very lenient with assassins. Since when did having blood descendants as subordinates become evidence of being involved with the evil cult? Erewhon is close to Madara, and I think many of the Grand Dukes have dark nobles exiled from Madara as subordinates, right? The royal faction deeply agreed with this lone wolf's words, and all of them had a look of disdain. Your Royal Highness? The servant asked softly. Erewhon's people have never handed over a guest to Cruz's people, let alone such a ridiculous excuse, Her Royal Highness replied coldly. It's just that someone wants to test our relationship, you just have to answer them directly. Tell them that Mr. Brando is one of us, and he can't be an assassin. Brando watched the servant leave the study and could not help but feel a little touched. Although he knew that there was an element of show in it, at least the royal faction's attitude was clear at this moment. He looked at Oberwei and the others, and the prejudice in his heart from the previous argument faded a little. It seems that the Holy Cathedral's attitude is not as neutral as you think. But he could not help but mock, and then tilted his head to look at the people of the royal faction. After all, he was not a real politician, and there was still Sophie's gloating factor in his bones. The half-elf girl's eyebrows sank sadly, and she sighed slightly. She was so helpless that it made Brando feel a little sad, but she did not dwell on this issue. Mr. Brendel, we're not in a good situation. Please excuse us. But no matter what, we still want to get your help. You are a Highland Knight, so I would like to ask you to help us gain the support of the Highland Knights. Is that okay? The princess lowered her status and asked in a pleading tone. She could see that Brando did not have any bad intentions towards the royal faction, but there were some misunderstandings. But she believed that the end result would prove that she was right. Brando shook his head. You all know that the Highland Knight is not the same as you, and I can personally support you. However, it may not be easy to gain their approval. Even though he was not a real Highland Knight, he was confident that he could fool the most astute person with his disguise. In fact, even the county would not be able to find any fault with Brando's words. The people of the royal faction also knew that Brando was speaking the truth, and they could not help but nod solemnly. But fortunately, Brando still had control over Tonajil, and this insignificant place was the key to restricting Count Randner. Otherwise, the members of the royal faction would have doubted that it was a wise decision to fall out with the Holy Cathedral for this young man. But it's not impossible, Brando suddenly smiled. Karsuk is the most affected by Madara, and the northern nobles' attitude towards compromise has already caused the dissatisfaction of the Highland Knight. As long as you all show them goodwill, I'm sure they will be willing to join the royal faction. But the key is the situation. After all, no one wants to join the ranks of the losers. Griffin nodded. She knew this was the case, but the problem was not that simple. She did not take Brando's suggestion seriously. The meeting between the royal faction and Brando was for the sake of the Highland Knight. Now that her hopes were dashed, she suddenly felt a little mentally and physically exhausted. She quietly looked at the hourglass. It was almost time for the meeting to begin. Mr. Brando, I have one last personal question. Is it convenient for you to answer? Griffin looked up at Brando and asked. Brando nodded. You and Yen Bao? She had always been concerned about this question. Even though she did not think that Brando was Dilferi's retainer, at least Yen Bao had not joined the royal faction yet. If he was a retainer, Brando's actions were clearly out of line. Besides, she also thought that Brando should be her knight. But what she cared about was the relationship between Brando and the young lady of the Yen Bao family. With her shrewdness, she could not imagine how great it would be if she could pull Yen Bao into her camp. No, actually I have nothing to do with the Earl. In fact, it's the opposite. In fact, I only forced her to bring me into the meeting. Brando smiled and answered truthfully. Everyone was stunned. Although it's a little rude to say this, the invitation to the meeting was only sent to Duke Karsuk. As a small Highland Knight, you have no right to enter the Sephora Manor. I think you can understand the difficulties of a young person like me. Brando shook his head and added. The people of the royal faction finally reacted. For a moment, they could not help but look at Brando with a strange expression. This guy had the guts to kidnap and threaten a noble under the nose of the Holy Cathedral. If it were not for the fact that they knew that it was unlikely, they would have suspected that the assassins in the morning were related to this young man. Princess Griffin smiled slightly. She did not believe Brando's words at all. The reason was simple. She and Dilferi were good friends, and in the morning, anyone could see that the Countess was obviously concerned about Brando. Would the person who was kidnapped care about the kidnapper? Perhaps it was possible, but definitely not in that kind of situation. However, she did not intend to expose Brando's clumsy lie. Instead, she smiled and said, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Your actions in Tonajil have already taught us a vivid lesson. I didn't expect that you would give us another surprise when we just arrived in Ampere Seal. But Dilferi is a little too pitiful. Mr. Brando does not know how to be gentle with a woman at all. After being reminded by Princess Griffin, Brando remembered the resentful look in the Countess' eyes. He could not help but sweat. This was not intentional. He thought to himself that he did not know beforehand that the Countess was a soft girl. But at the same time, he sighed slightly. Looking at Princess Griffin's calm face, Brando knew that his persuasion had failed. Although he did not have much hope in the first place, he was after all an outsider compared to the royal faction. If the princess changed her mind because of a few words from him, then he would have to wonder if this half-elf girl was a fake. Thinking of this, Brando could only prepare for the next step. But vaguely, he had a bad premonition. The attitude of the Holy Cathedral not only stunned the princess and her party, but also greatly exceeded his expectations. Archbishop Wood's promise was still in his ears. He did not expect the Holy Cathedral of Fire to go back on their word so quickly. There must be something wrong. P.S. Yesterday, I saw the comment section saying that it was too late to update an hour earlier. I'll try to update an hour earlier tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 556. Brando kept the second and third words in his heart, but he did not say them out loud. Some words were not suitable to be spoken in front of the royal faction. He knew from the start that the royal faction and Princess Griffin's path were destined to be different. When he turned to leave, the kingdom behind him had already turned into a crumbling palace. It was as if he saw a sea of fire. The drunken nobles of Erewhon had already destroyed the foundation of this ancient kingdom. Even the most outstanding people in the kingdom, such as Makarov, Fleetwood, and Oberway, were limited by tradition, or perhaps they were afraid of change. History was similar. As long as one compromised, they would win. The royal faction had obtained the best chance to turn the tables. However, it was not the same for the princess. Brando had already seen what she wanted from her eyes. Unfortunately, it was something that the old nobles of Erewhon could not give her. However, to Brando, only destruction could bring new life. What they could not give, he would give. Sometimes, a sentence was enough. Some people were not worth saving. He and Freya arrived at Raksh Palace. "Sue!" Freya called out happily. A young girl with dark skin and braided hair stood outside the palace with a smile. She was wearing the clothes of a merchant's daughter. "Miss Freya, you have grown taller," she replied gently. "Sue, pass this letter to the Nagas." Brando took out a letter and handed it to Sue. Sue nodded and accepted the letter silently. She was a quiet and reliable girl. Brando had always been at ease with this daughter of the Copper Dragon Reto. "Nagas." Freya turned around and asked in surprise, "Brando, I heard that the Nagas were pirates who roamed the Shining Sea. I didn't know that you even knew them." Brando could not help but laugh and teased her. "I know a lot of people, but you don't know most of them." "Humph. Damned aristocrat." Freya gritted her teeth. Sue looked at the two of them and could not help but shake her head. She kept the letter properly. This letter represented the collapse of the negotiations. As the daughter of a bartender, she did not care about the future of the kingdom. However, that did not mean that Freya could remain indifferent. The girl suddenly raised her head. "Brando, what do you think now?" "I have done my best. I plan to return to Tonajal and wait for the princess to join forces with Arek to start a war." Before he could finish, he saw Freya staring at him suspiciously. Brando couldn't help but sweat, thinking to himself, "Am I that untrustworthy?" "Speak the truth, Brando." Freya closed her eyes and replied snappily. This guy liked to lie just like the Roman. She didn't believe that he would let go just like that. He had the ability to achieve whatever he wanted. The key was that his determination was always stronger than others. Freya knew this very well. Brando was already the synonym of omnipotence in her heart. Moreover, she subconsciously did not want the princess to ally with Arek. As a commoner and a highly educated person, she did not trust Erewhon's rotten nobility. "Kill," Brando replied calmly. Freya was slightly startled and raised her head to look at Brando. Brando did not say anything more. The royal faction had given him an answer, and now he had to give everyone an answer. He couldn't be bothered to explain too much to people like Makarov and Fleetwood, because only swords could explain everything. When he realized that the royal faction's stubbornness was irreversible, he had already decided to carry out the second plan. The plan that he had already decided on. He would use force to interfere with the peace talks in Ampere Seal and start a war with his own hands. Then, the kingdom would be plunged into a great war. The flames would burn everything, and the old would be reduced to ashes. Only those who could withstand the test would be able to survive. Brando had personally participated in this war. It had a name, Erewhon's Civil War. At this moment, a melodious bell rang above the harbor. Brando turned around and saw that the Ampere Seal Conference had already begun. In history, this meeting lasted for 7 days. The nobles argued and argued endlessly in the meeting, refusing to give up an inch of land. Then, they used a completely different result to draw a perfect end to the peace talks, war. The nobles were just that ridiculous. "Brando!" Brando heard a voice calling him. He thought it was Orthlis. He had previously discussed the situation in Erewhon with this wind elf lady who was like his teacher. But when Brando turned around, he saw Dilfari standing in the Roxby Palace. Count Yenbao was dressed in formal attire, and behind her stood the knight Nia. It seemed like they were preparing to attend the conference. But now she stopped and stared at Brando angrily. "The conference is about to start. What are you waiting for?" Brando was stunned. Since he had already decided to start a war, there was no point in attending the conference. In fact, he had only snuck into the conference today to see Graphene. He had no interest in this kind of conference. Besides, didn't he say that he would separate with the young lady once he entered the conference? What did she mean by this? Brando could not help but look at Dilfrey in confusion. The Countess gritted her teeth. You are my retainer. If you don't attend the conference with me, do you want me to become a laughingstock? Freya stared at Brando suspiciously. Her eyes said, Didn't you say that you forced this young lady to bring you into the conference? Brando of course noticed this pure and simple look, but he also had a big headache. Who knew what was wrong with this young lady? But now was not the time to explain this. Since Dilfrey had already said so, if he did not do anything, it would only make people suspicious of his identity. He still needed to stay in Ampere Seal for a few days, and did not intend to expose himself to everyone so early. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but shake his head and walk over. He looked at Miss Dilfrey in annoyance and asked, Young lady, what's wrong with you? Aren't you afraid of being associated with a cultist like me? Dilfrey rolled her eyes at him, and a faint blush appeared on her snow-white face. You gave me so much trouble, and I asked you to attend the conference with me. Are you going to refuse? Seriously speaking, you still owe me a favor. You should have no right to refuse my request, right? You're not having stage fright, are you? Brando saw Dilfrey's shy look and suddenly asked strangely. So what? The Countess snorted softly. You are a sword saint. With you by my side, I will feel more at ease. Brando sighed, and suddenly felt that it might be a good idea to participate in this conference. A wreck in the Holy Cathedral's attitude towards the king's faction had changed subtly. He vaguely had a premonition that something might happen in this conference that was beyond his control. This premonition calmed him down. The Ampere Seal Conference was one of the famous events in Erewhon's history. Because it happened in the early days of the game, only a few players witnessed this noble event. Brando was not one of the witnesses, and he never thought that he would have the opportunity to personally participate in this historical event. The conference was held in such a circular hall, and the huge round table was filled with elites from all over the kingdom. There was no light in the hall, only a ray of natural sunlight hanging down from the vault. In the soft light, dust floated up and down, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. For a moment, even the faces of the participants could not be seen clearly. Brando and Dilfrey sat together on the south side, while the female knight, Nia, did not sit as a guard. It took him a while to get used to the light, and he could faintly see the faces of the nobles in the dark. Opposite him on the north side was the king's faction and the princess. Brando noticed that Princess Griffine was also paying attention to him, and his heart skipped a beat. On the other side was the cold-looking Grand Duke Arek and his entourage. This old fox from a military background was very shrewd, and Brando could not see the slightest useful expression on his sharp face. Below Grand Duke Arek sat Marquis Balta, who looked a little restless and nervous. Looking further down, there was a serious middle-aged man. This guy looked like the kind of person who would rather break than bend. Brando recognized this man. He was Count Janalesu, the commander of the royal fleet, and also the captain of the flagship, Fronta. He should be one of the few people who were loyal to the royal family, and he did not belong to the king's faction. He was not present in the morning, probably because he was delayed by others. Brando remembered this count and continued to look down. Then he saw the bearded Count Vitokin and the ashen-faced Count Grey Mountain sitting beside him. These two people were also from House Cipher. Brando only glanced at them and then passed by them. Then, he saw a group of knights dressed in green warrior clothes. He was slightly startled and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These knights were none other than the Highland Knights. In fact, what really made Brendel cursed was that when he looked at the knights, the middle-aged man who was obviously the leader of the group turned his head back as well, as if he had noticed Brendel at a glance, and even smiled at him. Brando immediately cursed. His disguise as a Highland Knight could be said to be deceiving everyone, but he could not deceive these locals. Brando's mind suddenly spun rapidly, trying to guess what the guy meant by smiling at him. In fact, the Highland Knight rarely left the Karsuk province, and Duke Karsuk himself did not like to interfere with the kingdom's politics. He did not even plan to participate in this event personally, and sent a group of knights to be the ambassadors. Why did he send a bunch of Highland Knights? Aren't the ones in charge of diplomacy in Karsuk usually sent by wizards? Brendel cursed. Why did he send a bunch of Highland Knights? Aren't the ones in charge of diplomacy in Karsuk usually sent by wizards? He looked away guiltily, and then saw Duke Viro's diplomatic envoy on the other side. The current Duke Viro's temper was exactly the same as Duke Karsuk's. This fellow had a feud with Count Ranner, and because of Brendel, they were fighting fiercely at the borders. He did not care whether the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the ruler of the kingdom in name or not, and even sent a bunch of random people to represent the kingdom. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, because of the same reason, Count Ranner was not present. Therefore, it could be said that because of Brando, two important figures who should have been present in history were absent. This so-called Ampere Seal Conference suddenly became a little out of place. Seeing this scene, Brando could not help but feel a little proud. Although he did not know what was going on with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, no matter what, he still changed history, didn't he? Duke Grinoires came as scheduled, but Brando knew very well that this guy was here to be a bystander. If he did not suddenly remember that he still had a stolen item in his hands and was about to sell it, Brando would have probably forgotten about this guy. Duke Cypher also came in person, followed by Prince Lu Ku. The eldest son of the king did not seem to be present. Brando narrowed his eyes. In theory, since House Cypher was here, House Covardo should have let the current eldest son of the king represent them. But the eldest son of the king did not come, which meant that this position was left to Graphene by default. Brando did not know why House Cypher would make such a mistake. Was it because they did not trust the credibility of the Holy Cathedral after the incident in the morning? Wasn't that assassination planned by you guys? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Brando could not help but think with some disdain. It was at this time that the last three participants finally arrived. The first person Brando recognized was the consul of Ampere Seal, but he did not care much about this person. This person was obviously here to be a peacemaker. He was more concerned about the representative of the Holy Cathedral. He looked up and saw that the first person to walk out was the bishop who presided over the conference. This person was insignificant, but the representative of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who walked out behind the bishop made Brando open his eyes. It was right to come this time. Brando's heart skipped a beat. The representative of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who walked out from the darkness was the current owner of the Andurla Cathedral, the Archbishop of Ampere Seal. But it was not Wood, but a man with deep-set eyes, a hooked nose and a cold face. Brando recognized this guy at a glance. It was Archbishop Moros, the representative of the radical faction of the Holy Cathedral. He was also the high-ranking priest of the Holy Cathedral who was supposed to succeed Wood's position in 2 months. How could it be? Brando could not wrap his head around it for a moment. How could Moros have arrived in Ampere Seal so early? But he suddenly reacted. No wonder. No wonder the attitude of the Holy Cathedral suddenly changed 180 degrees. Since Moros had already entered the Andurla Cathedral, it meant that Cruz was ready to intervene in Erwin's political affairs. Wood must be in trouble. Brando immediately thought of this, but now was not the time to think about the trouble of the Archbishop. The question now was, why did Moros appear here in advance? In history, it should have been Wood who presided over the conference in Ampere Seal. Brando suddenly felt that the history he knew had cracked open a big hole, and something had changed forever. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 557. The Archbishop will be leaving Ampere Seal in 3 days. He is currently in his meditation room and is not receiving any guests. Miss Magadal. The guards of the Holy Cathedral were dressed in red robes, their silver breastplates glistening under the sunlight. They held spears in their hands, and although they had a polite smile on their faces, they did not look like they were going to bend the rules. The nun princess sighed softly. She turned around. The dome of the Holy Cathedral was bathed in endless light, but it seemed to reflect the last ray of light of the kingdom. In the hazy light, the sound of bells echoed, announcing the end of an era. In the Roxby Palace, the 6 Grand Dukes and their envoys sat on both sides of a round table and began to divide up the remaining riches of the kingdom. Knives, forks, and fish were all on the plates. The buzz of discussion rose into the air, and the roof of the palace, supported by the black jade pillars, echoed with the sighs of thousands of years. Among the many different opinions, only one voice solemnly announced. Since the founding of the Erwin Kingdom, the late King Eric led the people to overcome all obstacles and built this glorious paradise from the wilderness. The late king made an oath that the fate of the kingdom would be decided by the nobles and the people together. Today, the kingdom is once again facing division. Because we cannot bear to see the innocent lives lost in the flames of war, we gather here, and with our fingers on the sword, we make a new contract for the future of the kingdom. Duke Cypher finished this oath and raised his head. The hall was as silent as the winter snow. His eyes shone with a cold and wild light. My colleagues here, if anyone still agrees with this ancient contract, please raise your hand with me to prove that the blood of the nobles of the Erewhon kingdom flows in your veins. After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand, as if he was holding a sharp sword in his hand and pointing it to the sky. The giant beast in the shadows bared its sharp teeth. The hall was filled with a collective noise. Except for the two Cruz bishops, everyone stood up and raised their right hand. Just like their ancestors did in the wilderness, the ancient nobles crossed their swords and made a sacred oath in front of the Lionheart sword. I vow to lead my people. I will lead them away from strife and slaughter, away from the arrogance and greed of the nobles of the empire. I swear that in order to not repeat this cold-blooded mistake of history, I will make the nobles of this new kingdom follow the spirit of the knight. Fair and strict, upright and brave, benevolent and generous. I swear this oath, and I will use all my strength to keep it. Brando was the last to get up. He raised his hand, but looked on coldly from the side. Not only had these people lost the Lionheart sword, they had also lost the swords in their hands. Therefore, they had long forgotten about the sacred oath. The sacred contract lost its effect. The cities of the kingdom turned into illusions, and the vast territory melted like snow before him. From the mountains to the plains, from the forests to the sea, only one voice echoed. Revolution. Brando gently closed his eyes, and the Halran Gaia vibrated close to him, as if sensing its master's agitated emotions. The sword was about to break out of the box, but Brando calmed down a little. It was not time yet. Flames were spreading from the ground, and magma was about to swallow everything, but it was not time yet. 260 years ago, my ancestor, the last king of the Cypher dynasty, lost the responsibility of the Lionheart sword and gave the throne to His Majesty Luxon I. He was also the founder of the Corvado dynasty, the founder of Erewhon's resurgence. It is undeniable that this wise king created the prosperity of Erewhon for nearly 100 years. However, 2 centuries later, the kingdom declined again, and history returned to square one. Duke Cypher continued. My niece, Princess Graphine, is the descendant of His Majesty Luxon I. Do you agree? As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of discussion in the darkness. Everyone knew that under the high-sounding rhetoric, there was an unconcealable desire for power, but it was undeniable that Duke Cypher's words resonated with many people. It was undeniable that the Corvado royal family had an undeniable responsibility for Erewhon's decline. Everyone looked at the eldest princess of the kingdom. Princess Graphine raised her head without changing her expression. I don't agree with your words, Your Grace. There was an uproar. Brando looked at the princess. He knew that she had a noble wish in her heart, but she had no choice but to submit herself to the mud. He wanted to see what she would say, and how she would support Erewhon's fragile faith in the darkness. Compared to the 10 years after Erewhon's death, this was undoubtedly the darkest moment before dawn. Arek was still expressionless, and he did not say a word. Almost everyone was on Duke Cypher's side, and the princess was like a lone boat in a storm. The royal faction, which seemed to be in harmony with her, could not even make a weak sound. So, House Corvado intends to abandon everyone and stick to their own course? Duke Cypher's expression was cold, and his voice was as sharp as thunder. The Corvado royal family will fulfill their responsibilities as royalty, but if someone wants to break the promise of the ancestors, I will not take a step back, Graphine replied fearlessly. What did you say? According to the agreement, my brother is the rightful heir of the kingdom. No matter how eloquent you are, my uncle, you cannot change this fact. As for my brother, the Corvado royal family will not allow someone who killed his own father to ascend the throne, let alone my stepmother. As long as I am alive, I will not allow her to break the sacred agreement with those despicable people and frame Erewhon. The moment the princess said this, the hall became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Even though everyone knew that there was something fishy about Oberg VII's death, they didn't think that the princess would be so unyielding as to reveal such a shameful matter in front of everyone. Duke Cypher sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned pale. Nonsense. Duke Cypher shouted angrily. Your Highness, please maintain your dignity. Maintain my dignity? Griffine seemed to be enraged. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Your Grace, you want me to maintain my dignity? Then let me ask you, who was with my father when he was dying? Then let me ask you, when my father secretly sent me a secret letter asking me to save him, where were you when I was stopped outside the palace? As a daughter, you could only watch as your father died at the hands of despicable people. Your Grace, do you still want me to maintain my dignity? Her voice was close to sobbing as she spoke. Everyone saw the strong princess actually shed tears. Her whole body trembled, her fists clenched, but she still proudly stuck out her chest, proudly facing all her enemies. At this moment, she was no longer Erewhon's princess, but a daughter who was filled with grief and indignation for her father. However, the pride of the royal family overlapped on her, giving everyone the illusion that King Oberg VII was right in front of them, denouncing the crimes of the queen. Everyone looked at each other. Most of the nobles looked at Duke Cypher and the archbishops of the Holy Cathedral. Duke Cypher's face was pale, as if he had been stabbed by Griffine's gaze. He took a step back and couldn't help but exchange a look with Archbishop Moros not far away. Only then did he calm down. Your Highness, I think you might be too agitated. The late king's health has always been poor. There might be some misunderstanding here. He was well aware of his sister's actions and could not help but reply with some embarrassment. Griffine bit her lower lip and glared at him. At this time, Moros finally came to the rescue. Your Highness, I understand how you feel, but we are not talking about the death of King Oberg VII. Please consider the millions of people in Erewhon. Once the kingdom falls into war, the people who will be sacrificed will be your father's people. If the late King Eric was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the heart to let this happen. Does everyone still remember the oath you engraved on your swords? Although the new archbishop's face was gloomy, his voice was unusually gentle, as if it had the power to bewitch people. Brando secretly praised him. He didn't pay much attention to this old guy before, but now he realized that this guy was an expert in Erewhon. The moment he opened his mouth, he hit the princess's weak spot. None of the high-ranking people in the Holy Cathedral of Fire were incompetent. He looked at Griffine again, wanting to see how the princess would respond. Once the kingdom falls into the flames of war, Her Royal Highness turned her head, the tears on her cheeks still wet. She smiled a little bleakly. Aween is so poor and weak, but you still don't repent. The kingdom will be engulfed in the flames of war, and the kingdom will be engulfed in the flames of war. 100 years later, this land will only be in ruins. I wonder if all of you will have the face to meet Aween's ancestors, and how will you have the face to meet King Eric? There was an uproar in the hall. Brando was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. He stared dumbfoundedly at the weak 17-year-old half-elf girl. She stood there, isolated and helpless, but her eyes seemed to penetrate the heavy fog of history and saw the inevitable end of Erewhon. She actually saw it? She actually saw it. Brando had always thought that the princess had chosen the wrong path, and would eventually follow the kingdom into the abyss. But he didn't expect that the princess had already seen her destiny. She had already seen the darkness and thorns, flowing with blood, burning with hellish flames that could not be changed. What was the power that controlled her, that she was just supporting a hope? Or was it the responsibility of the royal family? Brando looked at the 17-year-old half-elf girl, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. Your Highness, you are being an alarmist. Moros replied faintly. The Holy Cathedral of Fire will never allow the kingdom it protects to be destroyed. Griffine looked at him calmly. Lord Archbishop, please speak. It is time for Erewhon to choose a new ruler. The nobles of the kingdom are all here, and according to the ancient agreement, let them once again decide the fate of the kingdom. Moros replied, presumably, this will also be the voice of this ancient kingdom. We will let it once again echo in this sacred hall and sign the sacred contract. Glory and justice, it will all be here. Duke Cypher's face was full of pride. Duke Erek's eyelids drooped, and his face was expressionless. Most of the other nobles agreed, except for Duke Viro's group of envoys. Count Janalesu, the admiral of the navy, looked at the princess alone and also expressed her opinion. For a time, the situation in the huge side palace was completely one-sided. The royal faction looked at Duke Erek, but did not receive any response from him. Brando saw this scene and could not help but be slightly surprised. This was very different from history. The royal faction was in an absolute disadvantage in the meeting. He stared coldly at Erek, and his hand that was placed on the hilt of Halrangaya loosened a little. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations, and he once again suppressed his murderous intent. Fortunately, he looked at it again. "Your Highness, I will not allow it." Griffin seemed to have expected this situation, and answered coldly and decisively. "Your Highness, I suggest that you do not be stubborn." Bishop Moroz's face changed. He did not expect that the princess would not even give him face. Even the royal family needs the nobles to rule the kingdom. If you are stubborn, you will only cause the Covardo family to be isolated. I think you do not want the nobles of the kingdom to kill each other, right? This was a blatant threat. However, there was no trace of fear on the princess's face. She replied calmly, "There is no king above the throne. When the time comes for the nobles to bleed, Erwin will choose a new king, but there is one condition that must be fulfilled. I think, have you all forgotten the ancient oath?" The Lionheart sword. Everyone's face changed. Only then did they remember that if Duke Erwin wanted to choose a new king, he would first have to abide by the oath of the late king, King Eric. If one day, the nobles of Erwin forget their duty, then this sword will return to where it came from, and will no longer protect the kingdom. The Lionheart sword had been lost for more than 260 years, and no one knew where it was. This sword happened to be lost by the Cipher dynasty, and it was also the reason why the last king of the Cipher dynasty passed the throne to the Covardo family. As long as the sword did not return, it meant that the Cipher family did not have the right to reclaim the throne. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The oath of the late King Eric was a heavy shackle that locked the hearts of the nobles of Erwin. It was the foundation of the Erwin kingdom, and no one dared to deny it because it was tantamount to denying the existence of the nobles. When the princess said this, the hall suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Then, everyone suddenly remembered something. Everyone present turned around and looked in the direction of Brando. To be exact, it was Countess Yenbao, Dilfery. Brando was slightly stunned and turned around. He found that the countess' face did not have the slightest bit of shock. She seemed to have expected this scene. Her expression was calm, but her snow-white face was a little absent-minded. She looked at Griffin not far away, and there was a complicated look of struggle in her eyes. "Dilfery? Mr. Brendel, do you think that Mother Marcia always cares for those who are pure and righteous?" The countess sighed softly and suddenly asked in an almost undetectable tone. Brando was slightly stunned, but Countess Yenbao, Dilfery, had already stood up in front of everyone's eyes. She wore the glorious emblem of her family on her chest, the emblem of a broken sword. Brando looked at the emblem and suddenly remembered something. A rumor about the kingdom's most mysterious family. His expression changed, but the countess had already said to Princess Griffin in the distance, "The House of Swords greets the King of Erwin. Your Highness, 3 months ago, the Lionheart sword's throne was broken, and it is time for the kingdom to choose a new king." When Dilfery answered this, her body could not help but tremble. She was Griffin's best friend, but she knew that when she said this, she was hurting her. "I'm sorry, Griffin. I don't know why this happened either. When the throne was broken, the House of Swords lost its meaning of existence." "Your Highness." The countess could not help but cry after she finished speaking. "It's all right, Dilfery. The kingdom will bring glory to you once again. The Lionheart sword will never let down anyone who is loyal to the kingdom and its people." Griffin smiled. She raised her head and saw Duke Cipher, who had a victorious look on his face, and Moroz, who had a gloomy face. "Your Highness, the truth is in front of you," Duke Cipher said proudly. Duke Cipher said proudly, "The throne of the sacred sword has been shattered. It is meaningless for the royal family of Covardo to remain on the throne. It is time for the kingdom to choose a new king. According to the sacred agreement, now is the time to return the choice to the nobles of Erwin." Moroz nodded. "Is that so? Then who do you think will be the new king of Erwin?" Princess Griffin suddenly asked. "Of course." Duke Cipher immediately opened his mouth. He knew that the nobles present had long been suppressed by the Holy Cathedral. Even Duke Erek was no exception. The Holy Cathedral supported House Cipher to regain control of Erwin. Now, it seemed that even the will of the heavens was on his side. The shattering of the sacred sword proved all of this. He was full of himself and was only waiting to say the name that could not be changed. But at this moment, Duke Cypher opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost. He realized that he could not continue speaking. This was because he saw a girl. Or rather, a female trainee knight. The female knight was standing next to the princess. Duke Cypher felt that she looked familiar. Right, the girl's face vaguely resembled the famous scepter of Fire Everton. Could she be his descendant? But this was not the key. The key was the sword in the female knight's hand. The sword was 4 feet long, and the guard was like a pair of spread wings. A golden lion was biting the edge of the sword, and the blade was as cold as a pool of silver. The blade swayed slightly as it was raised high. The light on the sword was like the first ray of sunlight when the snow melted in winter. It flowed into the eyes of everyone present. The sacred Lionheart sword. This is impossible. Someone in the crowd could not help but scream. If one day, the nobles of Erewhon forget their duty, then this sword will return to where it came from. It will no longer protect this country. But as long as there are people who are loyal to the oath on the sword, it will still protect everything that belongs to this glorious land. The House of Covardo has never forgotten the oath of the late king. I wonder what the rest of you think? Princess Griffine looked at the sword and was a little intoxicated. But she turned around and asked in a cold voice. No. Duke Cypher was a little incoherent because of this dramatic scene. No, this can't be true. The sacred Lionheart sword has been lost for more than 200 or 300 years. There is no trace of it. There is no way they can find it. Archbishop Moros. Please believe me. This must be a fake. Archbishop Moros turned around and stared at Princess Griffine with his sharp eyes. Your Highness, can you prove that the Lionheart sword in your hand is the real one? Archbishop, are you suspecting that I am lying in this situation? Princess Griffine asked coldly. No, Your Highness. I am just maintaining the strictness of a notary. Princess Griffine frowned. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The sacred Lionheart sword was like a symbol of Erewhon. No one thought that the Archbishop and Duke Cypher would dare to deny it in front of this sword. Some of the sharper ones immediately realized that the conflict between the two sides had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Everyone stared at the princess and Duke Cypher, wanting to see the final result of this confrontation. Even Duke Arek raised his eyelids slightly for the first time. At this moment, a steady and solemn voice sounded from outside the hall. I can prove that this sword is the real Lionheart sword. Everyone was shocked and turned around at the same time. The door of Roxby Hall opened, and a figure stepped into the hall through the flowing sunlight. His back was facing the light, and the light was like sharp swords behind him. Everyone could not help but squint their eyes. However, these sharp swords dissipated one by one, and then everyone saw the person who came. It was a knight wrapped in emerald green armor. Ah! Countess Dilfrey was stunned for a moment. She sat down on a chair in a daze. How is this possible? This is the Knight of the Lake. Brando also stood up from his seat. He suddenly felt that history was too strange. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 559. A group of guards in red robes hurried through the busy market, the metal edges of their cloaks clanging against their breastplates like a whirlwind. Amandina's gaze followed them as they traversed the market. The Holy Cathedral's guards disappeared on the other side, and the sound of their uniform footsteps faded away. She turned back and felt that the tension in Ampere Seal was even more intense than 2 days ago. I didn't expect the Lionheart sword to be in the hands of Her Royal Highness, but the nobles of the North may not be willing to give in just like that, right? There were only 2 people in the carriage, and as the carriage moved forward, the smell of Brendel's perfume permeated the space covered by the curtains, making Amandina a little uneasy. She asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "That's why they've postponed the next meeting for 2 days." Brando replied with his eyes slightly closed. The subtle changes in the meeting made him give up his original plan. Duke Arek seemed to have given up on the alliance with the royal faction under the pressure of Cruz and decided to remain neutral. Some of the original arrangements could not be used, at least not until the true intentions of the Holy Cathedral were clear. The intervention of the Holy Cathedral was unexpected, but also expected. The Holy Cathedral certainly did not want Erewhon to be divided or fall into civil strife. But what if a civil war was inevitable? It was just like what had happened in history. The key was that there were still a few months before the Lion Beast men could prepare enough food, so it was not impossible for the North and South to change sides. As long as Her Royal Highness showed enough strength, it was not impossible for the Holy Cathedral of Fire to support the South. But what Brando guessed was the reason why the Holy Cathedral was so eager to intervene in Erewhon's affairs. It was not just a coincidence that Moros took office nearly a month earlier than in history. History was changing in secret, and it made him feel that not everything was as he expected. Some things might not be as simple as he thought. The atmosphere in Ampere Seal was a little strange now, and Brando had to suppress his desire to make a move. He was prepared to observe first. After all, he had other things to do today. In 2 days, they will be able to find evidence to prove that the sacred sword in the princess's hand is not the Lionheart sword? I'm afraid it won't be easy to prove that it's not the Lionheart sword. Even though it's a little different from the old Lionheart sword, the guardian of the sword, the Knight of the Lake, is the real deal. Count Yenbao can also prove that. Brendel sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, the Holy Cathedral still had Archbishop Wood and the people he wanted to meet today. He would eventually find out what had happened to make the Holy Cathedral so anxious. Yenbao? Amandina looked at her lord curiously. Hee, I didn't think that there would be things that you don't know. The first ancestor of the Yenbao family was King Eric's attendant. Before the late King Eric passed away, he made a will for them to protect the holy sword for generations to come. That was why the Yenbao family had such a high status in Erewhon. The guardian of the Lionheart should be the knight beside Yak. Brando replied. How is that possible? Amandina's eyes widened. Then wouldn't he be hundreds of years old? The Knight of the Lake is not a person to begin with, but an existence contracted to the sword. He has dedicated his life to the sword. In terms of the state of existence, he is more similar to an undead. Brando chose some reliable rumors from his memory to answer. In fact, he was not completely sure. After all, this information came from the mixed-up forum. Then isn't it very powerful? Her Royal Highness will have another strong support. Amandina's thoughts immediately returned to politics, and Brando couldn't help but find it funny. It's not as scary as you think. The Knight of the Lake has the strength of elemental activation, but because he doesn't have a body, he's slightly weaker than Veronica of the Cruz Empire. His subtext was that the Knight of the Lake was level 57, and Veronica was level 59, which was the late stage of elemental activation. Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles must have the strength of level 60 at the peak of elemental activation, and above that would be the ultimate realm of elemental activation. The dragon race was born with such strength, but Erewhon did not have such an existence at the moment. It took a long time for humans to go from the peak of gold to elemental activation, break through the elemental activation wall, and finally reach the ultimate realm of elemental activation. But for the gold and silver bloodlines, it was as simple as eating and dressing. Brando couldn't help but sigh. I understand. The nobles of the north are trying to stall for time and find a justifiable excuse for war. Amandina reacted. Brando nodded, very satisfied with Amandina's reaction. In fact, the north and south had no intention of negotiating at all. Both sides came because of the attitude of Ampere Seal and the Holy Cathedral. Now that the Holy Cathedral's attitude was clear, the only thing left for both sides was to fight. But they did not expect such an accident to happen. The princess's side actually took out the Lionheart sword. Duke Cypher must be so worried that he lost a lot of hair. Princess Graphine was as smart and sharp as the rumors said. She took out the Lionheart sword not to win the support of the nobles, but to announce the legitimacy of the royal faction's inheritance in front of everyone. Without a doubt, she succeeded. The prestige of the Lionheart sword among the people of Erewhon was unimaginable. Under the pressure of the Holy Cathedral, the princess was still able to fight back calmly. This was indeed unexpected. But as Amandina said, the nobles of the north would not give up so easily, and the purpose of Brando's trip was to find out more information. Of course, there was also a secondary purpose. Princess Graphine is really smart. Amandina could not help but praise. At this time, the carriage stopped. The carriage stopped for a moment, and Brendel lifted up the curtains to see his own carriage parked side by side with another carriage. He carefully observed the other carriage, then knocked twice on the window. The door of the carriage opened, and a person came out. That person immediately got onto Brando's carriage. "Mr. Brando, Magadal lifted her skirt and jumped onto the carriage, looking at Brando. The nun princess was wearing a light white dress today, looking gentle and quiet. But she seemed a little nervous, her chest rising and falling slightly. After getting on the carriage, she looked outside nervously before closing the door. But Brando interrupted her, shaking his head and putting a finger to his lips. Magadal looked at the two of them, puzzled. "When does the auction start?" Brando asked. "The auction? If we go now, it will be just in time. Mr. Brando, my friend is a very reliable person. Don't worry, he will definitely arrange for your auction items. But unfortunately, the people of Ampere Seal are in a state of panic recently, and many people are selling their art and collections. Originally, the manager wanted to auction Mr. Brando's item as the finale." Magadal understood Amandina's hand gesture. Brendel wanted her to not mention those things for the time being, as the walls have ears. The nun princess was a smart person, and she immediately understood what he meant. "It's okay," Brando replied. Actually, this was better. After all, the painting of Princess Anya was stolen, and it was not good to be too conspicuous. Magadal took a deep breath, suddenly looked up, and anxiously made a series of hand signals to Brando. It was sign language. Brando was slightly startled, thinking that this was not good. He did not know sign language. But this princess was really talented, and history said that she was a language genius. Before she got married, she had been a diplomatic envoy of the Holy Cathedral to other countries, but he did not expect her to know sign language. He was slightly startled, but at the same time, he felt Amandina holding his hand. Brando turned his head, and found that his Amandina had opened his hand, and was using a finger to gesture on his palm. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Amandina was helping him translate. "Archbishop Wood is under house arrest." Brando looked up, and stared at the nun princess of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in surprise, only to see the latter nodding seriously. This news quickly made Brando frown. Wood and Moros were colleagues in the same organization, and there was no personal grudge between the two. At most, there was some disagreement. He could believe that Wood was pressured by the Holy Cathedral to reach a compromise with Moros, but Moros actually put the former under house arrest. This was tantamount to falling out. Was this necessary? Or was the Holy Cathedral already so anxious? What was the reason for the Holy Cathedral to be so anxious? He thought for a moment, and suddenly turned his hand over to hold Amandina's soft hand. Amandina did not even dream of this change, and her face turned red, but she was still calm, and only trembled slightly. Brando did not notice this, and just wrote on her hand, "Is there any news about the Holy Cathedral?" Amandina bit her lower lip and gestured. Brando knew that this princess was a true friend of Princess Graphine, and could be trusted. And Magadal had also heard of Brando's deeds, and did not doubt her good friend's knight at all. In fact, she was now under surveillance, and could not see Graphine at all. But the outside world did not know Brando's identity, and so she was in a hurry to find this mysterious young man from Tonajal. In fact, she was still secretly sizing up Brando. This young man who was rumored to be arrogant and unruly did not seem as barbaric as the rumors said. Some people said that he was the leader of the bandits, but when Magadal met Brando for the first time, he left a good impression on her. She could even say that he was a model of gentlemanly nobility, and not a hypocrite like Marquis Yoakum. Magadal nodded, and she was about to gesture, but Brando raised his hand to stop her. "If you have anything to say it when we get there. It's hard to say it here," Brando said. And so, the carriage fell silent. The carriage quickly passed through the city center of Ampere Seal. In fact, Brando had been to the auction house that Magadal mentioned in his previous life, and he asked that question just to not attract attention. This was a world of magic, and although there were no eavesdroppers, there were spells that could pick up sounds in the wind, so he had to be careful. The carriage passed by San Bino Square in Ampere Seal, and they were very close to the auction house. Brando even had the time to lift the curtains and look at the scenery outside. But at this moment, the coachman's scream and the horse's neighing could be heard. Then, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and the carriage was almost thrown off the road. The sudden turn of events caught the two ladies off guard, and they immediately screamed and rolled off their seats. If it was not for Brendel's quick reflexes, He would have hugged them by their waists, and the two noble ladies would probably have had intimate contact with the floor of the carriage. The carriage shook violently, and Brando held the two ladies against the side of the carriage, and it took a lot of effort for him to maintain his balance. But for a moment, the posture of the three of them was inevitably a little indecent. Brando held Amandina with one hand, and used his elbow to support himself against the carriage wall. Amandina's slender body seemed to be squeezed into his strong body, and even her small breasts that were not perfectly developed were tightly pressed against his chest. Amandina's usual calmness did not allow her to be shocked by the sudden change, but she was clearly aware of her situation, and her face was almost dripping blood. Princess Magadal, on the other hand, was completely blank. She was so scared that she did not even realize that Brando was holding her by the waist. The nun princess did not have the slightest ability to protect herself. Her body was as soft as a feather, and it made Brando think that he was holding a ball of cotton. He could not help but look back. Her face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She looked so pitiful that his heart could not help but beat faster. After a moment, the carriage finally stabilized, and with a loud crash, it fell to the ground. Ah! Magadal cried out in pain. It turned out that Brando was on top of her. This time, the nun princess finally realized her situation, and could not help but struggle slightly, wanting Brando to let go of her. But Brando did not care so much now. Although he did not know what was going on outside, it was obvious that the horses were frightened. If they were to go crazy and drag the carriage on the ground, he would be fine, but Amandina and the nun princess would inevitably be injured. Brando reacted quickly. He immediately pulled out Halran Gaia from the dimensional space, and with a loud crash, he cut a large hole in the side of the carriage. He then grabbed Amandina and Magadal, and jumped out of the carriage. Brando's strength was close to the peak of the gold rank. Although it was a close call, this series of actions was not difficult for him. The passers-by on the street only saw the carriage fall, and suddenly there was a loud crash. Before they could see what was going on, a young man landed on the street with two beauties in his arms. Wow, this guy is so lucky! This was the first thought that came to most people's minds. But Brando was filled with anger. While Amandina and Princess Magadal were still in shock, he raised his head and saw the two horses that were pulling the carriage were lying in a pool of blood. The coachman's head was also bleeding, and he was lying moaning beside the carriage. It was obvious that the two arrows that pierced through the horse's head were the culprits behind all of this. Brendel could not help but raise his head and stare at the group of men in black armor not far away. He asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" "You did this?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 560. It was a group of cavalrymen. They wore dark blue jackets under their black half-body armor, and the lower part of their lapels was dyed white, revealing a double row of bronze buttons. They wore high helmets, which were similar to the Spanish helmets that Brando had seen in his previous life. This was the standard uniform of Erewhon's cavalrymen, and it was a regular army. They were not the guards or patrolling cavalrymen that he had seen in Bucci, nor were they the private soldiers of the nobles. Although these light cavalrymen did not carry any long weapons, each of them had a long sword hanging from their waists, and crossbows and arrow barrels hanging from their saddles. It was as if they were ready to go to war. A group of more than 20 people domineeringly occupied the entire street. The surrounding people were angry but did not dare to say anything. Even the carriages on the road had to stop and let them pass. Brando immediately understood what was going on. His carriage did not have the insignia of a noble. The coachman must have stopped a little too slowly, and was taught a lesson by these arrogant fellows. Brando could not help but feel annoyed and a little dumbfounded. He did not even dare to offend people like Arek and Cypher in the noble parliament. He did not expect that he would suffer in the hands of these ruffians. They are the cavalrymen of the Black Blade Squad. At this time, Amandina finally came to her senses and grabbed him. Of course, Brando recognized the identity of these bastards. The Black Blade Squad was originally loyal to the royal family. Speaking of which, Count Vitokin was also indebted to Graffine's mother, but this ungrateful bastard followed the king's eldest son and sided with House Cypher. The most hateful thing was that the Black Blade Squad had always been favored by Oberg VII. It could be said that the royal family of Covardo had treated them well. However, after Vitakin's betrayal, these soldiers were as if they had been married to a chicken or a dog. They had a clear conscience. Oberg VII must have raised a group of ingrates. In fact, Brando also noticed the purple-dyed feathers on their helmets. This meant that they were the Rangers, the elites of the Black Blade Squad. In fact, the Earth Dragons that they were riding also proved this point. The Black Blade Squad was not so extravagant as to equip all the cavalrymen with Earth Dragons. These Rangers must be Count Vitakin's personal guards. Brendel narrowed his eyes and looked left and right, wondering if that ungrateful bastard was in the vicinity. "You've gone too far." Magda helped the bleeding coachman up and could not help but turn around to glare at the arrogant ruffians. Overboard. The group of people did not care about Magadal and Brando at all. Instead, they laughed out loud. There were also a few of them who were sizing up Magadal and Amandina with glowing eyes. It was obvious that they were plotting something. However, they did not dare to snatch people on the grounds of the Holy Temple, so it was inevitable that they would resort to underhanded means. "Miss, we're just teaching him some manners." One of them, who looked quite refined, took the lead and answered. "You very good." Magadal was so angry that her face turned red. She was about to reveal her identity. But at this time, Brando had already retracted his gaze. He did not see Count Vitokin, and did not want to waste his time talking to these people. He lightly tapped Halran Gaia on the ground, and for a moment, the ground under his feet rippled and spread in all directions. The soil seemed to have a life of its own as it formed a water surface. The ripples spread out for about 30 to 50 feet and swept across the ground where the Rangers were. Before the Rangers of the Black Blade Squad could react, the Earth Dragons that they were riding had already lost their balance and fell to the ground. Naturally, the cavalrymen could only scream and curse as they fell to the ground. Many of them were crushed by the huge mounts. The rest of the cavalrymen were shocked and angry. They were shocked because of the sudden earthquake and angry because most of their mounts had broken their leg bones in the previous accident. The Earth Dragons were extremely precious in the Aruan army. There were only about 300 of them in the entire Black Blade Squad. To the Rangers, or the Aruan people called them Night Rangers, they were undoubtedly their closest companions and most treasured personal assets. But they did not expect that they would be crippled in a dispute before they had even entered the battlefield. Furthermore, the other party was not even a noble and had an unknown background. For a moment, the Rangers' eyes turned red, and they clamored to surround Brando and teach him a lesson. Brando looked coldly at these people as they drew their swords. He did not want to kill people easily, but he had made up his mind that if these people dared to come forward, he would not hesitate to teach them an unforgettable lesson. But at this time, an angry voice came from the crowd. "Everyone stop!" The angry rebuke seemed to have a miraculous effect. It woke up the cavalrymen who were blinded by anger. They had already unsheathed their swords, but they were blinded by anger. In layman's terms, the arrow on the bow had to be released. But when the voice came, everyone immediately put away their swords. Brando could not help but be slightly startled when he saw this scene. He could tell that the voice was very young, and it was definitely not Count Vitokin. To have such prestige in the army at such a young age, perhaps even Count Vitokin's son might not be able to do so. Erewhon had many famous generals in the future, and most of them emerged in this era. But the one in front of him was obviously from the opposing camp, and it immediately attracted Brando's attention. His subconscious was still influenced by Sophie, and he pursued effectiveness like a player. If the other party was too famous, he did not mind getting rid of a future threat first. After making up his mind, Brando raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the person behind the Rangers had separated them and walked over. Just as he expected, it was indeed a young man. And it was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. Brando nodded his head when he saw this. He wondered why the genes of this era were so good. Legend had it that Insusta was also a handsome man. Although Brando himself was not bad, at most he could be considered good-looking. Compared to this young man in front of him, he was a little ashamed. The young man glared at his subordinates, then came to Magadal's side and bowed slightly. "Princess Magadal, please forgive my men's recklessness. It was because the two of you did not have the insignia of nobility on your carriage that they mistook you for commoners. Please allow me to apologize on their behalf." Brando could not help but feel a little strange when he heard this reason. He thought that commoners could be bullied by others, but he did not expect Magadal to accept this explanation. She replied with some resentment, "Please restrain your soldiers. This is your duty. Viscount von Downing. Do not let Erwin be humiliated because of you." Magadal's words were very harsh, and Viscount von Downing's face turned green. He could not help but raise his head and stare at Brando hatefully. "Then what about the matter of this gentleman injuring a dozen of my ground dragons? Your Highness, you should know that openly attacking the royal guards and injuring the precious ground dragons is a serious matter no less than treason. I need an explanation." Magadal frowned, and the little bit of goodwill she had for this young viscount disappeared. She thought that he was a reasonable person, but she did not expect him to be so unreasonable. Brando was her guest. How could she hand him over? Even if he was just a passerby, the pure and innocent nun princess would still protect Brando. But just as she was about to speak, Brando smiled and said, "Then this gentleman, it seems that you are not going to let me go. Do you want to settle this privately or publicly?" He had already recognized the other party, von Downing. This guy should be the heir of one of the nobles under Vitokin. He was considered a genius in history, and had made great contributions in the war against Toquinen. He became famous earlier than Brando, and the royal faction was very optimistic about his future. Even Princess Grafine had personally inquired about him. But later on, Vitokin led the Black Blade squad to serve the eldest son of the king, and von Downing himself joined Cypher's side. This genius general of the past had become a thorn in the side of the royal faction. Freya had told him personally that the three most outstanding youths in the Royal Knight Academy under Princess Grafine were Breton, Loca, and Enrique. Brando knew all three of them. Loca, Enrique, and Freya were the famous Erwin trio in history. Freya was known as the goddess of war. Loca later became Erwin's god of war, and was the favorite student of Sly Fox and Lone Wolf. Enrique was once the captain of Grafine's personal guard, and the famous sword saint. Of course he was still far from that now. But what Brando did not expect was that Breton was among them. His results in battle tactics were second only to Loca's, and his swordsmanship was second only to Enrique's. His overall ranking was even higher than the two of them, and it was obvious that he would have a bright future. Brando knew that he had changed history, and that Breton must have died in Bucci. Brando could not help but sigh when he thought about how such a talented person was killed by Madara before he could even grow. But what made him sigh even more was his relationship with Breton. He knew that Breton liked Freya, and even a fool could see that Freya had feelings for him. That guy must be planning to go against him until the end. Brando could not help but feel a headache coming on. But among the future outstanding generals under Her Highness, there was no one who could compare to Viscount von Downing. After all, the latter had years of military experience, and compared to Breton and the others, he was a complete academic. Freya had heard from Maynard that in a real battle, among the new generals under Her Highness, she was the only one who could barely stop this young man who was rising like a comet. But Brando retracted his killing intent. There was no other reason, but he happened to know another part of history that was even more famous. An unknown country girl defeated the kingdom's recognized genius, and from then on, Erwin had a goddess of war. This guy was Freya's first stepping stone, and it could be said that the title of goddess of war was obtained by stepping on this unlucky guy, in the following civil war. Looking at this unlucky guy, Brando did not plan to kill him. Viscount von Downing was slightly stunned. What is public, and what is private? Public means official business. Didn't you say that I attacked the royal guards? But I would like to ask which royal guards you are. We can discuss this issue, and if you can prove your identity, I am willing to compensate for your losses. Brando replied with a smile. When the young man heard this, he was dumbfounded. Who was the legitimate royal family of Erwin? Wasn't this the question to be discussed at the meeting in Ampere Seal? If the few of them could reach a conclusion here, then what was the point of having so many Grand Dukes and members of the royal family in Ampere Seal? Moreover, by the time this question was settled, the war between the North and South would have started. By then, the Black Blade squad would not have time to find trouble with Brando. I think this is a private matter, so let's settle it privately. Fortunately, He was quick-witted, and quickly added, "Settle it privately?" Brando's face turned cold, and he took off his white gloves and waved them in front of Viscount von Downing. "It's easy to settle it privately. Your subordinates collided with my carriage, and I hurt your drake. For the sake of both our reputations, let's have a fair and honorable duel like nobles." Viscount von Downing's face was no longer green, but green. He originally wanted to use the name of the Black Blade Squad to make Brando suffer, but he did not expect Brando to challenge him to a duel without saying a word. The nun princess could not help but chuckle. Brando's words were too mean. Everyone knew that he had defeated an elemental awakened great swordsman with the strength of a gold-ranked advanced swordsman. Even though they did not know that Brendel had used a little trick, his mastery of swordsmanship was recognized by the world. Viscount von Downing must have recognized him, but he purposely said that. It was a little too much. However, Magadel did not feel that Brando was arrogant at all. She only felt that this Highland knight was not playing by the rules at all, and was very interesting. She could not help but look at the two's reactions with interest. Amandina could not help but shake her head. She thought to herself that this idiot had to provoke her lord. As far as she knew, her lord had never suffered a loss before. Viscount von Downing's reaction was simple. Of course he could not agree. He was just a silver beginner swordsman. Although he was considered talented among the younger generation, he knew that he would not be able to defeat Brando even if there were 10 or 8 of him. Asking him to duel with Brando was the same as asking him to die. However, it was even more impossible for him to refuse. He did not want to lose face in the circle of nobles. This was not just a matter of his face. Brando's words included the Black Blade Squad and asked him to fight for the Black Blade Squad. Tears were about to fall from his eyes. He thought that this guy was too evil, forcing him to a dead end with just one sentence. Brando held Halrangaya and looked at the unlucky man calmly. Viscount von Downing's expression changed constantly, which made Brando sigh. He did not think that a human could have the ability to change colors. But at this time, Magadel knew that she could not intervene. Of course, she could not let Brando kill Viscount von Downing here. In fact, she knew that Brando did not want to do so, but only wanted to tease him. She looked at the Viscount's pale face and could not help but sigh. As the saying goes, evil is the hardest to bear. Forget it. This is St. Pino's Square. Bishop André wanted to build this square to commemorate the truce between Erwin and Cruz. Duels are not allowed here, she reminded softly. Exactly. Viscount von Downing suddenly felt that the nun princess's voice was simply heavenly. If that's the case, my duel with Mr. will have to be postponed. There's such a story? Brando turned to look at Magadel, only to see the nun princess playfully winking at him. Brendel couldn't help but smile in his heart, thinking that this princess wasn't so inflexible after all. He nodded and said, "Then when in Rome, do as the Romans do." "I'll let you go this time. Why don't we set a time first?" Viscount von Downing's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied vaguely, "Let's set it after the conference." He also knew that the conference in Ampere Seal was still far away, and both sides needed time to prepare. Moreover, after the conference, the civil war between the North and South would begin. When that time comes, he would return to the army and have plenty of ways to deal with this guy. But now, he didn't dare to stay here for even a second longer. After leaving behind these harsh words, he immediately led his men away with their tails between their legs. Brando shook his head. "Young people." Amandina rolled her eyes at the side. At this time, the alarmed manager of the auction house finally came up to them. He had already seen Brando and Princess Magadel, but he did not dare to offend the soldiers of the Black Blade Squad. Thus, he decided to wait for the dispute to end. He also knew that it was not very kind of him to do so. After all, Brando and Princess Magadel were his VIPs. Thus, when he came over, he was a little embarrassed. "Are the two of you all right? Those guys have always been so arrogant. The VIP room is ready. Would you like to enter now?" Magadel knew his difficulties and did not intend to argue with him. She only turned to look at Brando. Brando nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 561. Brando, Amandina, and Magadal were led to a private room on the third floor of the auction house. The room was actually a balcony in the shape of a fan. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the entire auction house. The view was excellent, and Brando was very satisfied. However, he did not know that Amandina was slightly surprised. Amandina expected the auction house in Ampere Seal to be extremely luxurious, or at least far more luxurious than Braggs's. However, the decorations here were not very eye-catching, and even a little shabby in her eyes. The surrounding walls made of black wooden planks looked very simple, and the thick curtains hanging from the ceiling were stacked together in a very ordinary color. The seats were not as intricate as the ones in Braggs's auction, but she felt surprisingly comfortable sitting on them. However, the daughter of a small noble from Braggs would never have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous black wooden planks were actually precious black wood, which could be used to make magic staffs. The fabric hanging from the ceiling was also from the southern desert country, and the cushion she was sitting on was made of camel hair. Any of the ordinary things here were worth a few years of hard work. The extravagant lifestyle of the nobles in Erewhon had long exceeded her expectations. Although Amandina was also considered to be a noble, her family had long declined, and she could not afford such luxuries. The balcony was surrounded by a continuous soundproof spell, and a layer of semi-transparent feather-like curtains prevented others from seeing the identity of the guests on the balcony. The protective measures of the auction house were very good, but just in case, Brando still cast a soundproof spell. Casting a spell that was not even a first circle elementalist was very simple for a level 20 elementalist. However, seeing that Brando did not rely on any tools, the nun princess' eyes lit up. I didn't expect him to know magic as well. A swordsman in his early 20s who has already stepped into the realm of gold. How did Mr. Brando train? Is there really such a big difference between a genius and a normal person? Princess Magadal curiously raised her thin eyebrows slightly, and her heart was full of surprise. Although she had always thought that her close friend, the Princess of Erewhon, was already a genius, but compared to Brando, she paled in comparison. This was because she did not know that Brando had only used a little more than a year to advance from the iron rank to the gold rank. Otherwise, she would have suspected that one of Brando's ancestors was a dragon in disguise. There were even rumors that this young man might be the most outstanding star in Erewhon's history. However, this new star was from the Yenbao family, and was very close to the princess, which made some people gnash their teeth. Magda was the only one who felt at ease, knowing that her close friend had such a talent in her camp. All right, you can speak now, Your Highness. May I ask what happened to the Holy Cathedral? If I remember correctly, Archbishop Wood should be in favor of maintaining the status quo in Erewhon. Is his opinion not enough to represent the opinion of the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? As far as I know, although there is more than one archbishop, there are not many in the Holy Cathedral, let alone in a special parish like Ampere Seal. I want to know what caused the change in the Holy Cathedral's intentions? Brando immediately asked after finishing his spell. The beautiful nun princess was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. It should be a letter from Moros. The handover ceremony was originally scheduled to be held a month later in the Anderla Cathedral. But not only did Moros arrive early, he also brought a letter. After reading the letter, Archbishop Wood locked himself up. In fact, his last order was that we were not allowed to leave the Holy Cathedral at will. I found an opportunity to bypass the guards to meet you, Mr. Brando. Archbishop Wood is not a person who cares about human feelings, but he is one of the rare people who has a firm belief. So, the letter that made him go back on his words must have come from the core of the Holy Cathedral. But why did the Holy Cathedral change their attitude so quickly? Generally speaking, the Archbishop of a parish represents the attitude of the Holy Cathedral, and there are very few cases in history where their opinions are completely different from the Holy Cathedral's. So, it must be because of an emergency. But there are not many situations like this in history. Brando could not help but frown. The moment he frowned, the auction outside finally started as scheduled. The first item was a magic sword. The Ampere Seal auction was indeed a few levels higher than Braggs's underground auction. The quality of this magic sword was extremely good, and it was even better than Brando's original elven sword, the Thorn of Light. The starting price was 50,000 tor, and Amandina could not help but gasp when she heard the starting price. However, Brando was not interested in the sword. The Halran Gaia in his hand was considered to be one of the top fantasy weapons, and its only flaw was that its level was a little low. However, under the same level, it was indeed qualified to defeat all weapons below the level of divine artifacts. Otherwise, it would not be called the Holy Sword of Earth. In the Amber Sword, there were not many weapons that could be called holy swords. If only I could see the contents of the letter. His attention was only attracted by the sudden commotion outside the auction hall for a moment, and he immediately turned back to reply to himself. Mr. Brando, can you help Princess Graphine? The Holy Cathedral's current intention is to help the northern nobles unify the whole of Erewhon. Maybe even Duke Arek is under pressure to join this alliance. If that is the case, it will be very dangerous for Princess Graphine to stay in Ampere Seal. Magadal said worriedly. You think the Holy Cathedral will make a move in Ampere Seal and leave the princess here? Brando could not help but frown. Although he doubted that the northern nobles had the courage to do so, he had to consider this possibility. The Holy Cathedral claimed that they would not interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom, but in fact, they had done so several times in history. Even Arek was forced to submit. The Holy Cathedral's attitude this time is quite strong. But what are they trying to do? Aren't they afraid of causing a backlash? He was puzzled. Erewhon was not the only vassal state of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Cruz's actions were likely to cause the other vassal states to feel sympathy for the loss of their own kind. Historically, the Holy Cathedral of Fire had interfered in the internal affairs of other states for special reasons. What was the reason this time? The nun princess nodded. Moro's attitude is very strong. He seems to be in a hurry to end the civil war in Erewhon. But the royal faction still has power in the south. If Princess Graphine is released back to Vladapest, it will take at least half a year for the war between the north and south to end. We don't know how long the recovery period after the war will take. Looking at Moros, I don't think he can wait that long. The clamor outside the auction house grew louder and louder. The magic sword had been sold for a high price of 120,000 tor, and it was won by a swordsman in the end. But the clamor outside did not attract the attention of the two people in the box. Brando's brows were almost knitted together. He asked, "How does Her Highness want me to help? I'm afraid that the northern nobles will do their best to delay. If I'm not wrong, the northern army has already begun to mobilize. But if Princess Graphine is the first to fall out and withdraw from the meeting, I'm afraid the Holy Cathedral will use this as an excuse to make a move. When that time comes, if I want to stand on Princess Graphine's side, Your Highness, do you want me to declare war on the Holy Cathedral?" Brando replied calmly. "Brendel." Amandina was taken aback. He was probably the only person who dared to say such a thing. Declaring war on the Holy Cathedral? She did not even feel fear. The kingdom had belonged to the Holy Cathedral of Fire for centuries, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not only control Cruz and Erewhon. In their vast territory, Erewhon was just the most insignificant stone. Magadal looked at Brando awkwardly. She was a devout believer herself, and of course she knew how terrifying the power of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was. The small duchy she was in was completely under the protection of the Holy Cathedral. The reason she was able to retain her freedom with her extraordinary beauty was all because of her title as the Nun Princess. This title was also given to her by the Holy Cathedral. It could be said that without the Holy Cathedral, she would not have everything she had today. Mr. Brando, I know that you have always been leaning towards the royal faction. Then can you answer me, to what extent are you willing to help Graphine? She could not help but ask as she thought of her friend's situation. No, you are wrong. Your Highness the Princess of Antiburo. I have never supported the royal faction, and I do not agree with their views, nor do I agree with Her Highness' views. Brando could not help but frown when he heard the name of the royal faction. Ah! Magadal was shocked. How? Could it be that everything you did in Tonajul was for your own benefit? Brando shook his head. For his own benefit. He did not need to do those things. With his ability, in Cruz, Grecius, and even in the Wind Elves' Empire Saint Tossol, he could obtain a position that ordinary people could only dream of. There was no need for him to go to such a desolate place like Tonajul to start from scratch. I admit, I do have a good impression of Princess Graphine. But it is not because of her views, nor is it because of the lost glory of this kingdom. First of all, I am not a knight, Princess Magadal. What I care about is more important. I only want to protect the people I want to protect, and I only want to prevent the tragedy from happening again. He asked faintly. Do you understand what I mean, Princess Magadal? Princess Magadal looked at him blankly, her face blank. I'm sorry, Mr. Brando. I don't quite understand. Are you trying to say that you like Griffine? Brando almost choked. This princess's imagination was too rich. He quickly coughed twice and sighed. You can think whatever you want, but I just want to say that I will not participate in this political struggle because I support the royal faction or Her Highness. I am neither a chess player nor a chess piece. Princess Magadal, if you really want me to interfere, then everything will have to be done according to my way. At this time, Ramona? And Yao's painting from the First Era of Glory, which was also Brando's auction item, was placed on the auction stage. This was the fourth item to be auctioned. The Wind Elves of Saint Tossol were highly skilled in the arts, and Princess Yao was also known as a genius. This painting was from her golden age and was even more precious. Thus, the auction reached a small climax as soon as it started. The high starting price of 1 million tor attracted Amandina's attention. The commotion outside could not suppress Magadal's soft voice. Mr. Brando's way? Before answering this question, Princess Magadal, I want to ask how you want me to help Her Highness. The nun princess was stunned and frowned. Of course, I hope that Griffine can leave this dangerous place. Ampere Seal is not safe, Mr. Brando. She did not originally think that way. At first, she did not think that Brando could change anything. She only hoped to persuade him to join the royal faction. This way, the more powerful Griffine was, the safer she would be in Ampere Seal. But she did not know why, but Brando's words had unknowingly shaken her original thoughts. Brando replied, But you have to understand, if Princess Griffine chooses to leave Ampere Seal, she will forever lose the chance to gain the support of the Holy Cathedral. She will not even be able to maintain her original strength. The royal faction will be at an absolute disadvantage, and defeat will be imminent. Everything that Her Highness and the royal faction stand for will be for naught. Princess Magadal was slightly stunned, but she immediately replied, I only care about Griffine. She is my friend. Then let me answer you, so am I. Brando lowered his eyelids slightly and replied. I understand. Magadal took a light breath. But why does Mr. Brando dislike the royal faction so much? Your actions in Tonajal are just like a true knight. Isn't the royal faction's ideology the path you are pursuing? Why don't you choose to advance and retreat together with them? Erwin, there are very few people like you who are righteous. Why don't you unite? Instead, you let the old nobles of the north win. Mr. Brando also loves this ancient country deeply, right? Brando shook his head and replied indifferently. The Lionheart sword in Freya's hand now promises to protect the people, and not to be the proof of the legitimacy of the country. Her Highness the Princess, the Valkyrie, and the citizens of Buchi, if they cannot even protect the people who are guarding it, then what is the point of the country's existence? A country is ultimately made up of people. Knights are fighting on the front lines to protect, not to sacrifice the people they want to protect. Do you understand? Relying on the legitimacy of the bloodline and the glory of the royal faction, the so-called persistence of the royal faction is nothing more than the stubbornness of the nobles. Your Highness, have you been to Buchi before? Buchi? Then you must not understand what Erwin really wants. King Eric's sword is a sword that protects everyone. What about the sword of the royal faction? I'm afraid it might not be directed towards the nobles, right? The nun princess did not say a word. She did not quite understand the thoughts of Brando and Griffine, and even the royal faction, but she secretly felt that perhaps Brando was right. Mr. Brando has a similar temperament to Griffine, but Griffine did not see it as clearly as he did. All of us were wrong. The royal faction did not choose the right path from the start. Magadal nodded. She raised her head and asked, Can I help you, Mr. Brando? I want to see the contents of the letter to confirm the true attitude of the Holy Cathedral. If what you said is true, then I have no choice but to take the princess away by force. Brando replied. Of course. But in exchange, I hope that Mr. Brando will not call me princess anymore. Just call me Magadal. The princess said seriously. Is that okay? Brando could not help but turn around. At this moment, the oil painting of Princess Twilight was sold for a high price of 3,300,000 tor. After deducting the handling fee, there was still more than 3 million tor in profit. Amandina could not help but let out a soft ah, before turning around to look at her lord. But Brando looked at Magadal and asked, "Miss Magadal, are you a believer of the Holy Cathedral? The teachings of the Flame King teach the world to be righteous and loyal. Although I respect the Holy Cathedral, I respect the truth in my heart even more. I believe that even Lord Wood would support my decision." Magadal replied, "For this, I am willing to pay any price, so please rest assured, Mr. Brando." Brando nodded softly. This princess is indeed as kind and righteous as the rumors say. He had always kept a distance from devout believers, but at this moment, he could not help but admire her. He thought for a moment and suddenly thought of the future of the princess. He could not help but remind her, "Miss Magadal, have you ever thought of fighting for your own destiny?" The nun princess widened her eyes. The words "fight for your own destiny" deeply moved her. She did not know how Brando could see through the struggle in her heart. She could not help but stare at the latter in shock. "I mean no harm." Magadal hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head. The Holy Cathedral had given her too much, and she did not have the courage to resist. Just like Griffine, although she knew that she was trapped in her own trap, she still had to move forward. Seeing that Magadal was unwilling to leave the Holy Cathedral, Brando could only sigh. In fact, he also knew that this was not possible. After all, the nun princess represented her country behind her back. Humans were never free, and he was just casually asking. The auctioneer knocked the mallet for the third time, and the final decision was made. "I will wait for your good news," Brando replied. "Please be careful." "Yes." Princess Magadal nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 562. The auction gradually came to an end as more and more valuable items were auctioned off. Brando managed to buy a piece of adamantine worth 300,000 tor, which was one of the main materials for making steel armor. With this piece of adamantine, along with the White Knight Ebden's relics and Amon's life savings, he would soon be able to start making the armor. Nun Princess Magadal also bought a silver ornament from the Wind Elves as a token of appreciation and gave it to Amandina as a gift. The last item of the auction was a round shield that had been passed down from the Kurlutz Empire's Kanav dynasty. However, the two of them were not interested in it at all. The situation in Ampere Seal was really unsettling. Brendel and the Princess of the Antiburo Duchy quickly reached a final agreement, and the two of them left the box early. Magadal had to return to the Holy Cathedral immediately to avoid suspicion. After that, she had to find a way to find out the true intentions of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. She had to find out what the new Archbishop of Moros was doing with Erewhon's nobles. Brando was quite satisfied with this meeting. Although he did not get much information, at least he had a solid ally in the Holy Cathedral. He also understood the attitude of the Cruz Empire. Brendel trusted Princess Magadal's character. In another history, she was known for her righteousness and kindness. She was even known as the heart is more than the exterior. Princess Magadal was not ugly, and her beauty was not inferior to the half-elf Griffine. She was known as the Queen of Ains, the Queen of the Elves who was active in the era after the War of the Holy Saints was known for her beauty. Brando asked Amandina to stay and settle the bill with the auctioneer. He then left the auction hall and stopped a carriage at the entrance. 74 Scorpion Shell Street. The carriage quickly left San Pino Square and went through a winding alley. Even in a prosperous trading port like Ampere Seal, there were still slums. The carriage stopped at a shanty area in the suburbs. The houses in this area had long been bought by Sioux. Brando walked straight to a house with the back of Ampere Seal Bay. As soon as he reached the door, the gray wooden door opened with a creak. A feminine face appeared behind the door, but there were fins on her chin and ears. Her skin was like green jade. She looked at Brando with her pale yellow eyes. "Nice to meet you, Ednies." Brando smiled. She was a female shining scale naga named Ednies. Ednies nodded and moved aside to let Brando in. "My lord." There were two male shining scale nagas in the house. One of them was Sani. He had been injured in a battle with the other races a few days ago. He could not fight for a while, so he was sent here to act as the liaison officer for Tonajal's new lord. Brando was now the most important friend of the shining scale Nagas. He had cured the queen with holy water no. And as a prelude to the war in Erewhon, it seemed that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was determined to maintain stability. Even if they used force, this was great news for the nobles in the north, but it was bad news for Princess Brando's side. "My lord, what do we do now?" The innkeeper's daughter did not know the subtle difference, but she knew that it was not good news. At least she had heard that the Holy Cathedral of Fire's attitude had changed recently. Her Royal Highness must have been put under house arrest. Now the Holy Cathedral of Fire will definitely not allow her to leave Ampere Seal. They will force Erect to take a stand, and the nobles and the king's faction will be in danger next time. Brando thought for a moment. The king's faction should have received the news by now, maybe even earlier than him. The king's faction must have more informants in the north. Although they did not have Nagas, they must have the means to pass information into Ampere Seal. But if even Erect had changed sides, the princess should be in a desperate situation now, and even whether she could leave safely was a problem. He suddenly turned around and asked, "Where's Roman?" Miss Roman went to the trading area. "There are many companies in Ampere Seal that have relations with us." She said that she wanted to get in touch with the leaders of these companies. The war is about to break out, and the market will inevitably fluctuate. Miss Roman is worried that it will affect the livelihood of the territory. Sue seemed to be about to talk about this matter. "She's alone?" Brando frowned. He knew that those big merchants looked good on the surface, but they were not good people behind the scenes. Scarlet went with her too. Sue glanced at him and replied. Brando nodded. After Scarlet was given the dragon's blood, she was almost at the peak of the gold rank. In terms of pure strength, even he was no match for her. With her by her side, the merchant lady's safety could be assured. "When they come back, tell them not to go out again. Also, tell everyone to leave the hotel and gather here." Sue nodded and frowned slightly. Is the situation already so tense? She knew part of Brando's plan. Getting everyone to gather meant that the situation at the nobles' meeting was irreversible, and the next step was to intervene with force. But to be honest, the power of the Tonajal territory was insignificant in this huge chess game. "Sue, do you have a problem?" "I don't have a problem." Sue shook her head and threw away the trace of unhappiness in her heart. Brando suddenly became silent. He suddenly realized that it was selfish of him to bring these people into the whirlpool of this political struggle. Sue was the daughter of the owner of the hotel. The Roman dreamt of being a big merchant. Freya wanted to help the people of Bucci. Scarlet was just wholeheartedly trying to gain the recognition of others. There were also the old soldiers of the Red Copper Dragon Army and the young people of Tonajal. The fate of the royal faction and Princess Griffine did not have much to do with them. They were here because of his idea. What right did they have to sacrifice so much for the rise and fall of the royal family, and to change the fate of a princess, even to the point of sacrificing their lives? Different from the deep-rooted prejudice of the royal faction and the nobles, in Brando's eyes, there was no difference between people. Even the life of a princess was not necessarily more precious than that of a beggar. Princess Griffine was more important in his heart, not because she would become the regent of the kingdom in the future, but because he could not forget the precious memories of the past. The days when he fought side by side with his companions, with the goddess of war, and with thousands of people who held the same beliefs. But these memories did not exist for others, not even Freya. His goal was originally a bit selfish, but there were some things he had to do because he knew the results. "Sue, do you trust me?" Brando suddenly asked. The dark-skinned girl raised her head and looked at him doubtfully. "What we are doing now might not necessarily succeed, but it will definitely be right. If we do it, we might fail, but if we don't do it, we will definitely not succeed. The nobles cannot save Erewhon, but they will not be able to live peacefully in a corner." Brando thought of the Second War of the Black Roses that was bound to happen in the future. The kingdom would burn fiercely in the flames of war, and the gentle reforms would not be able to save Erewhon. If he did not go all out, history would repeat itself sooner or later. Sue lowered her eyelids. "I don't understand, but Miss Freya chooses to believe you, Sir Lord. Burying one's head in the sand can only deceive oneself." "Is that what Sir Lord is trying to say?" She smiled. "Actually, it doesn't matter to me. Father's opinion is my opinion." He chose to believe you, Sir Lord, not because of some great principle, but because you have never failed until now. If we fail, everything will end here. If we succeed, we can continue. Is that what you mean? It seemed like it was indeed like that. He only had one chance, and he could not choose. If he did not succeed, then he had to fail spectacularly. Because even if he did not do it, it would still be a failure. He nodded and relaxed. He turned back. Sonny, then according to the plan, please help to attack the port. I will provide you with the location and defense details of the Chamber of Commerce and the Ampere Seal Navy's warehouses. The looted goods can all be your spoils of war. But if possible, please try to minimize civilian casualties. We are not bloodthirsty villains. Sonny snorted. There is a detailed defense, and we will try to avoid civilians. But is the map you gave us okay? The layout and defense of Ampere Seal are in the hands of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, right? Can you get it? Brando smiled mysteriously. Of course he could not get it, and he did not need it. After decades of experience in another history, he already knew the layout and defense of Ampere Seal like the back of his hand. Don't worry, there will not be too many Navy soldiers left at the port. I will create the conditions for you. Other than a few warships from the port, the Navy of Ampere Seal mainly consisted of monk soldiers from the Holy Cathedral. Brando was at least confident that he could lure the monk soldiers away. Besides, the storm was coming, and the Holy Cathedral would not expect the attack to come from the sea. By the way, he suddenly thought of something. Can I trouble you to use the demon whale again? He mainly wanted to use the demon whale to cover the retreat. The port still had a few warships, and the demon whale had the special effect of suppressing storms. When they retreated from the sea, they would have to pass through the storm-ravaged waters. Brando did not want to be eaten alive after escaping Ampere Seal. Sonny hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Brando had done a lot for the Shining Scale Nagas, and this time it was time to return the favor. In addition, the Shining Scale Nagas had suffered great losses in the West Sea War. Brando's suggestion to create an opportunity for them to loot the warehouses of the Ampere Seal Navy and the Chamber of Commerce was an offer they could not refuse. Ampere Seal was the largest trading port in Erewhon and the entire Southern Territory. If they could seize the Ampere Seal Navy this time, the Shining Scale Nagas could almost make up for their losses in this war. Thank you so much. Brando was really surprised now. His relationship with the Shining Scale Nagas was just an unintentional act on the way to Ampere Seal. He did not expect that this unintentional act would become the most crucial part of the success of this trip to Ampere Seal. It's just a mutual benefit. Sonny was still as dumb as he was in history. He wrote off the favor Brendel owed him with just a few words. If the shrewd Queen of Koldu knew about this, she would definitely punish him by sending him to the abyss of the deep sea for reform. Next, Brando decided to meet the half-elf girl again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 563. Just as Brando had predicted, an hour after he finished reading the letter, the same secret letter arrived at Princess Griffine's desk, lying quietly on the ebony table. Outside the window was the scene of Ampere Seal before the storm. The wind and rain were dark and gloomy. The haze that interweaved over the entire harbor made the whole day pass. Although it was only noon, it was already approaching dusk. Lightning occasionally flashed through the clouds, and thunder rumbled. The pale white light shone through the window and projected the shadows of the trees on the carpet. "What's the situation outside?" Princess Griffine asked. "We've already been surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. The possibility of breaking out of the encirclement is not high. However, if Your Highness the Princess decides, we will definitely do our best to open a bloody path for Your Highness." The knight who was kneeling on one knee was drenched. The water from his red cloak soaked the expensive carpet, but no one blamed him. "No need. You can leave first and change into a dry set of clothes, Sir Lederer." The half-elf girl nodded and replied. The knight responded gratefully, got up, and left. "What's going on with the Halran Gaia?" She raised her head and looked at the others in the room. "Has anyone seen it appear in the kingdom?" "This Oberwei's expression was a little strange. Actually, there is, and it's one of our people. One of our people? Griffin was a little unhappy. Why didn't I know? I just found out about it, Your Highness. Oberwei hurriedly explained. It's Roves. Roves? That Roves Delar from Audine? Delar's youngest son, the current heir of the Audine family, Count Audine? The princess thought for a moment before remembering this person. Weren't they sent by my father to the south to find the whereabouts of the Lionheart sword? She suddenly fell silent. In just half a year, the kingdom had changed, and the Lionheart sword was now in her hands. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, Erwin had undergone a drastic change. What's going on? She asked. Audine is outside. Why don't we let him describe it personally? It's inevitable that there will be some deviation in the words of an outsider. Oberwei replied. Griffin nodded. After waiting for a short while, the pale-faced Austin entered their line of sight. Previously, he had almost lost his life in the Battle of the Loop of Trade Winds, but he was saved by the great druid, Andrew, who was passing by. Although the external injuries on his body were mostly healed, the internal injuries were still there. After the long journey, he looked even more defeated now. But even so, he still respectfully bowed to Griffin. Count Audine, is your injury serious? Do you need to rest? The half-elf girl looked at him and could not help but frown on her face. Even though she had heard that this group of people had met with an accident in the Loop of Trade Winds, she didn't expect them to be so miserable. It's just a small injury. There's no need for that. Her Highness, on the other hand, is more urgent, Austin answered. In fact, before the split of the royal party, he was more inclined towards the firstborn, but in the past 2 months, his camp had unknowingly wavered. Every time he thought of the young man he had met in the Loop of Trade Winds, he could not help but remember the choice he had made. When he knew that the Lionheart sword was in the hands of the princess, he did not hesitate to come here. Then please tell us about the situation. The princess replied. Audine nodded and began to tell the story of the battle. He was not a good storyteller, but he was a good storyteller. The adventure in the Loop of Trade Winds, which had lasted for several months, was reduced to a story of less than 10 minutes in his mouth. Even so, he was still able to explain the cause and effect of the adventure clearly. When he finished, the room was silent. Oberwei had already known, but Griffin could not help but take a deep breath. You mean the sword is in that person's hands? He's the Lord of Tonagel? His name is Brando, right? Yes. Audine nodded, but in his heart, he thought that the princess knew the young man. Is it possible to get him to return the sword to the Lionheart sword? Fleetwood suddenly broke the silence and asked. Everyone could not help but shake their heads. Although Fleetwood was Erwin's top court wizard, he did not know much about politics. Halrangaya was one of the goals of the Holy Temple of Earth, but it was not the real reason for this war. Regardless of whether Halrangaya existed or not, the war would continue. Even if the army was mobilized, there was no way they would retreat. Audine looked at the chief wizard with disdain. He was originally from another faction and was biased against everyone here except for Griffin, especially Fleetwood, who was a capitulator. I've never heard of Aween giving up the benefits without being forced into a war. Even if the Holy Temple of Earth agrees, the Lionheart sword will not. The mobilization of an army is not a small matter, teacher. The princess shook her head. Since it has already happened, why don't we think about what to do next? My lords. Her gaze swept across everyone. Think of a way to mobilize the troops in the south, and at the same time express our stance. Duke Vero has yet to express his stance. He and Count Randner are mortal enemies, and the Holy Cathedral has very little control over the south. We can win over his support. Makarov immediately replied. Who will board the sinking ship? Someone asked. No, if we still have the 3 territories, there is still room for maneuver. The Lionheart sword has already taken the initiative to attack, and the north will be attacked from both sides. The Holy Temple will not ignore this. Everyone in the room was silent. Griffin looked deeply at the cunning fox. This plan seemed to be impossible in Pegasus' starry skies, but it was not impossible after careful consideration. Makarov had probably seen through the trick. If Tonagel's army and Vero attacked Randner together, and secretly reached an agreement with the royal faction. The 3 southern territories would be on the princess side. Coupled with Karsuk and Grinoires, whose stance was unclear, the royal faction would be effectively divided into the north and south. Although without Arek's participation, the Holy Temple would not dare to touch the royal faction in Ampere Seal anymore once Tonajal's army and Viro attacked. In the end, the Holy Temple would have to compromise with the royal faction, but in that case, Erewhon would only be divided. It was a wise choice, but Count Audine furrowed his brows. Everyone present was smart, and no one could fool anyone. Oberwei and the rest had their hands on the hilts of their swords. He could not help but look at Makarov. There was no need to say such words in front of outsiders. What was this guy trying to say? Was he trying to express his stance? This was probably Duke Anthony's stance. Once the north and south were divided, Arek, who was stuck in the middle, would not have an easy time. Everyone knew that Duke Anthony and Arek had an irreconcilable feud. The princess shook her head gently. I reject this proposal. The royal faction can be defeated, but Erewhon cannot be divided. Everyone's expression changed, and only Oberwei frowned slightly. Audine looked up and carefully sized up the beautiful princess. It was as if he had sensed some hidden power in her for the first time. Your Highness. Makarov could not help but remind her. After we die, there will be people who will remember the glorious flag of the late King Eric. But if Erewhon is divided, there will no longer be a chance to reunite. The half-elf girl's silver eyes seemed to be able to see through the fog of the future. She sat there and answered calmly. This was the tragedy of a small country. Erewhon's fate was still in the hands of the Cruz people. This kingdom had been able to maintain its unity until now, but once it was divided, the Cruz people would not give it a chance to reunite. The princess and even everyone present knew this, but some people pretended not to know. Let's talk about the current situation first. Oberwei interrupted. No need. Griffin suddenly understood something and sighed. You all can leave first. I need to be alone for a while. Tomorrow's noble meeting and future matters will be handed over to you all. The room was silent. Everyone looked at each other, nodded, and left the room. The last one to leave was Austin. He took a deep look at the princess, bowed, and closed the door as he exited. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. When it was completely quiet, the half-elf fairy princess stood up. She was not tall, and with the petite body of an elf, she looked a little weak. She walked to the back of the chair, grabbed the back of the chair with both hands, and dragged the chair to the window with difficulty. She panted and sat down by the window, staring at the scenery of Ampere Seal in the midst of the storm. The sky was dark, as if in the next moment, the harbor would be swallowed by darkness. After a long time, the door behind her opened and a voice said, Your Highness, Lord Makarov and the others have gone to see the little prince. Only Lord Oberwei and Count Audine left together. Griffin bit her lip, and her face was pale. They were going to stake everything on one throw, but should she stop them? Could she bear to let Haruz die with her? Besides, what ability did she have to stop them? She had already expected this moment. The royal faction was already acting on their own will. As for whether it was still as pure as before, no one knew. She raised her head, and the lightning illuminated her face, making it appear as white as jade. King Eric, is everything in Aween coming to an end at this moment? She stared at the endless darkness in the east. She knew that there was a new empire growing there. Erewhon would eventually become its nourishment. The door quietly closed again. But Princess Griffin did not seem to hear it. She stared at the scenery outside the window, as if she wanted to take it all in. No matter how dark it was still Erewhon's territory. At least for now. Her face was deathly pale, but there was no joy or sorrow on her face, as if she was a puppet. At this time, it's better for your body to cry. A gentle voice said. Griffin was shocked. She reacted quickly and pulled out a silver dagger from under her skirt. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, and the dagger clashed with a black long sword. Her Royal Highness took a step back and finally saw the young man who was wrapped in a wet cloak. At the same time, Brendel heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the princess to react so quickly. She almost succeeded. If the difference in strength between the two was not so great. But Brando did not expect that Griffin would not stop. Instead, she gritted her teeth and pounced on him with a determined face. It was as if Brendel had just woken up from a dream. He suddenly realized that the princess was probably begging for death right now. She wants me to kill him. She wants me to kill him? Is the princess crazy? Brando's heart sank. For a moment, even his movements slowed down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 564. The princess stabbed her sword towards Brando's chest. The silver light on the tip of the sword seemed to split the dark rainy night, reflecting the thunder and lightning outside the window. For a moment, the whole room was only left with a single white color. Thunder roared. The sword passed through Halrangaya's defense, but Brando seemed to have a circle of transparent ripples around him, causing the tip of the sword to slide to the side involuntarily. Griffine felt as if she had hit a smooth stone surface. The rebound made her unable to hold the sword and it flew out of her hand. The Marshal Atenea, behind Brando, the commander of the White Lion Legion during the Second Renaissance era, was suddenly unlucky. The precious oil painting from the 3rd century was pierced through the left eye by the sword. Brando then reacted and grabbed her right wrist. The half-fairy princess' hand was soft as if boneless, and there was even a slight touch of warmth. But before he had time to savor it, a trace of determination in her eyes made his hair stand on end. Left hand. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the princess' left hand, and there was a shining dagger in the princess' left hand. Now that both of Princess Griffine's wrists were firmly grasped by Brando, the two's posture was a bit ambiguous. She gritted her teeth and raised her knee towards Brando's lower abdomen. Brando was scared out of his wits. He never thought that the princess would be so decisive. In a moment of desperation, he even forgot that he still had the conflict aura. He pressed Griffine's hands against the wall. Thunder rolled through the clouds, and lightning once again flashed across the earth. Ahem, Princess Griffine groaned, her face showing a painful expression. She lowered her head slightly, and her long silver curly hair trembled slightly. Before she could exert her strength, she was pressed against the wall by Brando's body, and her attack could only be stopped halfway. But the posture between the two was not ambiguous. Brando's whole body was almost on top of her, and Erwin's princess was just an inexperienced girl. She had never been so close to a strange man before. Brando's strong manly scent made her neck a little hot. At this point, Princess Griffine finally accepted her fate and closed her eyes. Her body softened, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She actually shed tears in a daze. Once this kind of emotion broke out, it could no longer be controlled. Sparkling tears burst out like a dam, rolling down her cheeks. In an instant, she became a beauty who washed her face with tears. Brendel immediately panicked. "My dear princess, don't cry. If you want to commit suicide, why don't you stab yourself? Why are you stabbing me with your sword? You almost ruined my little Romaine's happiness for the rest of his life, but in the end, it seems like I'm the one who caused all this." But the pitiful half-fairy princess was just too beautiful. Brando looked at the bright and white jade-like face under the thunder and lightning. Thinking that this was the future Princess Regent, who would hold up the whole of Erewhon, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. "Don't cry." Princess Griffine did not seem to hear him, and her tears kept flowing. She was not a weak person, but these days in Ampere Seal had taught her what despair was. No one would help her, not even the royal faction, and they could only watch as she fell step by step into the abyss. The only thing that supported her was her belief, but now, even her only hope had been destroyed. Although she was still holding on, she could not hold it in anymore. That doesn't sound like our princess at all. How can a crying princess lead Erewhon out of this predicament? Princess Griffine, if you cry again, I'm going to leave. Brando could not help but awkwardly coax her. He remembered that the only experience he had with women in his previous life seemed to be getting along with his senior. Is this considered experience? But Princess Griffine was obviously not a child. Once she could not hold back her feelings, they would completely explode. She was like a marionette who had lost her spirit. Only the teardrops that fell down like pearls proved that this extraordinary half-elf girl was still alive. After many fruitless attempts to negotiate, Brando finally could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly lifted Princess Griffine's chin and then lowered his head. Lightning pierced the rainy night in an instant, and fireworks hung in the distant sky. The half-fairy princess opened her eyes. Brando's kiss was unstoppable. He felt as if a door had opened in his heart, and the deep feelings that were contained inside surged out like a rushing river. Those were the most sincere, most honest feelings that would not lie. He thought that he was just full of respect for her ideals, but he finally understood that this respect was also mixed with a love between a man and a woman. He came here just to get her, to let her live, and not to repeat another tragedy in history. The figure that he looked up to again and again was now in his arms. Her soft body was like a feather, weightless. It was both real and illusory. He could not help but let go of Griffine's wrist with one hand and grabbed the girl's slender waist. He hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear again. He carefully felt the princess' soft lips, and then, he took an inch and wanted a mile. He gently pried open the half-elf girl's teeth. But it was at this time, "Pa!" Griffine's face was full of anger, and her face was red all the way to her neck. She bit her lower lip and stared angrily at Brando. It was as if everything that happened suddenly woke her up, and she even forgot about the situation at the moment. There was only one thought left in her mind. "How dare you? You deserve to die." "You!" Griffine's pretty face was instantly covered with frost. She subconsciously reached for her sword, but when she grabbed nothing, she realized that she had lost her sword, and it was stuck in the oil painting behind the lecture. "You are too much, Mr. Brando. I trusted you so much, but I did not expect you to be this kind of person." "I'm sorry." Brando's brain was also a little blank. He did not even dream that he would be so impulsive and do such a thing. Everything seemed to go with the flow. Could it be that this was all that he wanted subconsciously? He hurriedly shook his head and threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind, but he was faintly looking forward to it. He had inherited Brando's feelings, and in his heart, he deeply doted on the willful and unreasonable behavior of the Roman lady, but the other half of his heart was Sophie. In comparison, in this half of his heart, perhaps the protector princess and his senior held a more important position. Griffine gently exhaled, as if she had calmed down. She closed her eyes, trying to turn herself back into the calm and composed princess. "How did you get through the blockade of the holy sanctum? And, what are the guards outside doing? They actually let you?" "Yes." "Was it Freya who let you in?" She lowered her eyelashes, and her tone was very cold. The original Mr. Brando had become an unfamiliar "you." This made Brando feel a little uneasy. "I have seen Freya, but it has nothing to do with her." He patted the cloak on his body. With this cloak, it was actually not difficult to get through the blockade of the holy sanctum in the rainy night. There was a little bit of trouble when he entered the manor, but fortunately, he bumped into Freya and the others who were patrolling. "I will not vent my anger on anyone. Freya is the daughter of the Duke of Everton, and she has qualities that we do not have. Moreover, everyone has their own needs, and the so-called princess is probably just a joke now." The half-elf girl smiled, but her smile was a little sad. She leaned back on the chair that was half the height of a person, just like the girl who listened to Oberway's story under the warm sunshine. But with her wet silver hair, she looked indescribably sad and pitiful. "Your Highness, Mr. Brando," Griffine suddenly interrupted him. She raised her head, and there was a touch of enchanting charm in her silver eyes. "Do you want me?" Brando could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He suddenly realized that he could not refuse this proposal. He was actually moved. He knew what the princess meant, but he could not help but refuse. She was the future princess of Erewhon, the dream lover of countless people. As long as he opened his mouth, he could have her. The brightest pearl on Erewhon's crown. Brando shook his head. "I cannot refuse, Your Highness. Your beauty has long been engraved in my heart. But not now, and not like this." "The princess in my heart is the princess who dared to reprimand Erewhon in the nobles' meeting. Only her strength is worthy of Erewhon's hope." Brendel paused for a moment before he answered, one word at a time. Princess Griffine's expression was a little complicated. "What do you want me to do?" Her tone returned to the previous coldness in an instant. Brando knew that she was still a little concerned about her recklessness. In fact, he was also very annoyed now. But if he could do it again, he would still choose to do it. Although he felt a little apologetic towards the future Princess Regent of Aween, at that moment, he clearly touched on something that he had deliberately avoided. His heart, his real purpose in coming to this world. That purpose was now gradually becoming clear. Brando was about to speak, but at this time, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the corridor. It was two people. Princess Griffine's face changed. If outsiders saw her and Brando alone in a room at this time, then her reputation as the Princess of Erewhon would be ruined. The princess could not help but glare at Brando. She had not yet settled the score with the Halran Gaia, and now there was another trouble. But when she turned her head, she just happened to meet Brando's eyes. Griffine's face could not help but turn red. Quickly hide. She gritted her teeth and whispered. Hide where? Brando was also dumbfounded. He had heard the news from Freya that the royal faction had gone to Prince Haru's. Why did they turn back in just a few minutes? The closet. The princess pointed to the closet on the side. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. She suddenly realized that her hair was still messy. She quickly pulled it up with her hand, but subconsciously pressed her lips. She looked up at Brando, and Brando was getting into her closet. Princess Griffine could not help but reply fiercely. Brando, this time you have to help me. This is the payment in advance from the princess. Payment? Brando almost stumbled into the closet. He suddenly felt that the whole thing had become strange. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 565. Your Highness. The sound of footsteps stopped outside the walnut door, followed by a female voice. It was the female knight that Brando saw the other day. Maynard. Griffine held her hair with one hand and smoothed out the wrinkled dress with the other. And this old subject, Your Highness. A low and crisp voice replied. Lord Oberway. Griffine let out a sigh of relief, and in a few seconds, she returned to normal. Please wait a moment. I'm about to go to bed. Okay, please come in. The door opened, and Maynard and Oberway stood outside with a cold face. The wolf knight seemed to have been caught in the rain or had just returned from outside, and his body was wet. Maynard closed the door, and Oberway immediately said, Your Highness, Makarov and the others have gone to meet His Highness. You don't have to say any more, I know everything, Oberway. Griffine interrupted him and looked up at her two close subjects with bright eyes. She and Maynard had known each other since they were young, and their relationship was more like that of close friends and sisters. Maynard had once vowed to become her knight, and she was now fulfilling her promise. The Princess of Aween couldn't help but smile. She wondered if her sister still remembered the oath she had made back then. She then looked at Oberway. Although Fleetwood was her and the little prince's teacher in name, in reality, her swordsmanship and political knowledge were all taught by this lone wolf. Teacher, Sister Maynard, please get ready. We're leaving Ampere Seal immediately. Oberway was slightly startled and could not help but look up. He had prepared a long speech to cheer up the princess, but he didn't expect that his student's endurance would exceed his expectations. He was very familiar with the princess's character, and immediately guessed that something had happened during this time. Thinking of this, the backbone of the royal faction looked around the room suspiciously, and his eyes quickly fell on the open window. Teacher, you don't have to guess. I've thought it through. I can't give up the future of Erewhon, and I can't let Duke Anthony divide the kingdom. You said that the glorious flag is still in Erewhon, but can I pick it up again, no matter how difficult the future is? Griffine asked. How do you know the result if you don't try, Your Highness? Oberway retracted his gaze and looked at the princess with approval. But the most important task now is to return to my territory, where I will launch a crusade against House Cipher and the Holy Cathedral. I believe the people will stand with us. The people of Erewhon have never forgotten that they fought bravely against the people of Cruz. Only those who have forgotten the oath of the nobles. Princess Griffine nodded. Oberway bowed slightly in agreement and said, Then the Holy Cathedral must have known that there was a disagreement among us, but they must not have expected us to break up so quickly. A large number of talented people were selected from the youth guards to enrich the kingdom, bringing about a decade of prosperity for the ancient kingdom of Erewhon. If it wasn't for the Second and Third War of the Black Rose that interrupted this process, perhaps the Princess Regent would have been able to slowly get the broken car of Erewhon back on the right track. Thinking of this, Brando couldn't help but sigh softly. He continued to listen to Maynard's cold voice outside. The secret passage leads out of the city, but the nearby areas are under the control of the Holy Cathedral. Further south is the territory of Duke Arek. The students of the Knight Academy had already planned their escape route in advance, and the only conclusion was that they had a chance to escape Ampere Seal by water. But we don't have a ship, Oberway replied. A ship won't work either. The storm on the Sea of the New Moon is coming, and we can't go out to sea at this time of the year, Maynard added. No, we might have a ship. Griffin suddenly thought of something. She looked hesitant, and Maynard and Oberway looked at the princess strangely. The royal family had arranged spies and hidden escape routes everywhere. If there was a merchant ship here, they wouldn't be surprised. There was a saying in Erewhon that the king had the most secrets. Although it wasn't completely true, it was still accurate. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, she suddenly said, "Let me introduce you to a guest." A guest? Maynard was slightly taken aback, but Oberway was stunned for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. Griffin bit her lips and knocked on the wooden table with her finger. Come out, Mr. Brando. I hope you will fulfill your promise and help us leave this place wholeheartedly. Brando didn't expect the princess to push him out at this time, but he was only surprised for a moment and quickly returned to normal. The two people outside seemed to be close to the princess. If she was willing to let him appear at this time, it meant that the princess had at least acknowledged him as a member of this circle. He exhaled, opened the door of the wardrobe and walked out. It's you. Maynard raised her eyebrows slightly. Oberway also raised his eyebrows, but didn't rush to speak. On the other hand, Brando was a little embarrassed. Why not? A man and a woman alone in a room, and she was even a princess of a kingdom. It was inevitable that others would have some guesses. Moreover, he did do something that wasn't so honorable. Although it was just a moment of impulse, Brando couldn't help but blush a little. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Sir Oberway, we meet again. I heard that you've seen me before, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet you before. He was naturally talking about the matter of Oberway secretly following them. It wasn't the princess who told him about it, but the little female dragon who reminded him. In addition, the princess unintentionally revealed some details in the letter. Brando only needed to guess who he met. In fact, there were only a few people who could move freely around the princess. Makarov was still the leader of the mercenaries in the mountains in the south, so naturally he couldn't appear in Fortress Reden. Oberway heard this and smiled slightly. Mr. Brando's swordsmanship is really unexpected. I didn't dare to believe it when I heard that you were nearing the elemental realm. I didn't expect the truth to be right in front of me. Now I believe that there are indeed geniuses in this world. He complimented Brando, but immediately changed the topic and asked, But why is Mr. Brando here now? I want an answer. Teacher, Princess Griffin's face was slightly red, of course, not because of shyness, but because she was nervous about being exposed. Mr. Brando has long been my knight. He is my spy, and this time he came to Ampere Seal to secretly help us. You already know about this, but I asked him to come here tonight because he has a ship that can be put to good use. If I remember correctly, Mr. Brando came to Ampere Seal on Tonagel's ship, right? The half-elf princess glanced at him. Since when do I have a ship in my hands? So I'm a ship captain now? Brendel was slightly taken aback. Of course he came here on a ship, but it was a genuine merchant ship. Now that the storm was coming, no merchant ships dared to go out to sea. Tonagel's relationship with the major merchant guilds in Ampere Seal was not that close. He did not expect the princess to be able to lie so well. However, he did have a way to get his hands on a ship. It was not by buying, borrowing or renting, but by robbing. The Nagas were born to be good at robbing. Oh, they were pirates. He thought for a moment, quickly sorted out his thoughts, and nodded. Princess Griffin's words seemed flawless, but in fact, there were many loopholes. Who would have thought that the royal faction would be divided internally? Moreover, the news of the Lion Beast men starting the war in advance had only been sent to her desk 1 or 2 hours ago. Her prearranged story was actually very easy to fall apart. However, at this time, Oberway's thoughts were still focused on Brando and the ship in his hands. He glanced at Brando and reluctantly accepted the princess's words, then asked, "But even if we have a ship, we can't go out to sea because of the storm. Does Princess Griffine intend to go through the Ampere Seal straight to the Wall of the Dead? But the sea route there is close to the sea in Erek province. Duke Erek will definitely use the navy to stop us." "No, there's no need." Griffine shook her head. "In the collection of the Anderla Cathedral, there is a ship's head from the time of King Eric. It is said that the ship's head was made from the teeth of the demon whale. It is said that the ship with this head can calm the storm." "That's a good idea." Oberway's eyes lit up. "But the vault of the Anderla Cathedral is not that easy to enter. I will ask Magadal for help. As for the person to sneak into the cathedral..." Griffine looked at Brando. "Me?" Brando was stunned. He knew about the legend of the ship's head, but he did not know if it was true. Of course, it would be good if he could get this item. It was not to deal with the current situation, since he had the demon whale. Instead, he could use it to prepare himself for entering the Village of Storms in the future. The Village of Storms was a sea area south of the Loop of Trade Winds, outside of Marsh's protectorate. There was a huge instance dungeon there, where he could obtain a level 70 equipment set and a quest item to reforge a bronze body. The Village of Storms was ravaged by magic storms all year round, and it was a forbidden area for the Nagas. Without the Nagas' demon whale, the only way was to obtain items that could calm the storm. For example, the breath of holy water, the statue of Martha, or a forbidden spell that could control the weather. Of course, Brando did not want to complicate matters at this time, so he silently noted down the information and nodded. Griffine seemed to be satisfied with Brando's attitude. She could not help but comfort him. "Don't worry, Mr. Brando. Magadal can move freely in the cathedral, and entering the vault is not a problem. Treasures are not important to the saints, but it is difficult for ordinary people to enter. Your mission is just to meet her and bring the items back. Besides, you are the only one who can move freely and gain Magadal's trust." Brando thought for a while and realized that what the princess said was true. He nodded pretentiously, but in his heart, he thought that he could use this opportunity to meet Magadal. The nun princess should be gathering information in the cathedral. Boo-hoo, I won't act cute if I don't update well. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.